Heh, surpassing divine grade, you really dare to say it. I want to see how you surpass divine grade, eldest senior brother said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan smiled and said, then you open your eyes wide and take a good look at it. When Yi Yuan started refining pills, even Xianyu showed a hint of a solemn look too, staring at him without moving his gaze. Ever since learning that a Dao realm expert appeared in the city, Xianyu could not fall asleep at night, very much wanting to witness the bearing of an expert. Today, he finally got his wish. The moment the divine fire rose up, the aura of great Dao filled the entire medicine refining room. The faces of the 4 apprentice brothers changed, their faces revealing a look of surprise. This kind of might was what even their master could not achieve. The refining difficulty of the Silver Moon Point Star pill was at most considered elementary to Yi Yuan and did not take much effort. When refining, he had it at the tips of his fingers. After 2 hours, amidst everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Yi Yuan finished refining. Xianyu furrowed his brows, appearing rather puzzled, while the 4 apprentice brothers were shocked to the core. Putting aside realm, Yi Yuan's standard of refining rank 3 divine pills were absolutely not below masters. Just this point shook them off several streets behind. Although eldest senior brother and second senior brother were 4-star alchemy gods too, refining rank 3 divine pills still fell short of reaching this degree of having it at the fingertips. What amazed them the most was that Yi Yuan was just an initial stage origin deity. After finished refining the medicinal pill, his divine essence did not show the slightest sign of being deficient. Face not red, heart not pumping, just like he played around only for a while. How is it, eldest senior brother? Convinced or not? Ning Xiu's voice suddenly sounded out by his ear, making eldest senior brother jump in fright. Eldest senior brother snorted coldly and said, have some strength, but definitely did not surpass master's divine grade. In my view, whether or not this Silver Moon Point Star pill can reach divine grade is enough to sputter. Ningxiu smiled and said, relax, Master Yi, refining Silver Moon Point Star pill, it's impossible to not be divine grade. When refining the Gale Celestial Stone pill, Ningxiu had witnessed before Yi Yuan's Chaos Heavenly Star art. She knew that Yi Yuan did not go all out at all. She even knew that Yi Yuan's true strength was likely when refining the Heavenly Blood Marrow Changing pill. The refinement that time even she did not see it. Ningxiu was very much looking forward to it, not knowing whether Master could force out all of Yi Yuan's strength today or not. Since Yi Yuan did not bring out his true strength, he must be very confident in his refinement. However, eldest senior brother was very disdainful as he said, TSK, do you think that divine grade medicinal pills are all cabbages? Even if he can refine divine grade divine pills, it's also not possible to surpass Master. Is that so? Yi Yuan smiled slightly, his palm shaking. The medicinal pill flew out of the medicinal cauldron. Everyone's gaze landed on that little medicinal pill, their gazes involuntarily turning intent. This Silver Moon Point Star pill was shockingly divine grade too. Like I said, it's impossible for Master Yi to not be divine grade. Ning Xiu smiled and said. Eldest senior brother pursed his mouth and said, although this medicinal pill is divine grade too, it's at most on par with Master's. It's still him who lost. Xianyu rolled his eyes at him and said huffily, little punk, don't shoot your mouth off. This round, it's Master who lost. Master Ye's Silver Moon Point Star pill is already infinitely close to ethereal divine grade. Eldest senior brother's gaze turned intent and he said in disbelief, Master, you aren't joking, right? There's really someone capable of refining divine grade medicinal pills to ethereal divine grade. Xianyu snorted coldly and said, otherwise, why do you think Master called the few of you over? Divine grade was not the end. Amidst divine grade, it was even divided into 5 major realms. Purple Spirit Divine Grade, Void Spirit Divine Grade, Vast Spirit Divine Grade, End Spirit Divine Grade, as well as the legendary Spirit Link Divine Grade. This was the same as refining metals. Alchemists were never able to excavate 100% of the spirit medicine's medicinal effects. The higher the quality of the medicinal pill, the higher the purity. These 5 stages each increase in level, the medicinal effects of the medicinal pills would increase several times. Divine grade medicinal pills were actually because the purity reached a certain tipping point. This limit stumped countless alchemists. But above this limit, there was still room for improvement. It was just that to be able to have improvements above divine grade again, it was basically exceedingly rare. With eldest senior brother's level refining not too difficult 3-star divine pills, if he got lucky, it could refine divine grade too. But that was just the most ordinary purple spirit divine grade. As for void spirit divine grade, eldest senior brother basically never thought about it before. Even if he refined rank 2 divine pills, rank 1 divine pills, he could not refine void spirit divine grade medicinal pills too. However, Yi Yuan refining a 3-star divine pill actually infinitely approached void spirit divine pill. This was too inconceivable. Xianxia put the 2 medicinal pills together and said to the 4 apprentice brothers, "You all see it by yourselves. What's the difference between these 2 medicinal pills?" Eldest senior brother's gaze sharpened and he exclaimed, It's really much clearer than your medicinal pill. It's a shame, just a little bit more and you can refine a void spirit divine grade divine pill." Eldest senior brother had his interest aroused and was itching to have a go too, forgetting the bet for a moment, and could not help lamenting. Void spirit divine grade, that was a legendary grade. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Master Xianxia, let's go on to the next round then." Xianxia nodded and said, "Let's start. This time, I'll go first still." The 4 apprentice brothers came back to their senses. Eldest senior brother pursed his mouth and said, "The medicinal pills at the back will definitely get harder and harder. I don't believe that he can overpower master in every kind of medicinal pill. This kowtow, he's prostrating for sure." But along with the passing of time, they became more and more shocked. Yi Yuan's performance was frighteningly stable. In the wake of the refining difficulty of the medicinal pills becoming harder and harder, when Xianxia reached the 3rd round, he was already unable to refine divine grade divine pills. But Yi Yuan's were still divine grade. This doesn't conform to common sense. The greater the difficulty of the medicinal pill, the harder to refine high-grade medicinal pills. But why can he keep on refining? Eldest senior brother said in shock. "Yeah. How in the world did this guy do it? Is he still human?" Second senior brother Ding Sun also exclaimed. "It can only be said that his strength towers far above these medicinal pills, so that he can perform so stably. Except, what kind of realm did he reach?" Third senior brother said with an emotional sigh. Yi Yuan's pill refinement subverted their understanding of alchemy. It was simply powerful until it made people despair. They never dared to imagine that refining divine-grade divine pills were as simple as eating and drink. Very soon, the 5th round ended. Yi Yuan's medicinal pill came out of the furnace. Still divine grade. Xianxu's gaze finally became solemn. He finally knew that Yi Yuan did not go all out in the 1st round at all. If he used all his power, refining void spirit divine grade was absolutely no problem. The strength of Dao realm was too terrifying. Boom! Everyone was currently immersed in shock when a loud noise suddenly came from outside. "Yi Yuan, get out here and die for this old man. Also, that divine lord realm powerhouse, you actually dare to intervene in the affairs of the outer city. Now, the Martial Tower has already sent people over to capture you. Hurry up and come out to be executed." Outside, Wu Feng's yell sounded out. A bunch of infatuated people were currently battling in alchemy until they were enthralled but was interrupted by this cry. How annoying. Miracle Hand Parlor's front door was directly blasted into smithereens. Inside the hall was a mess. All kinds of spirit medicines were scattered everywhere. The shopkeeper hid at one side and did not even dare to breathe loudly. The pressure emitting off of Tang Rui's body made him shudder. "Call Yi Yuan out. Today. This Miracle Hand Parlor is going to disappear from the South City," Tang Rui said coolly. Right at this time, a group of people suddenly poured in. The one in the lead was the Thunderclap Gang's chief head, Xing Guan. When Xing Guan saw Tang Rui, his complexion could not help turning pale. But he still forcefully calmed down and said with clasped hands, "This lord, I wonder what my Miracle Hand Parlor has done wrong to actually startle the Martial Tower." Tang Rui glanced at him and said disdainfully, "A mere ant. What qualifications do you have to question this divine lord?" Scram. A scram word rushed straight over carrying a surge of world power. The Thunderclap Gang's few brothers could not even block it and were directly sent flying, fresh blood spouting out wildly. Xingguan had already stepped foot into half-step Divine Lord. But in front of Tang Rui, he still could not stand up to a single blow. Tang Rui was not Xiao Ryu, that kind of newbie. He was a second-layered Heaven Divine Lord powerhouse. With a wave of a hand, he could kill Xingguan and co. If not for the martial tower's rules restraining, Xingguan and the rest would already be corpses now. Xingguan crawled to his feet, gritted his teeth, and said angrily, "Your Excellency, the martial tower has the martial tower's rules too. You want to destroy my miracle hand parlor's business indiscriminately. Where's the logic?" At this time, Wu Feng smiled coldly and said, "You want a reason, is it? Yi Yuan colluded with Divine Lord powerhouses and disturbed the South City's order. I wonder if this crime is sufficient or not." Xingguan's expression changed and berated furiously. "Wu Feng, you're set out to condemn someone and have no difficulty finding a pretext. The Miracle Hand Parlor's Divine Lord Realm powerhouse only came to exchange on Alchemy Dao with Master Yi Yuan. When has he disturbed the South City's order before?" Tang Rui's eyes narrowed and he said with a cold snort, "This Divine Lord doing things still need you to tell me right or not? Keep talking rubbish and this Divine Lord won't be courteous anymore." Under the powerful oppression, the muscles on Xingguan's whole body was quivering. However, he still stubbornly did not retreat. Xingguan reeked of an uncultured air and valued loyalty the most. Yi Yuan treated OL second. He was overflowing with gratitude toward Yi Yuan. Furthermore, Xiao Ryu breaking through last time. If not for Yi Yuan, the Thunderclap gang would have long been wiped out. Hence, when he learned that Wu Feng brought people over, he brought his brothers and rushed over straight away. Except, he did not expect that Wu Feng actually invited over a martial tower's powerhouse. "Looks like you won't shed tears without seeing the coffin." Tang Rui gave a cold snort, pointing a finger at Xingguan. The scent of death hit from head on. Under this finger, Xingguan did not have any leeway to resist at all and could only shut his eyes and await death. Boom! Right then, an aura that was not weaker than Tang Rui's rudely inserted between the two people. Tang Rui retreated several steps in a row, his aura in turmoil. He did not use his full power just now and suffered a hidden loss all at once. He was just about to fly off the handle when he suddenly saw the white-clothed youth behind Xingguan, and his expression could not help changing. "Lu Yi, why are you here?" Tang Rui said in surprise. Lu Yi was the Pill Tower's rising star. It was very likely that he would inherit Master Xian Yu's mantle in the future. In contrast, Tang Rui's position in the martial tower was much worse. He could only climb up the ranks to be Master Deercry's follower. "Tang Rui, how inspiring you all, running to the South City to flaunt your prowess. If you have the capability, go put on airs in the martial tower," Lu Yi said sarcastically. Tang Rui did not expect that Lu Yi was so demeaning, mocking him the moment he came up. At once he snorted coldly too and said, "I'm under Master Deercry's orders to capture the Divine Lord Realm martial artist who disturbed the South City's situation." "Lu Yi, could it be that you want to oppose me?" In a few rounds, Lu Yi and the few apprentice brothers already prostrated on all fours in front of Yi Yuan. They really gleaned considerable benefits today and were just chatting away gaily in the inner hall. But it was swept clean by Tang Rui's arrival. How could he not be angry? Seeing Tang Rui pull out Deercry to suppress him, he smiled coldly and said, "Deercry? Deercry is a fart. Someone who takes advantage of his seniority. Master Xiao Feng that you're talking about is my best friend and is currently debating on Dao with me. If you want to capture him, are you going to take me away together too?" Tang Rui could not maintain his composure and said angrily, You're breaking the Imperial City's rules here. I'll definitely report to the Martial Tower and Pill Tower when I go back." Louis said disdainfully, "Have it your way. But you have to be prepared to suffer my wrath." Tang Rui's expression changed and was somewhat in a dilemma for a moment. The strength of Xian Yu's lineage was too fearsome in the Pill Tower. Not only was Xian Yu's own strength fearsome, but also the disciples that he groomed, each and every one. All of them were the Pill Tower's young generation leaders. Only the head elder's lineage could contend with Xian Yu's lineage. Although Deercry was the head elder's faction in front of Xian Yu, he was not enough to look at at all. As for him, Tang Rui, there was no need to even say anymore. In the inner city, he was merely a minor character. If the heavyweights got into a fight, he might become a sacrifice. Wu Feng did not even dare to let out a sound by the side. This level of exchange was already not what he could inject. He totally thought that, with his master coming forward, he could definitely annihilate the miracle hand parlor today. Who knew that another great deity popped out here again? His identity and status were even extraordinary. Even Tang Rui did not dare to be overly insolent. At this moment, Wu Feng's heart had collapsed. Just what kind of magic did Ji Yuan this punk have? Why would this place continuously have great deities coming and going? But just as he lost all hope, a slightly fat old man slowly entered the miracle hand parlor. Wu Feng's eyes shone brightly. He was incomparably agitated. Lu Yi, your guts aren't small. To actually dare scold this old man behind my back? This old man who suddenly appeared was none other than precisely Deercry himself. Tang Rui had just left when Deercry got the news that Lu Yi apprentice brothers 4 people went out of the inner city. And the destination was precisely the miracle hand parlor. This news involuntarily made Deercry become solemn. With the few of them around, Tang Rui definitely could not gain any advantage. Hence, he decided to come here personally. As for Xianyu, his whereabouts were naturally not what Deercry could grasp. He did not know that Xianyu had long been a step ahead of Lu Yi they all, and entered this tiny miracle hand parlor already. When Lu Yi saw Deercry, he was slightly stunned too. But very soon, he snorted coldly and said, "Who said that I'm scolding you behind your back? I'll scold you to your face all the same. A guy who takes advantage of your seniority." Xianyu himself was very indifferent toward authority. But his alchemy strength, even the head elder was very apprehensive toward it. Hence, in the Pill Tower, the head elder always suppressed and ostracized Xianyu's lineage. Furthermore, Deercry was also a veteran of bureaucratic play and trickery. Lu Yi naturally disliked him. Lu Yi, as Xianyu's head disciple, did not have any favorable impression of Deercry at all. Even though Deercry was a high-level deacon, Lu Yi's status in the Pill Tower did not lose out against Deercry by a large margin. Deercry did not expect that Lu Yi was so condescending. His expression became incomparably gloomy, and he said with a cold snort, "Your lineage is indeed a bunch of calves without upbringing. Scandalous. This old man will teach you all how to respect the seniors properly today on behalf of Second Elder." The moment Deercry's aura was released, everyone's faces changed. He was a 6th-layered Heaven Divine Lord. Wanting to teach a lesson to a few 1st and 2nd-layered Heaven Divine Lord Juniors, wasn't that easily accomplished? Except, he did not see fear on Lu Yi's face. Instead, he saw thick ridicule and disdain. Deacon Deercry is very domineering, to actually want to help this old man teach disciples. Except, to do so to this old man's disciples, probably isn't your turn to come and teach them, right? A group of people came out of the inner hall in a file. The one in the lead was precisely Yi Yuan, while Xianyu walked at Yi Yuan's side. Regarding Xianyu showing up here, Deercry was incomparably shocked. Why would the high and lofty Xianyu come to an inconspicuous little medicine shop in the outer city? But what made him even more shocked was that this group of people was actually headed by a young man. Deercry was a veteran too. This detail landed on Deercry's eyes, naturally transmitted a lot of information. Seeing this scene, Deercry's pupils shrunk slightly, incredibly shocked in his heart. He could not help sizing Yi Yuan up. What ability did this boy have to actually be able to make Xianyu willingly walk behind as a contrast? This small, until it could not be smaller little medicine shop seemed to be remarkable. After the shock, Deercry recovered his cool very quickly and said in a light-hearted manner, "Turns out that Second Elder is here too. But these few disciples of yours have no regard for their elders. Really losing face for our Pill Tower." Xianyu's temperament was good and always held himself aloof from the world. But Deercry's words still made him rather uncomfortable. No regard for their elders? Hohu, Lu Yi is very respectful towards this seat. Where's the talk of showing no regard for his elders? Deacon Deercry is managing things a little too broadly, right? Xianyu said coolly. Deacon faked a smile and said, "This old man is, at any rate, the Pill Tower's high-level deacon, and is also considered the same generation as Second Elder. Could it be that your disciples can't respect me as a teacher?" Saying that I'm taking advantage of my seniority in front of everyone's face like this, if this isn't showing no regard for their elders, what is it? Xianyu could not help choking, uncertain how he should refute. In terms of eloquence, he was really not Dirkrei's match. Their lineage was at a disadvantage in this aspect. Seeing that one sentence stumped the other party, Dirkrei was even more pleased with himself and said with a cold smile, "Second elder, showing no regard for one's elders according to the Pill Tower's rules. They have to be punished by 100 floggings of a broad paddle. I wonder how you view it." Xianyu's gaze turned intent, finally having a trace of anger. This Dirkrei was overbearing, really a paradigm of taking advantage of his seniority. Yet, his words squeezed Xianyu until it was enough to choke. Xianyu also knew that these few disciples of his were very dissatisfied with Dirkrei. But this kind of temper tended to be easy to suffer losses. 100 paddles were not considered a severe punishment. But if it really hit, that was hitting Xianyu's face. Louis also had panic on his own face. Earlier, he showed complete disregard for Dirkrei by relying on the fact that his master was here. But at times, strength could not determine everything. The Imperial City had its own rules of the game. He seemed to have incurred trouble for his own master. Actually, it was not once or twice that his apprentice brothers had suffered such a loss too. But they truly could not stand it. Just as everyone was at a loss on what to do, Yi Yuan said coolly, "Old thing, you got to have the strength to be people's elders. Do you have it?" Dirkrei was currently being pleased with himself. When he heard this, his face could not help turning dark and he said in a cold voice, "Where did this punk kid come from, to dare speak to this seat like this? If this seat doesn't have the strength, could it be that you have it?" Yi Yuan glanced at him and said coolly, "If I didn't guess wrongly, Huang Qian should have been diagnosed by you, right? You couldn't even identify his ailment, but I cured him. Could it be that I'm not as strong as you?" Once these words came out, the crowd burst into an uproar. Oh yeah, Huang Haoran personally said at that time that he had once found a 4-star alchemy god to take a look before. This 4-star alchemy god was probably Wu Feng's master, right? A 4-star alchemy god actually couldn't even identify the illness. Truly disgraceful. TSK, Master Yez will grant all requests signboard isn't hung in vain. At least in this aspect, he's much stronger than 4-star alchemy gods. Outsiders had yet to react, but Yi Yuan discerned the other party's flaws at a glance. The words, when uttered, immediately reversed the situation. Dirkrei shot a fierce glare at Wu Feng. Wu Feng's neck shrunk, knowing that his master was angry. This matter, everyone did not associate them together. Now, Yi Yuan saying it out was simply blatant face-smacking. When Lu Yi saw this scene, he could not help looking toward Yi Yuan gratefully. Yi Yuan's one sentence resolved their master and disciple's awkwardness. However, Dirkrei clearly would not submit obediently. He said with a cold snort, "Brat, everyone has their shortcomings and merits. Any alchemist also dare not guarantee that they can cure any illness. Moreover, you are you, Louis is Louis. You're not a member of the Pill Tower and isn't bound by this rule." But he is. Dirkrei's thoughts were very meticulous. He was not so easy to deal with. Otherwise, Xianyu would not be at the extent of suffering losses at his hands repeatedly. Yi Yuan stealthily substituted the concept and dragged him out, but he came to realize the truth very quickly and plucked Yi Yuan out. This way, Yi Yuan became an outsider. What more could he say? Dirkrei also realized that there might be something strange about this Yi Yuan. That was why Xianyu's lineage would gather here. Hence, he avoided the sharp edge and bit onto Lu Yi and not let go. Lu Yi's standard, Dirkrei, was all too clear. His potential was not bad, but his pill-refining strength, at the present, it still did not reach him, this middle-rank 4-star alchemy god. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly and he said disdainfully, "Is that so? Since you think that you're his senior, then you should probably be stronger than Lu Yi." Deacon said coolly, "That's of course. If this seat is not even as good as a junior, how can I be a high-level deacon? Kid, you aren't thinking of making him spar with me, right?" Hiss. The surroundings drew a cold breath. They were all stunned by Dirkrei's identity. The Pill Tower's high-level deacon. This was simply a godlike existence. To these outer city martial artists, it was simply lofty and out of reach. They also did not expect that Wu Feng's master's status was actually so illustrious. Yi Yuan pursed his mouth and said disdainfully, "So what if yes? Not letting you witness the strength of young people, you'll never know how ignorant you are." When Lu Yi heard this, he could not help somewhat losing confidence and could not refrain from saying to Yi Yuan, "Master Yi, Yi Yuan stared at him, his eyes like torches as he questioned, "What? You don't even have the courage to have a fight with him?" Lu Yi's age was far older than Yi Yuan, but in front of Yi Yuan, he was just like a junior. His gaze turned sharp and he said in a solemn voice, "Of course I do." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Then isn't it settled? If you can't even deal with this old fogey, how will you inherit Master Xian Yu's mantle in the future? Today, let this old fellow take a look at your strength." The moment Deer Cry heard, he could not help laughing wildly and said, "What a joke! Brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, courage has to be established on the basis of strength. Courage without strength, that's called a moth flying into the fire. Understand?" Xian Yu did not make any sound by the side. He wanted to see what means Yi Yuan had. Although he did not like fighting, Deer Cry was merely a jumping clown in his eyes. Yi Yuan's suggestion made him look forward to it very much. Lu Yi's strength, he was all too clear. It was still a long way off from Deer Cry's. Although Deer Cry's personality was a little scoundrelly, he also had real skill. Otherwise, it would also be impossible to become the Pill Tower's high-level deacon. Yi Yuan glimpsed at Deer Cry and said impatiently, "So much rubbish? Are you here to squabble? You just say whether you dare or not. If you don't dare, don't put on the airs of a senior. Who the hell are you?" Deer Cry's face turned black and he said in a solemn voice, "Compete then. Will this old man still be scared of you all, these juniors?" "But what if this old man wins?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Didn't you come to stand up for your disciple? If Lu Yi loses, I'll close down the Miracle Hand Parlor and scram out of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City." Deer Cry secretly cursed Yi Yuan for being razor-tongued, each sentence making people as uncomfortable as having eaten a fly. His face fell and he said in a cold voice, "That's what you said. If this old man wins, I still want Lu Yi to kowtow to me and admit his mistake in public." Yi Yuan pursed his mouth and said coolly, "You choose the medicinal pill. I need 2 hours' time." "Of course. The medicinal pill that you choose must be within the scope of Lu Yi's ability." Buzz. Yi Yuan's words made the surroundings explode all at once. Even Xian Yu also revealed an incomparably surprised expression. Letting the other party choose the medicinal pill, this was handing the initiative to the other party's hands. This kind of competition, whoever picked the medicinal pill would undoubtedly have the advantage. Because the medicinal pill that each person was good at was different. Deer Cry's strength was above Lu Yi's in the first place. Now, even letting the other party pick the medicinal pill wasn't this courting death. Is Master Yi crazy? Isn't this putting the neck against other people's blade? I admit that Master Yi is very formidable, but this already isn't rampant, this is seeking death. I really don't know how Master Yi thinks to actually hand the initiative to the other party to exchange for 2 hours' time. What are 2 hours? Enough for? Deer Cry was first stunned, then immediately laughed his head off and said, "Ha ha. Brat, you're really someone ignorant who's fearless. Do you really take yourself to be someone notable? Letting this old man choose the medicinal pill. This old man will toy you to death." He turned to look at Lu Yi and said smugly, "Lu Brat, I heard that you're studying the 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill recently. Why don't we compete in this?" The moment these words came out, Lu Yi's face became ugly to the extreme, wishing to pounce up and bite Deer Cry to death with one bite. At the same time, he also somewhat blamed Yi Yuan in his heart too. This could really blindly made a decision. Now, things were great. There was not even a trace of hope anymore. "No way. Deer Cry, you're bullying people here," Ding Sun said furiously. Third senior brother also said anxiously, "You clearly know that eldest senior brother can't refine the 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill and still deliberately picked this medicinal pill to compete with him. Simply shameless." The more anxious these few apprentice brothers got, the more pleased with himself he became. He laughed loudly and said, "Heh! It's this brat who let this old man pick the medicinal pill. Why, now that this old man picked it, you guys aren't willing again. Could the 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill not meet the requirements? 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill was a consumable type medicinal pill. It could help martial artists increase their ability to comprehend great Tao for a short time and was extremely popular. But the refinement difficulty of this medicinal pill was notoriously great. Although it was an initial rank 4-star divine pill, many middle rank 4-star alchemy gods could not refine it. Lu Yi's talent was pretty good, but the time he spent immersed in 4-star divine pills was not long after all. 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill Lu Yi had already researched for a long time, but he did not make much progress all along. Up till now, he could not refine it either. The difficulty of the 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill was also considerable for Deercry. But the problem was he could still refine this medicinal pill. On this point, he completely trashed Lu Yi. But Yi Yuan brushed it over and said, "No matter. Just it then. The spirit medicines, you guys prepare yourselves. I don't have it here. You guys, follow me inside." Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned around and entered the inner hall. Xian Yu's group of people exchanged glances, but they still followed Yi Yuan in. "Master Yi, I can't refine the 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill. How to compete still?" The moment he entered the door, Lu Yi said anxiously, "Yeah, Master Yi, you're also too reckless. Even if we really want to compete, how can you take the initiative to give up choosing the medicinal pill?" Ding Sun also said, "All right, haven't competed and already lost." Fourth senior brother said unhappily. Only Ning Siyu's beautiful eyes swiveled around, seemingly thinking of something, and could not help faintly somewhat look forward to it. All right, what are each and every one of you doing?" Since Master Yi dared to say so, he must have nothing to fear with something to back him up. "You guys stop worrying about it. See what he says," Ning Siyu said. Yi Yuan smiled at Xian Yu and said, "Didn't you want me to help you teach disciples? You guys will get off cheap together. That old punk. I'm very pissed off looking at him too." Xian Yu's eyes lit up and he said, 2 hours time. Could it be that Master Yi is going to refine the 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill? Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "Even if I reach Tao Realm, it's also impossible to refine a 4-star divine pill right now." Everyone was disappointed. Xian Yu said, "Then," Yi Yuan said, "the 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill, I'm unable to refine. But the 5-aperture quiet enlightenment pill is nothing difficult." Lu Yi's brows furrowed slightly and he said, 5-aperture quiet enlightenment pill, I can refine too. Even if it doesn't reach Master Ye's level, it wouldn't be too poor either. But rank 4 divine pills are two completely different things from rank 3 divine pills. Yi Yuan looked at Lu Yi and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Is that so? Do you understand alchemy Tao like this? Great Tao connects to the heavens, interlinked and connected. Rank 4 divine pills are much more profound than rank 3 divine pills, this is true. But the same type of medicinal pill is passed down the same lineage. The Tao contained within them have highly similar aspects. If you think that rank 4 divine pills are higher level than rank 3 divine pills and isolate them separately, then you've made a grave error." Lu Yi was stunned when he heard, but he knew that what Yi Yuan said was right. But the internal connection between medicinal pills was not so easy to link together. Actually, when studying this 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill, Xian Yu said this to him before as well. But he could not do it. Everyone had a pondering look. Yi Yuan came before the medicinal cauldron, retrieving a 5-aperture quiet enlightenment pill from inside his storage ring. He opened his mouth and said, "There's only one chance, look closely." Suddenly, the aura on Yi Yuan's body suddenly changed, becoming sacred all at once. Inside, the entire medicine refining room teemed with the aura of Tao. But this time, it was goodness knows how many times stronger than when they were refining pills previously. Yi Yuan's entire person seemed to have transformed into a region of chaos, giving people an unreal feeling. At this moment, Yi Yuan seemingly incarnated to become the master of creation, becoming incomparably surreal. Xian Yu's gaze turned intent and he cried out in shock, This. Turns out that this is the true strength of the Tao realm. Hey, 2 hours are up. Still not coming out. It will be considered as you all admitting defeat." Although Deercry believed that victory was at hand, he would not give Yi Yuan more time. He started clamoring outside before 2 hours were up. He was a 6th-level divine lord powerhouse, mustering up divine essence to shout it could naturally transmit into the inner hall. Creak. The door of the inner hall slowly opened. A group of people appeared in everyone's line of sight once more. Deercry's gaze landed on Lu Yi and could not help being startled in his heart. No idea why, he felt that some kind of change took place on Lu Yi. Seeing ghosts. Merely 2 hours' time from start to finish, could it be that that kid can really defy the heavens? No, wait. This must be an illusion, Deercry secretly said in his heart. Actually, not just him, everyone had this peculiar feeling. However, they denied their thoughts very quickly. Because 2 hours' time was totally impossible to change the outcome of this competition. Alchemy Dao required the immersion of time. The disparity between Deercry and Lu Yi simply could not be made up for with just 2 hours. If 2 hours could change the results, then wouldn't the other alchemists year after year of bitter cultivation become a joke? It's still not too late to admit defeat now. If you concede right now, kowtow whatever can be brushed off. You all just have to stop meddling in other people's affairs and hand over that brat will do. Deercry said with a fake smile, but his gaze darted at Yi Yuan. Lu Yi pursed his mouth and said disdainfully, "If I can't win you, this old fellow today, wouldn't you act like a tyrant in front of me every single day in the future? I'm going to let everyone know today that you, this old thing, have no right to posture in front of me. You, going in for 2 hours, your mouth became hard when you came out. But talking big got to have the capital too. With just the likes of you, you're still far from it." Deercry laughed loudly and said. Lu Yi snorted coldly and said, "Enough bullshit. We'll only know after competing." Deercry smiled and said, "Since you're impervious to reason, then I'll let you witness what's the strength of a senior." The two people did not pick a place either, squaring off inside the hall of this miracle hand parlor. Hearing that a 4-star alchemy god was competing in alchemy at the miracle hand parlor, this news swept throughout the entire South City like the wind. Quite a number of alchemists all acted without delay upon hearing it, coming forward to witness the bearing of a 4-star alchemy god. This level of pill refinement was extremely hard to come by for him. Normally, they would not have the chance to see it at all. Now, the miracle hand parlor's front door was directly blasted away. Everyone on the streets could also take in everything at a glance. The spirit medicines were already in place. The two people started refining pills. The moment it began, Deercry's veteran and prudent side were displayed in its entirety. Facing the 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill, this level of spirit medicine, he controlled each step very carefully, virtually without oversights. The bearing of a master was displayed in its entirety. In contrast, Lu Yi's control in all aspects were clearly not as experienced as Deercry. When Wufeng saw this scene, his heart settled back in place. Master is indeed worthy of being master. How can he possibly be what a brat can compare to? Yi Yuan, this kid let his imaginations run wild. He thinks that he's the medicine ancestor, casually giving a pointer or two and he can make people advance by leaps and bounds. Wufeng said disdainfully. Although Tang Rui did not know alchemy, the two people's level could still be discerned. When this competition is over, the face of Second Elder's lineage will be lost all the until to the outer city. He'll probably have to tuck his tail between his legs and behave for a very long period of time, Tang Rui said with a smile. When Ning Xiu saw the two people's pill refinement, her face revealed a worried look and she said to Yi Yuan, "Master Yi, eldest senior brother, he doesn't seem to be as good as that old fellow." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Relax, it just started. The things that he just learned, he still hasn't mastered it thoroughly yet, so he'll appear a little awkward. But he's already done very well. At least up until now, he meets a certain standard and didn't show major flaws." Talking up to here, he could not help looking at Xian Yu and said, "Brother Xian really has good eyesight. Have to admit, your disciples are all promising talents." But Xian Yu smiled bitterly when he heard it and said, "They are all good materials, but sadly, this old man has neglected them these few years. If you were the one to teach them, probably before long, they can all surpass this old man already." Xian Yu was not buttering Yi Yuan up. After witnessing Yi Yuan's true strength, he finally understood his disparity with Yi Yuan. This kind of disparity, he probably could not make up for it all his life. The profundities of the Tao realm could not be described using words at all. He examined his heart and felt that he already walked very far along the path of alchemy. It was not to say invincible among those in the same rank, but at least in 4-star alchemy god realm this level, those who could surpass him were rarely seen. But he was simply like a pupil in front of Yi Yuan. 4-star alchemy gods are indeed all incomparably formidable. This level of pill refining means are simply mind-blowing. Formidable is formidable, but that young man is clearly much lousier. Old Ginger is still hotter than the new. Heh, how can an initial rank 4-star alchemy god possibly be a middle rank 4-star alchemy god's match? No matter how powerful Master Yi is, what can 2 hours change? Amen? Something seems to be wrong. You guys look at that Louis. Some kind of change seems to have happened to him. Seems like he brought everything together and mastered it thoroughly. There were quite a few experts and sharp-eyed people present who discovered the change on Lu Yi's body very quickly. The fluster from the very beginning until now was already proceeding steadily, and actually had signs of gradually catching up to Deer Cry. Wu Feng's standard was very formidable among 3-star alchemy gods. This kind of change naturally could not escape his eyes. The expression on his face gradually changed from relaxed to solemn. Seemingly sensing Wu Feng's change, Tang Rie asked curiously, "What is it?" Wu Feng's face revealed a suspicious look and he said, "Something's wrong. It's impossible. How can such a thing happen? Lu Yi's speed of improvement is too fast. This was just refining a medicinal pill. In the process of refining a medicinal pill, it was not possible to have such a leap in improvement. But now, this kind of impossible thing appeared in front of them. Furthermore, Lu Yi's improvement got faster and faster. In the end, traces of Dao accumulations actually emerged in the medicinal cauldron. The exclamations in the crowd became stronger and stronger. The expressions on their faces became unusually fascinating. At this time, even a fool could tell that Lu Yi's pill refinement this time was extraordinary. Time slowly trickled by. After 5 hours, it was only to hear Lu Yi giving out a loud cry, "Condense!" All of the Dao accumulations integrated into the medicinal cauldron. At this time, Louis felt every pore on his body open up, refreshing to the extreme. This feeling of accomplishing it in one go, he had never caught it before. But this time it was really realized. Deer Cry had no distractions in his heart and was still dripping with sweat. A hint of disdain flashed across in Lu Yi's eyes and he came before Yi Yuan, bowed deeply and said, "Lu Yi thanks Master Ye's grace of guidance very much, never forgetting till death. This scene has such a discordant feeling. A 4-star alchemy god actually gave such a solemn salute to a 3-star alchemy god. A 3-star alchemy god giving pointers to a 4-star alchemy god to break through. If not for seeing it with my own eyes, I definitely won't believe. Just what kind of godly person is Master Yi? Such strength in alchemy is truly too terrifying, right? A 4-star alchemy god giving such a solemn salute to a 3-star alchemy god, this image was too impactful. To all of the outer city alchemists, 4-star alchemy gods were godlike figures. But now, this godlike existence actually paid such solemn respect to a 3-star alchemy god. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I said it before, I'm annoyed by this old fellow too. If he dares to compete with me, I'll definitely wreck him to a frazzle." Everyone could not help being speechless when they heard it. But nobody doubted the truth of these words. Casually giving pointers for 2 hours and Lu Yi had such tremendous improvement. If he personally took action, what kind of concept was that? If competing in rank 3 divine pills, even if Deer Cry was more than a major realm higher than Yi Yuan could also trash him. This point, no one had any objections. Within rank 3, Yi Yuan was undefeatable. Louis smiled and said, "This guy just has a face that's asking for a beating." However, even though the 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill is refined, I still don't have much confidence in winning him. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Relax. This guy's level is too lousy. He can't refine a high-quality 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill. Level too lousy." Everyone was speechless again. The other party was a pill tower deacon. His level was too lousy? Perhaps this was a heavyweight. Another hour passed. Deer Cry finally successfully refined it. He was very satisfied with his performance. The quality of the medicinal pill this time shouldn't be poor. But when he saw the Lu Yi who was taking things easy at one side, his gaze involuntarily turned sharp. This punk was done so fast? Or was it? The refinement failed? Yes, it must be that the refinement failed. Otherwise, how could he possibly be faster than him? Thinking up to here, Dear Cry laughed mockingly and said, What? Refinement failed? Young man, you still have a future, but you have to be on guard against conceit and rashness, especially respecting your elders. The moment these words came out, everyone's faces became peculiar. Although Lu Yi's medicinal pill was not out of the furnace yet, they could at least confirm that the medicinal pill was definitely refined. Furthermore, barring no accidents, the quality was not low. Lu Yi laughed in spite of himself and said, Refined it long ago, just waiting for you to open the furnace. Lu Yi choked and said in disbelief, You refined successfully? Lu Yi could not be bothered with him and said coolly, Enough nonsense, open the furnace. Dear Cry's brows furrowed and he said with a cold snort, Open the furnace then, would I be scared of you? Finished talking, he directly uncovered his own medicine cauldron. The 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill flew out. Seeing his medicinal pill, Dear Cry could not help laughing loudly and said, High grade. It actually really reached high grade. Kid, admit defeat. Even if you refine the 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill by chance with your strength, it's impossible to reach high grade too. This time, Dear Cry could be said to have performed beyond his usual standard. 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill. His normal level was basically all at middle grade. The refining difficulty of this medicinal pill was very high. Forget about middle-rank 4-star alchemy gods, even high-rank 4-star alchemy gods could not refine such high quality every time as well. Seeing that this medicinal pill was high grade, he was already incomparably certain of his victory. Wu Feng had an agitated look too. The 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill's difficulty he was naturally aware. Being able to refine high grade could already be said to have locked in the victory. Because the 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill was the 5-aperture quiet enlightenment pill's improved version. So everyone was no stranger to this medicinal pill. For Dear Cry to be able to refine high grade, it was already sufficient to see his skill. Too bad. I even thought that Lu Yi could defy the heavens. I didn't expect that he actually was defeated. Pill Tower's high-level deacons indeed aren't simply boasted out. That's true ability. However, Lu Yi's performance is already very good. His future should be much brighter than Master Dear Cry. The surrounding alchemists all expressed their regret. Everyone harbored a trace of anticipation toward Lu Yi. Everyone did not expect that it was actually this kind of conclusion. Not just them, even Lu Yi himself, the expression on his face also became unconfident. Hehe, what are you wasting time for? Don't dare to open the furnace? Scared of losing? Brat, seniors are seniors, not what you, this kind of junior, can defy. Dear Cry said with a smug look. Bang. Right at this time, Yi Yuan dealt a palm through the air, directly hitting onto Lu Yi's medicinal cauldron. A medicinal pill flew out, attracting everyone's gazes. Hiss. High grade. It's actually high grade too. My god. An initial rank 4-star alchemy god actually refined a high grade 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill too. Too impressive. Lu Yi is indeed worthy of being a matchless existence among the Pill Tower's junior generation. This kind of strength, who else is there? If I were to say, it should be Master Yi who is impressive. Lu Yi originally couldn't refine this medicinal pill. Master Yi gave him pointers for 2 hours and he actually refined a high grade. This is simply turning gold into stone by touching. That's right, Master Yi is truly a model for our generation. This level of strength simply takes people's breath away in wonder. Cries of exclamations sounded out everywhere. Everyone was stunned by Lu Yi's 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill. Lu Yi himself was also dumbfounded. He really refined a high-grade 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill. Dear Cry was dumbstruck with astonishment too. This brat actually refined a high-grade 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill? Even Xianxia and the rest were incomparably shocked. Ha ha, eldest senior brother, you're really too incredible. Ningxiu laughed loudly and said. Dear Cry's face fell and he said, Being smug for what? Still haven't tested the pill yet. His quality will definitely be better than mine. You go and test the pills yourself then. Your medicinal pill merely barely managed to reach high grade. Lu Yi's medicinal pill already approaches superior grade. Similarly high grade, the one who loses is you, Yi Yuan said coolly. He was very sensitive to the smell of medicinal pills and already determined the strength of the quality. Dear Cry clearly did not believe in heresy. But when he placed the two medicinal pills together, his expression immediately became ugly. Indeed, as Yi Yuan said, he lost. Completely and utterly lost. Ha ha, this is your ability as a senior? Can't even beat my eldest senior brother, still want to call yourself a senior. Fourth senior brother laughed loudly. Ding Sun also laughed and said, just the likes of your level, still high-level deacon. I think that you've become intoxicated with bureaucratic play for so many years that you've already pretty much forgotten your main profession. Xianxia also felt very proud and said with a slight smile, Dear Cry, what else do you still have to say? This old man's disciple has already defeated you. Dear Cry's expression changed again and again. This place, he could not stay for a second anymore. He, an exalted Pill Tower's high-level character, actually could not even beat a junior disciple. This was simply unprecedented humiliation. Unprecedented shame and humiliation. After today, how would he still lift his head in the Pill Tower? You all don't get cocky. Today's matter, we're not finished. Dear Cry gave a cold snort, his figure moved, and he directly disappeared. Wu Feng and Tang Rui had baffled looks. Defeated. Just like this? Ha ha. I finally broke through. Half-step Divine Lord. This step has eluded me for how many years? Today, I finally took you down. Inside a hidden chamber, Zhu Yongtian started laughing wildly. Secluding for a month, he finally broke through to the half-step Divine Lord realm. This step had troubled him for many years. Once he broke through, he would also be an apex existence in the entire outer city. Master Ye's alchemy Dao is unparalleled. One medicinal pill let me break through the bottleneck that had plagued me for many years. Zhu Yongtian said with vicissitudes of emotion. A month ago, Yi Yuan came to the Thunderclap Gang's headquarters and gave the few of them brothers a medicinal pill each. It was this medicinal pill that let him break through the bottleneck. Toward Yi Yuan, he had the utmost admiration. Zhu Yongtian slowly got up and said to himself, I wonder how those few fellows are? Master Yi taking action, they probably broke through successfully too. Right? Coming to the headquarters hall, he saw that boss Xingguan was already there. Seeing Xingguan, Zhu Yongtian's eyes lit up and he said in pleasant surprise, Big brother, you're almost breaking through. The aura on Xingguan currently was very unstable. A feeling of breaking the cocoon to become a butterfly, seemingly going to burst at any time. The joy on Xingguan's face could not be concealed in the slightest, and he said with a smile, all thanks to Master Ye's 5-aperture quiet enlightenment pill. I finally touched that layer of threshold. When the South City's matters have been dealt with, I'll enter terminal seclusion and strive for an early breakthrough. Zhu Yongtian was overjoyed and said, congratulations and felicitations to Big Brother. That Xiao Ryu probably never dreamed that he broke through to Divine Lord Realm and did not unify the South City, but we did it. Xingguan smiled and said, I also didn't expect that I really have the chance to step into Divine Lord Realm in this lifetime. All thanks to Master Yi. If not for him, our Thunderclap gang would likely have long been destroyed. Zhu Yongtian nodded and said, what we owe Master Yi is really too much. Before long, the third head also came to the hall. Xingguan and Zhu Yongtian's eyes both lit up, and they said with pleasant surprise, oh well, third. You broke through too. Ha ha. 3 half-step Divine Lords in one gang, who will still dare to be insolent in front of my Thunderclap gang in the future in this South City. The third head's strength was slightly weaker than the second head's, but he had also long stepped into grand completion origin deity. Consuming Yi Yuan's medicinal pill, he also successfully broke through to become a half-step Divine Lord. After learning the news that Xingguan was about to break through to the Divine Lord realm, third head was also extremely excited. Before long, fourth head, fifth head, and the rest all exited seclusion. Each one all broke through without the least bit of surprise. Xingguan said with vicissitudes of emotion, An alchemist like Master Yi is simply too terrifying. He used a month's time to create an unshakable force in the South City. When the few people heard, they also had a feeling like a lifetime had passed. Ever since encountering Yi Yuan, their Thunderclap gang underwent earth-shaking changes. Recalling back then, when Yi Yuan requested them to change names, they nearly even came to blows. Thinking about it, they all had some lingering fear. If they were to really fall out with Yi Yuan, the consequences would be very terrifying. Xingguan's gaze suddenly became sharp and he said in a solemn voice, "The South City has been in chaos for so many years. It's also time to establish a new order." That very night, blood flowed like a river in the South City. The Silver Feather Gang's chief head, Luo Yu, was personally killed by Xingguan. As for the Sun Moon Gang's He Xiao, he also died under Zhu Yongtian's palm, finally avenging the enmity of an arrow. The Thunderclap Gang annexed the Sun Moon Gang and Sun Moon Gang, becoming the South City's #1 major power. Under the Thunderclap Gang's persecution, the Dongfang family and Dai Hall chased Wu Feng out. That very night, Wu Feng died on the streets. As a result, the South City formed an arrangement of 1 dragon and 3 tigers. The Thunderclap Gang ran a monopoly. Immediately after were the 3 great families. While at this time Yi Yuan was currently walking on Wu Meng capital city's streets calmly and composedly. Really can't imagine. How did such a low-grade capital city groom a peerless genius like you? Ning Xiu looked at Yi Yuan and said with a puzzled look. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "My experiences here weren't so pleasant. Otherwise, there wouldn't be this trip either." While talking, a group of people came to a luxurious restaurant. It was precisely the Clearwind Inn. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Come on, the dishes in this restaurant are pretty good. Let's go upstairs and wait for them." Entering the Clearwind Inn, the shopkeeper recognized Yi Yuan at a glance. He could not help trembling all over, revealing a disbelieving expression. Why Yi Yuan? Why you actually came back? The bloodbath on the streets back then, Yi Yuan killed 5 grand completion Heaven Glimpse Academy students alone, akin to a killing god. The shopkeeper's impression was very deep. Hence, seeing Yi Yuan at first glance, he recognized him. Yi Yuan was not surprised and said with a faint smile, "Yeah, came back." The shopkeeper hurriedly pulled him to one side and whispered, "How can you return? Although so many years have already passed, the wanted order for you has never been revoked. With you returning, isn't it walking right into a trap?" Yi Yuan was somewhat surprised and said with a smile, "I even thought that you'd blow the whistle on me." The shopkeeper laughed and said, "What are you saying? You were the entire Wu Meng capital city's hero back then, defeating several hundred capital cities' elites in the 100 Cities smelting trial, bringing back glory to Wu Meng capital city. I didn't expect that city lord actually treated you like this. Hurry up and go. There are eyes and ears everywhere in the Clearwind Inn. How can you show up here?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's okay, shopkeeper, bring up fine wine and good dishes for me. Revisiting an old place, this young master's mood is pretty good, haha." Finished talking, Yi Yuan went straight up to the 2nd floor, leaving behind a baffled-looking shopkeeper. Even if 20 years had passed, Yi Yuan was still a legend of Wu Meng capital city. Because of the things that he did, no one could match it in the history of Wu Meng capital city. The shopkeeper still served Yi Yuan and the rest wine and food. Yi Yuan raised his cup and said with Little Fatty with a smile, "Revisiting an old place, what emotions do you feel?" Little Fatty shook his head and said, "I've long become indifferent. Right now, I only want to obtain powerful strength and tell those people who looked down on me before that I'm living very well." Yi Yuan smiled and said, you see, there you go again. Oh, you said that you're indifferent, but actually you're still living in the shadow of the past. That joker Little Fatty back then is already gone." Little Fatty said indifferently, "People need to grow up." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Mental demon not disappearing, whence the grow up? Only by going back to yourself can it be considered truly walking out." The group of people was chatting away when teams of city guards already surrounded the Clearwind Inn like an iron bucket. The originally noisy street became very quiet. An icy-cold aura crept out within the Clearwind Inn. "Yi Yuan, come out and prepare to die." An icy-cold voice sounded out. The shopkeeper ran up hastily, his head covered in cold sweat as he said to Yi Yuan, "You see, I asked you to be more careful, right? Commander Zhao has already brought the city guards and surrounded the Clearwind in like an iron bucket. Now, you're hard-pressed to escape even if you grow wings." Yi Yuan smiled. He gestured toward the shopkeeper to sit on a chair there, and he said with a smile, "Shopkeeper, you're pretty good. Come. This Yi will propose a toast to you, cheers." Goodness me, the fire is already catching the eyebrows, but you're still in the mood to drink alcohol? The shopkeeper said urgently. Yi Yuan smiled and patted his shoulders as he said, "Already surrounded. Also can't run out now. We have to enjoy life to the fullest and not let the golden wine goblet reflect the moonlight alone. Come, cheers." Finished talking, Yi Yuan clinked glasses with the shopkeeper and downed it in one go. How could the shopkeeper be in the mood to drink wine? His entire person was flustered right now. He hoped that Yi Yuan could run away, but he was more afraid at this time due to the army. The army outside, just the aura could make people have a breakdown. The hand he held the wine cup trembled incessantly, resulting in the wine spilling out a lot. Clearly, he was terrified to the extreme. The moment the army moved, the entire Clearwind Inn would turn to ashes. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a smile, "Shopkeeper, your Clearwind Inn will keep on operating in Wu Meng capital city. Don't need to worry." Done talking, Yi Yuan's figure flashed, directly jumping out from the window. On the streets, soldiers dressed in armor looked powerful in neat ranks, gazes sharp, giving people a strong visual impact. These soldiers were all the City Lord Manor's elites, selected soldiers and powerful generals under Zhao Yi. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The moment Yi Yuan appeared, countless spears stabbed towards Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan just shook slightly, and the long spears scattered away one after another, leaving behind a large stretch of open space. Even in the Fiend Race army, Yi Yuan could come and go as he pleased. What did mere city guards count as? If Yi Yuan wanted to go on a killing spree, not a single person here could escape. However, his goal was Zhao Yi and Qin Zhaoyan, and not these ordinary soldiers. When Zhao Yi saw Yi Yuan, his pupils involuntarily constricted and he cried out in shock, You actually broke through to the middle stage origin deity realm." Yi Yuan had several billion on him. His speed when cultivating was naturally extremely fast. Just not long ago, he already broke through to the middle stage origin deity realm. Recalling when Yi Yuan left back then, he had merely just broken through to the initial stage heaven glimpse realm. Less than 20 years had passed. He actually directly improved by a major realm. This cultivation speed was simply terrifying to the ear. Furthermore, Zhao Yi knew that Yi Yuan was not an ordinary origin deity realm martial artist. He could jump realms to fight. Back then, when he just entered the initial stage heaven glimpse realm, bringing along Gue Yun, he cut down 5 Academy elite disciples. Among them even included 3 grand completion heaven glimpse martial artists. This kind of battle achievement was simply perverse and crazy. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Commander Zhao, how have you been? This welcome ceremony is rather special." Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, the air of a sovereign spreading out. His aura alone actually overshadowed everyone. Zhao Yi could not help suffocating. Yi Yuan was no longer that academy disciple who could be needed as they pleased anymore. Zhao Yi's eyes narrowed and he said with a cold snort, "Looks like these few years you really grew quite a bit. But you should know, you're nothing in front of City Lord His Excellency." Yi Yuan said coolly, and then, Zhao Yi's face turned slightly dark and he said, "Surrender without resistance. You have no chance." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "With just the likes of you?" Zhao Yi said, "Looks like you're very confident. I want to weigh just how powerful your strength is right now. All move aside for me." Under Zhao Yi's word of command, those soldiers hurriedly backed away. This level of battle was already not what they could take part in. But they did not think that Lord Commander would lose to a brat still wet behind his ears. A half-step Divine Lord would lose to a middle-stage origin deity? Got to be joking. Is there a mistake? This Yi Yuan is also too freakish, right? It has only been 20 years he actually directly improved by a major realm. But even so, there's also no way that he can be Commander Zhao's match, right? After all, Commander Zhao is a half-step Divine Lord. Although Yi Yuan could jump realms and battle when at Heaven Glimpse realm, half-step Divine Lord already has a portion of a Divine Lord powerhouse's strength. It's not what Yi Yuan can deal with at all. Sigh, Yi Yuan still has the temperament of a young man. He's too anxious in taking revenge. With his cultivation speed, in probably less than 100 years, he can step into Divine Lord realm. At that time, returning to take revenge again will be practically certain. On the street far away, seeing these two people confronting each other with swords drawn, they all started to lament one after another. A genius like Yi Yuan was hard to come by once in 100,000 years. They did not expect that this time he actually came to walk right into the trap. Zhao Yi raised his long spear, the aura of a half-step Divine Lord displayed in its entirety. Such a powerful aura was simply a godlike existence in Wu Meng capital city, this kind of place. Far away, everyone all marveled in wonder. Half-step Divine Lord powerhouses taking action was extremely rare. But the Yi Yuan opposite him still had a calm and collected appearance and was completely indifferent to this powerful oppressive force. Zhao Yi was secretly alarmed in his heart. He actually could not find a dead angle of attack from Yi Yuan's body. As expected, this kid's strength already can't be mentioned in the same breath as before. This battle absolutely cannot underestimate the enemy. Zhao Yi thought in his heart. Reaching his realm, the perception toward functional activities of vital energy was very sensitive. Although Yi Yuan's imposing momentum was much weaker than him, no idea why Yi Yuan gave him a very dangerous feeling. This kind of feeling was very bizarre. Blazing sun heart-seizing spear. Finally, Zhao Yi could not resist. A spear suddenly attacked. He knew that this first move he already lost. The moment this spear attacked, he totally did not have the confidence of certainty in the past. Because he completely could not find where Yi Yuan's weakness was at. The mighty power of laws ruptured, virtually shattering the space. Right at this time, Yi Yuan moved. Zhao Yi's gaze turned intent. Yi Yuan actually became blurry in his eyes. Was this a misconception? Hang on. How could he, a half-step Divine Lord powerhouse, possibly produce this kind of misconception? The next instant, alarm bells sounded out for Zhao Yi. A feeling of immense danger welled up in his heart. A sword seemingly shuttled through the void, passing through his power of laws, arrived in front of his face. Zhao Yi was greatly shocked in his heart. No time to think, he immediately raised his spear. Clank! The two people separated upon contact. Zhao Yi looked at the Yi Yuan not far away. There was an unreal feeling. You actually comprehended spatial laws. The shock in Zhao Yi's heart could not be any greater. That blow just now was absolutely spatial laws. He broke through to half-step Divine Lord. Although he did not comprehend spatial laws, he could already preliminarily utilize basic spatial laws. That sword earlier was absolutely spatial laws integrated into sword Dao laws. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This is the strength of half-step Divine Lord? Merely thus. Come, fight again." Done talking, Yi Yuan's figure became indeterminate and fleeting. Misty sword art. Zhao Yi was startled inwardly and hurriedly raised his spear to meet the enemy. Facing the Yi Yuan who comprehended spatial laws, he did not dare to slight him in the least bit. A moment of carelessness and that sword of Yi Yuan's, which was elusive as a ghost, would claim his life. At this time, another two figures were rushing over. "Ha ha ha, Zhao Yi, you're also too useless. Can't even take care of a middle-stage origin deity." When Qin Zhaoyun saw that Zhao Yi could not take him down after a long fight, he laughed loudly. Although Qin Zhaoyun was mocking Zhao Yi, he was incomparably shocked in his heart. First, he was shocked at the speed of Yi Yuan's cultivation. The second was shocked that Yi Yuan could actually have a fierce battle with Zhao Yi until like this at middle-stage origin deity. Enough crap. This kid comprehended spatial laws. It's very hard to tangle with. Hurry over and help. Zhao Yi shouted coldly. Qin Zhaoyun and Wen Yang trembled all over and exchanged a glance, their eyes full of disbelief. Spatial laws were a legendary power of law. How in the world did this kid accomplish it? Brat, don't be rampant. You cast yourself into the net today and can't escape even if you grow wings. Qin Zhaoyun shouted and also joined in the battle. A hint of surprise flashed across in Wen Yang's eyes, but he finally still decided to make a move against Yi Yuan. Terrifying power of laws suffused everywhere, turning the surrounding houses into dust. 3 mighty half-step divine lords. How astonishing was the destructive power. Yi Yuan appeared too delicate to stand up to a gust of breeze under the besiegement of 3 great half-step divine lords. But he just stood firm and did not fall. The 3 people exhausted all of their means and could not capture a corner of Yi Yuan's sleeves. On the contrary, Yi Yuan's casual sword forced them into a fluster. Both sides actually could not do anything to the other. But this scene made everyone dumbfounded with shock. How powerful was half-step divine lord? 3 people joining hands actually could not deal with a middle-stage origin deity. Yi Yuan was still as freakish as before. No wonder he dared to swagger his way back. Yi Yuan's strength is really too fearsome. Spatial laws are a supreme law. Even divine lord powerhouses are unable to easily comprehend it. He's only origin deity realm and actually comprehended it already. In a short 20 years' time, Yi Yuan's strength actually already rivals half-step divine lord. Simply too inconceivable. If he didn't leave, our Wu Meng capital city would have utterly risen. This glory belongs to Wu Meng capital city. Yi Yuan came and went like a shadow, moving between the 3 people and did not have the slightest hint of being suppressed. Ning Xiu watched this great battle in the Clearwind Inn and said in shock, "Turns out that Master Ye's martial Dao strength is actually so formidable. No wonder I actually can't even last one move under his hands. I really don't know how he cultivates. He's also not much older than I am. Why is he so strong?" Little Fatty said, "Yi Yuan, this person can't be gauged with common sense at all. Any genius will be eclipsed when placed in front of him." Ning Xiu did not refute this. Regarding this claim, she did not have any objections. Even her own master had to call Master Yi when he saw Yi Yuan. His attitude could be imagined. Saying these words could scare people all over the city. At this time, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly moved, retreating out of the 3 people's encirclement. That feeling was very relaxed and light-hearted. 3 mighty half-step divine lords could not even accomplish trapping him. The 3 people looked at Yi Yuan, incomparably apprehensive. "The main guy has come, not playing with you all anymore. But Qin Zhaoyun's life, I'll accept it today," Yi Yuan said coolly, like talking about a trivial matter. An aura of a sovereign descending upon the world fell from the sky. Qin Xiao stood in the air, stepping out from the void. He sized Yi Yuan up with a playful look, as if very intrigued. When Qin Zhaoyun saw Qin Xiao appear, his heart also settled back in place and he said with a cold smile, "Brat, you got it backward. Today no one can save you." Qin Xiao looked at Yi Yuan and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "I really don't know where your courage came from, to actually dare return to Wu Meng capital city. I really want to take a look at your trump card." Facing Qin Xiao, Yi Yuan had a calm look. Back then, Qin Xiao was Wu Meng capital city's only divine lord realm existence. But now, Yi Yuan had even witnessed before the 9th-layered heaven divine lord Xianyu. A puny little Qin Xiao, he naturally did not regard him with importance. Yi Yuan put away the long sword and stood with his hands behind his back as he said coolly, "Relax, you'll be able to see it right away. With Qin Zhao's strength, how could he be frightened by Yi Yuan?" He said with a faint smile, "No matter what ace in the hold you have, in front of a divine lord powerhouse, they are all trash." While talking, Qin Zhao's aura suddenly rose. A peerlessly powerful pressure instantly enveloped several streets, making everyone feel incomparably suppressed. Second-layered heaven divine lord. When Yang's face changed and he exclaimed. Qin Zhaoyun's face revealed a look of wild ecstasy as he said, "Ha ha ha! Congratulations to City Lord Your Excellency for breaking through." The more powerful Qin Zhao's strength was, the more it was massive good news for his Qin family. Therefore, Qin Zhaoyun was virtually excited until he was about to jump up. But when Yi Yuan saw this scene, he smiled instead and said, "Are you demonstrating your martial might to me? Would I not know that your breakthrough was still because of the rank 4 divine pill I helped you win?" Only then did everyone abruptly come to realize the truth, recalling the 100 cities smelting trial back then. Several hundred capital cities' geniuses all gathered together. Only the one who obtained first place could get this rank 4 divine pill. could be seen that it would be an ordinary item. Xianxia breaking through because of it was something logical. Yi Yuan's words made the faces of the civilians in the city become strange. But they did not dare to speak out. The divine sense of a divine lord realm powerhouse was too keen. They did not dare to criticize City Lord His Excellency. But in their hearts they all gave rise to contemptuous emotions. Originally, with Wu Meng capital city's strength, it was impossible to win the 100 cities smelting trials first place. However, Yi Yuan helped him to do it. It was because of Yi Yuan that he could break through to become a second-layered heaven divine lord. Now, this scene, what was it if not a classic returning kindness with ingratitude? Qin Zhao's face turned cold and he said in a solemn voice, "Medicinal pills are merely external objects. Wanting to break through, one still has to rely on one's own talent. A mere medicinal pill is but adding flowers to embroidery." Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. "Is that so? Sovereign Advent pill can increase the chances of initial stage divine lord realm martial artists breaking through. The one I brought back was a high-grade Sovereign Advent pill. Could at least increase the chances of breakthrough by more than 30%. Your luck was good and broke through successfully. Without the Sovereign Advent pill, can you break through?" Yi Yuan's one sentence made everyone cry out in shock. A medicinal pill capable of helping a divine lord realm powerhouse breakthrough was naturally no ordinary medicinal pill. By comparison, this kind of medicinal pill was the most expensive kind among the same rank medicinal pills. Rank 4 divine pills, the value was easily calculated with more than 100 million divine essence stones. Most likely, even if Qin Xiao took out all of his net worth, he could not buy it either. Qin Xiao did not expect that Yi Yuan actually recognized this rank 4 divine pill. Saying it out in front of everybody at this time, it really swept away all of his face. He gave a cold snort, turning angry from embarrassment and said, "No matter how razor-tongued you are, you can't escape death today too. I want to see just what your trump card is." Finished talking, Qin Xiao pointed at the void. A strong world power tore through the void, shooting straight for Yi Yuan. Under a finger point, the wind and clouds changed colors. However, Yi Yuan still looked at Qin Xiao with a smile that was not a smile, seemingly having no intention of avoiding at all. Right at this time, the void trembled. A figure came into being and blocked in front of Yi Yuan, only to see him flick his sleeves grandly. Likewise, a surge of world power spread out. This force was actually even more terrifying than Qin Zhao's. Qin Zhao's finger was annihilated casually just like that. P-Protector Lin Dong. This powerhouse who suddenly appeared made Qin Xiao shudder all over. Qin Xiao recognized that this person was really the Martial Tower's high-level protector, Lin Dong. In the Martial Tower, only those who reached third-layered Heaven Divine Lord had the qualifications to be called high-level protector. Why would such an existence help Yi Yuan? But in the next moment, something that made him even more dumbstruck with amazement occurred. Lin Dong bowed and gave a salute to Yi Yuan, saying respectfully, "Elder Yi, this subordinate was late in rescuing you and let you get frightened. Elder Yi, please punish." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Protector Lin doesn't have to be like this. You came just in time. How are the things that I instructed you?" Lin Dong said, "Already done." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "It's been hard on Protector Lin." Elder Yi? Hearing the two people's conversation, Qin Zhao's brain somewhat short-circuited, somewhat unable to recover to his senses for a moment. Elder Yi? What Elder Yi? Also, Protector Lin was a third-layered Heaven Divine Lord powerhouse, to actually respectfully address Yi Yuan as Elder. What in the world happened? Hey, what in the world happened? That's a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse, right? Why does he seem very respectful in front of Yi Yuan? Elder Yi? Where is Yi Yuan an elder? Can't figure it out, but it seems like Yi Yuan's current identity is extraordinary. The civilians in the city were all in a state of disbelief, speculating about Yi Yuan's identity. However, they were too far away from the imperial city, and they totally did not know what Yi Yuan's so-called elder signified. They only knew that Yi Yuan returning this time seemed to be incredibly awesome. To be able to make a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse even stronger than their city lord be so respectful, this was not what the average person could accomplish. But they did not understand that Qin Xiao was racking his brain in extreme terror. Protector Lin Dong was the Martial Tower's protector. The elder he called, apart from the Martial Tower's elder, who else could there be? Yi Yuan was the Martial Tower's elder? Xianxia felt somewhat flustered. An origin deity realm becoming the Martial Tower's elder, was this a joke? However, it was not funny at all. Lin Dong's attitude toward Yi Yuan was already sufficient to explain everything. Even if it was putting on an act for him to see, how could a Martial Tower's protector be someone that Yi Yuan could invite? Damn it! Who can tell me what the hell happened? Xianxia started shouting frantically in his heart. The scene that happened before his eyes was too unreal. Xianxia, you dared to offend the newly appointed Pill Tower's elder? Why haven't you knelt down to apologize for your offense? Lin Dong's voice was akin to a great bell, shattering the last trace of fluke in Xianxiao's heart to smithereens. A hint of panic flashed across in Xianxiao's eyes, and he said in disbelief, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible. He, an origin deity realm brat, how can he possibly become the Pill Tower's elder? Protector Lin, this joke is too much." Lin Dong's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold shout, "Insolent thing. You dare to question the Pill Tower's decision?" Xianxia hurriedly waved his hand and said, I. No, but he is just origin deity realm." Lin Dong snorted coldly and said, "Humph, Elder Ye's alchemy Dao, you're unable to imagine it at all. Although he's just in the origin deity realm, his alchemy Dao strength, even second elder expresses endless admiration." A second elder? At this time, Qin Zhao's eyes were full of fear and trepidation. The boundless enthusiasm previously, not a trace of a shadow could be seen at this time. His legs turned soft and he nearly lost his footing. Pill Tower's second elder, that was a godlike existence. Even the second elder admired endlessly? What kind of concept was this? Qin Zhao was unable to imagine it at all. Yi Yuan slowly took out a token. The token was of purple gold color. It was forged from purple gold meteoric iron. The token exuded a terrifying aura. It was actually a divine lord mystic treasure. Thud! Qin Zhao's legs turned soft and he directly knelt down, his face full of shock and despair. Purple gold mystic token. Qin Zhao muttered under his breath. Purple gold mystic token was the symbol of the identity of the Pill Tower and Martial Tower's elders. It was a low-level divine lord mystic treasure in itself and absolutely could not be faked. With Yi Yuan flashing out the purple gold mystic token, the identity of an elder was already confirmed. Qin Zhao's head was a mess, feeling like the sky had fallen down. What did he do? Became mortal enemies with a Pill Tower's elder? One should not look at how he was a divine lord realm powerhouse. In reality, he was not even a dog in front of the Pill Tower's and Martial Tower's elders. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's divine lord realm powerhouses, if there weren't 1,000, there were at least 800. But the Pill Tower and Martial Tower's elders did not surpass 20 when added up. This was not on the same level at all. For a Pill Tower elder to want to kill him, it was as simple as crushing an ant. Xianxia completely could not understand. Only 20 years had passed. How did Yi Yuan suddenly transform into a Pill Tower's elder? Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's affairs merely happened in the recent few months. When one was far away from authority, the powers that be would not intervene. Xianxia did not know the Imperial City's changes at all. Even if he knew, he also would not associate this Yi Yuan in front of him with his mortal enemy Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan revealing his identity was undoubtedly a bolt out of the blue to Xianxia. To the Qin family, it was equivalent to sounding the funeral bell. Drip, drip. A smell of urine spread out, drawing a series of sidelong glances. Xianxia could not bear it. Qin Zhaoyun was even more deplorable than him, and he was actually frightened until he peed his pants in front of everyone. Clearly, he also knew what Pill Tower elder meant. In front of the Pill Tower's elder, his Qin family was like an ant. Seeing Qin Zhao's appearance, Qin Zhaoyun knew that the Qin family was finished. Lin Dong's brows furrowed, casting a disdainful look at Qin Zhaoyun. This guy was actually so disgraceful. Yi Yuan looked at Xianxia and said coolly, "Back then, you told me that you're the strong and you're in charge of a capital city. If you wanted me to repent, I'll have to repent. This sentence really inspired me to continuously become strong. Quite unfortunately for you, I've accomplished it. Qin Xiao opened his mouth, but could not say anything. In his heart, it was full of bitterness. This sentence coming out of Yi Yuan's mouth right now was really ironic. 20 years ago, Yi Yuan was merely an ant-like existence in his eyes. He did not need a reason to deal with Yi Yuan at all, crushing him domineeringly. It was just that he never thought that Yi Yuan actually refused to give in to be disciplined. Let alone did he think that 20 years past, Yi Yuan already became an existence that made him look up to. The two people's status underwent a resplendent grand reversal. I'm unresigned. Even if you're the Pill Tower's elder, you also can't decide my life and death at will. At least, I'm a protector of the Martial Tower too. Qin Xiao harbored the last trace of a fluke and said. Yi Yuan looked at him with pity and said coolly, "Why do you think I appeared in the capital city in an ostentatious manner? Qin Xiao, for this young master to sentence you, I naturally won't give you any chance to get away. Protector Lin, say out your gains these few days for him to hear one by one." "Yes." Lin Dong answered respectfully and started announcing Qin Xiao counts of charges for so many years one by one. Qin Xiao did not even have the last trace of hope anymore when it landed in his ears. Yi Yuan was cutting the ground from under his feet, not even leaving him the last trace of a way out. Lin Dong carefully said out loud Qin Xiao's crimes, but he was secretly astonished in his heart. A month ago, Yi Yuan sent him to Wu Meng capital city, making him investigate Qin Xiao. The direction of the investigation was also provided by Yi Yuan. There was nothing when not investigating, but the moment there was an investigation, he found many problems. Lin Dong was not surprised because he could find problems, but he was marveled because of Yi Yuan's meticulousness when doing things. There was nothing when not taking action. The moment he made a move, he did not leave his opponent any leeway at all. This newly appointed elder had a maturity and decisiveness that was not commensurate with his age. If one underestimated him because of his age, they would suffer a big loss. Lin Dong was very surprised in his heart. This elder Yi was simply a freak. Martial Dao and Alchemy Dao, his strength was extremely strong, and he also had a level-headed character. There was simply no chink to exploit. For him to be able to obtain the Pill Tower's recognition and become an elder, it was absolutely no accident. Right now, the conflict between head elder and second elder two camps was intensifying with each day. Perhaps the appearance of this new elder would be a variable in the struggle between the two. "Qin Xiao, what else do you have to say?" Lin Dong said coldly. I. Qin Xiao was already battered out of his senses. He knew that he was finished. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Looks like City Lord Qin doesn't have any objections. Protector Lin, cripple his cultivation first and detain him inside the City Lord Manor's dungeon. Pick a date to escort him to the Imperial City to await punishment. Zhao Yi is similarly crippled of his cultivation and thrown into the dungeon. When Yang was accessory to a tyrant's crimes, the death penalty can be spared, but it's hard to escape punishment. He is to be stripped of his academy head position and Thundercry will assume the post. As for Qin Zhaoyun, immediately execute him on the spot." Talking to the back, Yi Yuan's killing intent gradually thickened. Everyone on the street was silent like cicadas in winter, being stunned by Yi Yuan's imposing momentum. They all knew that the Qin family that had commanded Wu Meng capital city for over 100,000 years collapsed just like this. This great reversal today was seriously too exciting. Swoosh! Right at this time, Qin Zhaoyun's figure moved rapidly, speeding away into the horizon. Lin Dong laughed coldly and casually pointed a finger out. Boom! Qin Zhaoyun had not flown out far and was annihilated until not even residue remained. With Qin Zhaoyun's strength, how could he possibly escape from under Lin Dong's hands? When Yang's face revealed a bitter smile. As for Qin Xiao and Zhao Yi, their faces revealed a look of despair. But they did not dare to resist at all. Lin Dong was too strong. Even Qin Xiao was completely lacking in front of Lin Dong. TSK really didn't expect that the City Lord and Qin family collapsed just like this. That serves them right. These few years, the Qin family acted like a tyrant in Wu Meng capital city. Really had enough of it. Yi Yuan is really too incredible. In just 20 years' time, he actually transformed and became some pill tower elder. Change is the only constant. The wheel of fortune turns. The 30 years wasn't up yet. Qin Shao repaid kindness with ingratitude back then. He probably never thought that there would still be this day, right? Amidst a series of exclamations, this war that lasted for 20 years finally came to an end. Finally, it concluded with Yi Yuan's crushing, making everyone's jaws drop. Everyone did not think that Yi Yuan's return was actually so domineering. Inside the city Lord Manor, Thundercry prostrated on the ground. Yi Yuan hurriedly helped him up and said with a smile, "Teacher Thundercry doesn't need to be overly courteous. He who teaches me for a day is my father for life. This Wu Meng Academy will be entrusted to you in the future." Thundercry sweated heavily and said, "Yi, Elder Yi, Teacher Thundercry, there is no need to be awkward. Just call me Yi Yuan will do," Yi Yuan said with a smile. Thundercry nodded his head and said, "Elder Yi, this Thundercry can't shoulder such heavy responsibilities." Clearly, between Thundercry and Yi Yuan was no longer the teacher-student relationship back then long ago. Even the city lord was taken down casually. Thundercry naturally knew the disparity between him and Yi Yuan presently. How could he dare to call Yi Yuan's name directly? Furthermore, Lin Dong was standing beside Yi Yuan. That was a third-layered Heaven Divine Lord existence. Yi Yuan smiled and did not force it either and said, "Teacher Thundercry's character is upright and outspoken, magnanimous and just, the best choice for the academy head. Don't turn it down anymore. I know what you're worried about. Take this medicinal pill. Before long, Wu Meng Academy will naturally have an additional half-step Divine Lord powerhouse appear." Thundercry's whole body trembled, his eyes revealing a look of disbelief. Half-step Divine Lord. How many origin deity realm powerhouses wanted to reach this realm? But it was too difficult. Something as massive as Wu Meng Capital City, there were only 4 half-step Divine Lord powerhouses in the past 2. But now, Yi Yuan actually promised him the realm of half-step Divine Lord. The shock in Thundercry's heart could not be any greater. Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao strength already reached such an outrageous level? No wonder he could become the Pill Tower's elder. Even 4-star alchemy gods did not dare to promise half-step Divine Lord either, right? Then this Thundercry will accept deferentially than to decline courteously. Thundercry bowed and saluted as he said. Right then, Qin Shao requested an audience. The moment he came in, he gave a deep bow to Yi Yuan and said, "Elder Yi, you want to plead for the Qin family?" Yi Yuan said with scorching eyes. Facing Yi Yuan's intense stare, Qin Shao felt like a mountain crushed over, making him incomparably shocked inwardly. His cultivation speed was already very fast. In roughly 20 years' time, he already broke through to middle stage heaven glimpse. But Yi Yuan broke through a major realm in 20 years. Furthermore, the news of Yi Yuan challenging 3 great half-step Divine Lords alone was already not considered some secret in Wu Meng Capital City. He knew that the disparity between him and Yi Yuan would become big, but did not expect that it was actually huge to such an extent. Genius? Qin Shao felt that using this term to describe himself was simply an insult to this word. However, he still gritted his teeth and said, "Elder Yi, please raise your hand high in mercy," Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. "According to what I know, the Qin family doesn't seem to treat you very well, right?" Qin family said, "No matter what, I'm a member of the Qin family. Without the Qin family, there wouldn't be today's Qin family." Yi Yuan said coolly, "If I say no." Qin Shao's gaze revealed a trace of ferociousness as he said, "If Qin Shao can leave behind a wretched body, I'll definitely kill Elder Yi in this lifetime." Insolence. Lin Dong's gaze turned dark, a terrifying aura released. Qin Shao's entire body trembled, instantly feeling like the sky was falling down. Yi Yuan waved his hand at Lin Dong. Lin Dong's aura disappeared. Qin Shao retreated several steps in a row and plopped down onto the ground, gasping heavily for air. The aura of a Divine Lord realm powerhouse was too terrifying. But Yi Yuan burst into laughter and said, "Qin Shao, Although you were born in the Qin family, you're different from the Qin family's people. On the account of your face, I'll let the Qin family go. Xianxia's pupils constricted, revealing a look of disbelief. He never harbored any hope coming. In the eyes of the present Yu Yuan, he was just an insignificant minor character. How could Yu Yuan possibly change his enmity towards the Qin family because of him? But not coming, he could not cross this hurdle in his heart. He did not expect that Yu Yuan actually really agreed. However, Yi Yuan's face suddenly fell and he said, Qin Tianan, as well as the Qin family's few elders who are steeped in crimes, must be executed. Qin Xiao drew a deep breath, gave about Yi Yuan, and said, Qin Xiao thanks Elder Yi. Xia Zhaoyun, who used to be proud of the success he attained in the past, seemed very cautious in front of Xia Jingyi now. He was afraid. He was afraid of Elder Yi squaring accounts after the autumn harvest and making things difficult for the Xia family. With Yi Yuan's present status, wanting to eradicate the Xia family was simply as easy as turning over a hand. Didn't they see that the powerful Qin family turned to dust with a snap of a finger? Even the second-layered Heaven Divine Lord Clueless already became a cripple too. Most likely, his life could not be preserved. That was a second-layered Heaven Divine Lord. The Xia family was afraid of offending the Qin family back then and threw a rock down the well, directly striking Xia Jingyi's name off the Xia family's register. This caused Xia Zhaoyun to be even more uneasy right now. Although he had little contact with Yi Yuan, it was clearly not very pleasant. He never dreamed that this little fatty in front of him would actually have a day where he rolled over. Back then, Xia Jingyi's divine sea was destroyed. He had once inspected it. There was no possibility of recovery at all. Who could have guessed that Elder Yi actually brought Xia Jingyi back to life miraculously? It was no wonder that Elder Yi could become the Pill Tower's elder too. This means was simply fantastical. Oh, little Yi. Big Brother was extremely happy to hear that you came back and already rushed over from brilliant Peace City, Xia Zhaoyun said with a face wreathed in smiles. Little Fatty's eyes narrowed slightly and did not have the intention of making conversation. Xia Zhaoyun had an awkward look, but at this time he did not have any dissatisfaction. He knew Yi Yuan's relationship with Xia Jingyi. The Xia family's life and death depended on Xia Jingyi. As long as he was willing to open his mouth, the Xia family would be considered saved. In fact, if Xia Jingyi was willing, the Xia family might even soar to the sky with one bound, becoming the boss of Wu Meng capital city. It was just that the premise of all this was to repair the relationship with Xia Jingyi. That, also, the ancestor has already re-entered little EU into the clan register, Xia Zhaoyun continued speaking. But what answered him was still silence. Xia Zhaoyun was palpitating with anxiety and fear. He felt that the little fatty in front of him was no longer that innocent and pure little fatty anymore. Oh, little E, I know that you hate third uncle in your heart, hate the Xia family, but under that sort of situation back then, the Xia family was compelled by circumstances too. The Qin family covered the sky with one hand. Our Xia family couldn't afford to offend. You also know that Qin Xiao is a member of the Qin family. How can we dare to resist? Oh, little E, third uncle knows that you're unhappy in your heart. If you can't vent your anger, then just kill third uncle. As long as you can forgive the Xia family, you can do anything. Talking to the back, Xia Zhaoyun shed tears while talking, an appearance of sacrificing his life heroically for a cause. But right at this time, Xia Jingyi slowly opened both eyes, his gaze icy to the extreme. Do you think that I don't dare to kill you? Xia Zhaoyun's entire body was akin to falling into an ice cellar, being covered in goosebumps by that icy gaze of Xia Jingyi. Xia Jingyi gave a cold snort and said, Xia Zhaoyun, stop pretending in front of me. Do you think that I'm still that fool who's ignorant of the ways of the world back then? Put that away. If you really disgust me even more, I'll pull the Xia family up by the roots. Xia Zhaoyun's entire body trembled, being shocked by that cold, killing intent of Xia Jingyi. He finally realized that the Xia Jingyi before his eyes was no longer that innocent and pure little fatty anymore. He would really kill people. The Xia family was already clouds and mist that had come and gone to him. Xia Zhaoyun was silent like cicadas in winter and actually did not dare to make a sound again. A dignified origin deity realm powerhouse did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of a half-step origin deity. Get lost. Little Fatty said coldly, scaring Xie Zhaoyun until his neck shrunk. How could he still dare to remain, running away like a puff of smoke? After Xie Zhaoyun left, Yi Yuan walked in from outside. Only after seeing Yi Yuan did Xie Jingyi's expression ease up slightly. Yi Yuan knew that Xie Zhaoyun came to find Little Fatty before, but he did not say anything but said, "Come, I'll bring you to a place." Little Fatty was stunned and said, "Where to?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You'll know after going." The violent spatial turbulent flow continuously scoured this endless space. Here, it was impossible for any living things to survive. But at this time, a stream of flowing light passed through the layers of turbulence, breaking the ice and advancing. Inside the purple extreme hall, Ning Xiu, Liang Wanru, and Xie Jingyi, 3 people, were shocked beyond their wildest imaginations. "Master Yi, this hall is really too impressive to actually be able to pass through a spatial storm. Could this be a celestial deity mystic treasure?" Ning Xiu marveled in wonder. Celestial deity mystic treasure? No, this is a true god mystic treasure. A peak true god mystic treasure, Yi Yuan said with a smile. The 3 people opened their mouths wide and could not close them for a long time. True god mystic treasure, what kind of concept was that? Little Fatty and Liang Wanru were still all right, but Ning Xiu's understanding was completely not what the 2 of them could compare to. True god mystic treasure, that was absolutely an existence that made the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City go crazy. Once known by the outside world, there would be countless celestial deities, even true god powerhouses who would make a move to snatch it. Ning Xiu finally understood why Yi Yuan would be so calm when facing those divine lord powerhouses. With this purple extreme hall, he did not fear those divine lord powerhouses at all. This was his greatest trump card. However, Ning Xiu felt very pleased in her heart too. Yi Yuan bringing her here meant that he treated her as one of his own already. Ning Xiu was completely Yi Yuan's little fangirl right now and definitely would not betray him. Instead, she was proud of this. However, what did you bring us to a small world for? Could it be that this place has some precious treasure coming into being? This small world is very concealed. How did you discover it? Ning Xiu said curiously. By the side, Liang Wanru felt puzzled too. But very soon, her gaze gradually became bright. Also, the Long Zhan not far away. He was incomparably agitated in his heart too. Over 100,000 years had passed, he was finally able to return to his hometown. Yi Yuan glanced at Liang Wanru and said with a smile, "Wanru, didn't you already guess something?" Liang Wanru herself did not quite dare to believe it either, but she still said, Could you really have?" Right then Purple Extreme Hall rushed straight out of the spatial turbulent flow, passing through the world-locking gate. Yi Yuan brought everyone and moved, arriving above the sea. Yi Yuan said to the 3 people with a smile, "Welcome to my hometown, the Immortal Grove world." Ning Xiu's eyes went wide and she said in disbelief, Why you're saying that you came from this small world? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "As a matter of fact, I came from here." About this, Wanru can testify. Liang Wanru's astonishment was not the slightest bit less than Ning Xiu's. Although she had some surmises previously, getting Yi Yuan's confirmation still made her feel incredulous. Liang Wanru drew a deep breath and said, "No wonder you were so severely injured back then. Turns out that you passed through the spatial turbulent flow. But how is this possible? You had just broken through to Grotto Profound Deity Realm back then." Ning Xiu was shocked again, her mouth opening wide, full of astoundment. Initial stage Grotto Profound passing through the spatial turbulent flow? Was this an Arabian Night fantasy tale? Also, how could a martial artist who came out of a small world possibly be so monstrous? The so-called geniuses in small worlds were less than even trash when placed in the Heavenspan world. Ning Xiu never dreamed of this degree of monstrosity until no more common sense can be associated with that the freakish Elder Yi actually came from a small world. In the depths of the God's Fall mountain range, Kunwa slowly opened both eyes, revealing a hint of surprise. That brat actually came back. It's only been 100 years, and this brat has the ability to return. Kunwa's eyes revealed a doubtful look. feeling very puzzled and curious about Yi Yuan's return. Kunwu was naturally aware that 100 years was the same as a snap of a finger in the heavenspan world. Logically speaking, for Yi Yuan to be able to cultivate to the late-stage grotto profound realm now was already pretty good. With this strength, wanting to return was naturally as hard as ascending to the heavens. However, his face revealed a hint of amusement as he said with a smile, but he probably never thought that a second existence who obtained the recognition of heavenly Tao would appear in this immortal grove region, right? This timing of returning is also too coincidental. Wonder who will win or lose when these two people collide. Inside the law enforcement hall, everyone all had solemn faces. Fong Tian's complexion was pale, his eye revealing a look of despair. It seemed like he already suffered heavy injuries. By the side, Skydistant's expression was not much better than him. After Yi Yuan left, Fong Tian and Skydistant both broke through the shackles not long ago and already reached Origin Deity Realm. In this immortal grove world, who else could threaten them, even beating Fong Tian to severe injuries? Old man Fong, what should we do now? You have the most wicked ideas, say something. Skydistant said stiflingly. Fong Tian heaved a sigh and said, Yi Yuan's strength, you've witnessed it before. He only used a finger and annihilated tens of thousands of fiends, suppressing heavenly fiend god Kanua. At that time, Yi Yuan was still merely at the initial stage grotto profound realm. But that heavenly sin heretic god is already a grand completion origin deity. His strength is even stronger than the Yi Yuan back then. In front of such strength, any scheme is all futile effort. Skydistant said anxiously. Then we're just handing over the Ulas obediently just like this? If Yi Yuan comes back, he'll destroy the entire Immortal Grove region. Fong Tian gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, Of course we can't hand. At most, this old man will risk this old life and fight it out with him. Skydistant suddenly heaved a sigh and said, Sigh? If Yi Yuan were here, it would be good. This goddamn heavenly sin heretic god, he'll definitely be smacked to death with one slap. Fong Tian also sighed and said, Even if Yi Yuan was here, it's also impossible to be his match. The two of them are existences who obtained the recognition of heavenly Tao. But Yi Yuan merely broke through to deity realm for 100 years. How could he possibly be heavenly sin heretic god's match? Skydistant said with righteous indignation. The villainous old heaven is really blind. Why would it acknowledge such a wicked existence? Fong Tian sighed and said, Heavenly Tao is heartless. But as long as one can meet its requirements, they can naturally get its recognition. Fong Tian was also considered to have pried into a portion of heavenly Tao. But the heavenly Tao that he pried into versus obtaining the recognition of heavenly Tao, the gap was too big. Skydistant and Fong Tian exchanged a glance, both revealing helpless looks. They were already the Immortal Grove world's strongest combat power. But in front of heavenly sin heretic god, it was completely not enough to look at. Even if not borrowing the power of heavenly Tao, heavenly sin heretic god could also be sufficient to crush them. Talking about this heavenly sin heretic god, Yi Yuan was caught out of the blue too. This heavenly sin heretic god was a very distant existence, already 300,000 years from the present. 300,000 years ago, this heavenly sin heretic god could be said to be that era's most talented powerhouse. His abilities were exceedingly vast, sweeping across the contemporary era. It was just that this heavenly sin heretic god was bloodthirsty. His road to ascension was a path of killing. No idea how many powerhouses had fallen under his hands. Furthermore, heavenly sin heretic god was very lustful. He actually lost all sense of judgment and raped the daughter of that era's strongest once. That time it really poked a hole in the sky. Heavenly sin heretic god already reached the point of angering both God and men, immediately arousing public wrath. That strongest person got together with that era's dozens of powerhouses and joined forces to besiege and slay heavenly sin heretic god. That battle fought until heaven and earth turned dim. Over a dozen deity realm powerhouses fell in battle. But in the end, they were still not able to kill heavenly sin heretic god. That strongest person severely injured him and sealed him up. However, that era's powerhouses fell one by one. No one could have thought that not only did heavenly sin heretic god not die, he actually lived until now. When heavenly Tao dwindled to zero, Heavenly Sin Heretic God also had his cultivation suppressed for a time. But in the wake of Heavenly Tao growing stronger day by day, Heavenly Sin Heretic God actually relied on his heaven-defying talent. Not only did he break through to grand completion origin deity not long ago, he even obtained the recognition of Heavenly Tao. With this, how could the seal still seal him? Just the other day, Heavenly Sin Heretic God broke out of the seal and shook the world. When the law enforcement hall saw the Heavenly Tao phenomenon, they naturally went to the sealed land to investigate. Who knew that they ran into Heavenly Sin Heretic God? That day, the instant Heavenly Sin Heretic God saw Yu Mengli, Heavenly Sin Heretic God's 2 eyes radiated with light and fell hopelessly in love with her. That's right, it was fell in love. Yu Mengli's looks were far greater compared to that strongest person's daughter. On the spot, Heavenly Sin Heretic God was going to marry Yu Mengli. How could Fang Tian and Sky Distant be willing to let Heavenly Sin Heretic God have his way? They rushed straight up to have a great battle with Heavenly Sin Heretic God. But how could they be Heavenly Sin Heretic God's match? One exchange and Fang Tian was heavily wounded. Only with Yu Mengli threatening him with suicide did he not kill the 2 people on the spot. But Heavenly Sin Heretic God was not someone to be trifled with either. He said that if Yu Mengli dared to refuse, he would kill off all of the law enforcement hall's deity realm powerhouses. Yu Mengli had a clever idea in the moment of desperation and told Heavenly Sin Heretic God that he could marry her, but it must be a formal wedding and let the whole world know. She and Heavenly Sin Heretic God agreed that a month later he would come to the law enforcement hall to marry her in a grand spectacle. Heavenly Sin Heretic God agreed, but he sealed off the roads leading to the God's Fall mountain range. Clearly, inside the God's Fall mountain range had existences that he was apprehensive of as well. But this way, Yu Mengli did not have a path of retreat anymore. Today was the 1-month date. The law enforcement hall's upper echelons discussed for a month and also did not come up with a conclusion. The final outcome was to sit and wait for death. On the right-hand side, Yu Mengli's gaze revealed a hint of decisiveness as she said, "Seniors, there is no need to dispute it anymore. Lear already has a way." Her words made everyone's eyes light up. Sky Distant said impatiently, "What method? You lass, you quickly say." Yu Mengli said, "Heavenly Sin Heretic God wants to obtain me. When he comes over, I'll threaten with death and make him let you all enter the God's Fall mountain range. As long as you all are able to enter the God's Fall mountain range, you'll be safe." Skydistant's expression changed and he said, "No way. Absolutely no way. If you die, how will we give an account to Yi Yuan?" How could Sky Distant not understand? Yu Mengli was harboring the will to die, wanting to sacrifice herself to save them. But this way, even if they could live, how would they face Yi Yuan in the future? Yi Yuan entrusted Yu Mengli to them, but they could not protect her. Yu Mengli said decisively, "Do seniors have a better plan? You all rest assured. Big brother Yuan, he's understanding and amenable to reason. He won't blame you all. My good Lear, big brother Heavenly Sin is here to marry you." Right at this time, Heavenly Sin Heretic God's voice sounded out in the entire stretch of space. Everyone's heart plunged to rock bottom all at once. Fang Tian, Sky Distant, White Light, Fiery, and the rest all revealed determined looks on their faces. Since they could not be spared, there was only battling to the death. Even if it was akin to moths flying into the fire, they also could not helplessly watch Lear go to die. For everyone here to be able to have today, it was all thanks to Yi Yuan. How could they possibly watch Lear go and die helplessly now, while they drag out an ignorable existence in the world? The law enforcement hall swarmed out in full force, akin to facing a great enemy. They never thought that just 100 years after killing Kanua, the Immortal Grove world actually encountered such a catastrophe again. Furthermore, this calamity was even more terrifying than Kanua. Although Kanua was a heavenly fiend god, he was not an invincible existence. But this Heavenly Sin Heretic God was undefeatable. Even if Yu Yuan was here, there was no chance of winning either. Above the void, a divine carriage that blotted out the sky and covered the sun suspended quietly, giving people a strong visual impact. The decorations on the divine carriage were very dazzling and joyous, just like a sedan chair for welcoming the bride. 8 enormous dragons were carrying pegs. It was clearly used to pull the divine carriage. Seeing those 8 enormous dragons, everyone's faces changed drastically. Senior Long Min, Senior Ao Qian. Heavenly Sin, what's the meaning of this? Yu Mengli's gaze turned cold as she denounced charmingly. Yu Mengli saw clearly that those 8 enormous dragons were none other than the dragon race's old patriarch, Long Min, as well as the Ao Qian who had already returned to the dragon clan. They revealed their original forms at this time and became the mounts to pull the carriage. On the law enforcement hall's side, everyone had bloodshot eyes, wishing to rush up and fight it out with Heavenly Sin Heretic God. This was simply unprecedented humiliation. The dignified dragon race's major powers were actually forcefully abducted over by Heavenly Sin Heretic God to pull the divine carriage. However, no one could resist Heavenly Sin Heretic God. He was too strong. The outcome was resisting was death. Only seeing Yu Mengli's expression did Heavenly Sin come to realize it, and he said with a laugh, "Turns out that you know them. Then it's really too great. My goodly this 1 month's time, this venerated self has racked his brains for the sake of our wedding. I first went to Long Winter, that guy's place where he passed away in meditation, and dug up his grave, digging out this wave Evan divine carriage. Then I went to the Dragon Clan and captured these 8 dragons to pull the wave Evan divine carriage for us. Ha ha ha. Since you know them, then let them witness our love together." With Yu Mengli's calm and composed personality, she was already angered by Heavenly Sin until she was virtually going mad at this time. No need to even talk about the others, they wished to swallow Heavenly Sin whole. Shit. This Tiger Lord can't stand it anymore. Your father will fight it out with you today. The White Tiger Clan and Azure Dragon Clan were of the same ancestry. The humiliation of Long Min and Ao Qian he felt as if he had experienced it himself. How could he still bear it? Done talking, white light turned into a stream of flowing light and rushed over toward Heavenly Sin. Sky Distant also went crazy. He was part of the 4 Symbols family clans too. How could he stand this kind of humiliation? He followed closely behind White Light and also rushed up towards Heavenly Sin Heretic God. Everybody attack together. Even if we die, we also have to teach this guy an unforgettable lesson. Fang Tian shouted fiercely and rushed up. Above the sky, several dozen figures rushed at Heavenly Sin Heretic God. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Heavenly Sin's mouth, and he said disdainfully, "Ants who overestimate their own abilities. Since you all want to die, then this seat will fulfill your wishes." Yu Mengli's entire body trembled and she cried out, "Heavenly Sin, if you dare to kill them, I'll die for you to see right now." Yu Mengli raised her palm and placed it on top of her head. As long as her palm pressed, she could end her own life. Heavenly Sin's face changed, just casually waving a hand. Dozens of figures flew back uncontrollably, the speed even faster than when they came. Poo, poo, poo. Everyone directly spewed out a mouthful of blood, already sustaining heavy injuries. In front of Heavenly Sin, they did not have any leeway to resist at all. An emotion called despair spread in the air. Too strong. These people were the Immortal Grove world's strongest combat force. They actually could not even touch the corners of the other party's sleeves. The corners of Heavenly Sin's mouth curled slightly, and he said with a wicked grin, "My goodly you see that your husband already has such sincerity. Shouldn't we perform the formal rituals and get married? Today, let's become Tao companions in front of everyone, never to part for all of eternity." Yu Mengli's heart turned ice cold and she gritted her teeth and said, "Heavenly Sin, want me to become Tao companions with you? That is possible. But you have to promise me, let them enter the God's Fall mountain range. Otherwise, even if I die, I won't become Tao companions with you too." Heavenly Sin smiled sinisterly and said, "My goodly do you really take husband, me, to be a fool?" When this venerated self roamed unobstructed throughout the Immortal Grove region, I toyed with the whole world in the palm of my hands. How can your little trick deceive me? Heh, if I let them go, you'll commit suicide straight away. But if I don't let them go, you don't dare to die. Yu Mengli's expression changed. Only then, discovering that her thinking was simply too fanciful and fallacious. Heavenly Sin Heretic God was a supreme powerhouse from 300,000 years ago. How could he be deceived be her little trick? Did she really have to commit her body to this abominable guy? No. That way I humanly would rather die. Right at this time, Heavenly Sin smiled again and said, My good Lier, it's not impossible for this venerated self to let them go. But you must get married to this venerated self first. After the ceremony is done, this venerated self will naturally let them go. You dream on, Yu Mengli said in extreme rage. Heavenly Sin laughed and said, Ha ha ha. My good Lier, do you think that this 1 month that this venerated self was out, I really did not care about what's happening in the outside world? I know that you like a punk called Yi Yuan. Furthermore, he's the same as me, both candidate masters that this Immortal Grove region chose. But that punk broke through to divine Tao for merely 100 years. Even if he's here, this seat can smack him to death with one slap. Therefore, you can stop harboring hopes of getting lucky. Obediently become Tao companions with this venerated self and forget that kid. After today, you'll reign the Immortal Grove region together with this venerated self. Heavenly Sin paused for a bit. His gaze turned dark and murderous intent emerged fully as he said, If you don't obey, this venerated self will kill one by one starting from now. Wonder how you'll feel when these people die in front of you one by one. What kind of existence was Heavenly Sin heretic God? He was a fierce and ambitious person from 300,000 years ago. His cunningness and resourcefulness were top-rate existences. Yu Mengli was too weak in front of him. Heavenly Sin was incomparably pleased with himself inwardly. He knew that Yu Mengli would definitely be obedient. If he could not even deal with a woman, his name of Heavenly Sin would also be too useless. When the raw rice is cooked, would he still be afraid that Yu Mengli could escape his palm? As long as the ceremony was done, Heavenly Sin believed that even if he were to let Yu Mengli return to Yi Yuan's side, she would not agree. She had no face to see Yuan. At that time, she could only follow him wholeheartedly. Yu Mengli had a look of despair. She was really out of a choice. Lier, you don't worry about us. This old man was originally someone who should have died. Today, I'll return my life to Yi Yuan. Fang Tian shouted and rushed over toward Heavenly Sin once more. Heavenly Sin smiled evilly and then he said to Yu Mengli, My good Lier, this is the first. Heavenly Sin also had the intention of demonstrating his strength to Lier. Pointing a finger out at this time, the winds and clouds changed colors. Fang Tian was still in midair and felt as if the end of the world had arrived. This was the genuine might of the heavenly Tao. Whatever heavenly tribulation, whatever soul tribulation, it totally paled in comparison in front of this finger. What kind of power is this? Too terrifying. Even that battle between Yi Yuan and Kanhua back then, it's also not enough to look at in front of this finger. It's over. This time it's utterly over. Our Immortal Grove region is really plagued with misfortune. It's just been 100 years and such a scrounge actually appeared again. The faces of the law enforcement hall's people all revealed looks of despair. Back then, there was still Yi Yuan overturning the raging tides in an overwhelming manner. But now, who else could block in front of them? Fang Tian was the first. After that, there would still be a second, a third. In front of this finger, Fang Tian could not muster up the thought to resist at all. He could not even thought about surviving at all. At this moment, he only wanted to return peace of mind to himself. He knew that no one could escape a disaster today. He could not, Yu Mengli could not as well. Hence, he at the very least could not helplessly watch Lier die in front of him. Yi Yuan, I'm sorry. I have no way of protecting Lier. Fang Tian slowly shut his eyes, waiting for the arrival of death. In an instant, that breathtaking finger arrived in front of Fang Tian's face. Everyone shut their eyes. They could not bear to see the death of this Immortal Grove region's leader. What's going on? Right at this time, someone suddenly exclaimed. Heavenly Sin's finger carried the might of heavenly Tao. When it arrived in front of Fang Tian, it actually disappeared directly. At this moment, the 3 feet area in front of Fang Tian seemingly cut off to become 2 different worlds. That world raged like a storm, heaven and earth changed colors. This world was calm and peaceful. There was tranquility. Fang Tian suddenly felt that horrifying pressure on his body actually vanished and he couldn't help it but to open both eyes. He was stunned by the scene. What was going on? Heavenly Sin's gaze turned dark and he said in a cold voice, Who is it? Get out for this venerated self. At this moment, everyone's face revealed puzzled looks. Could it be that this Immortal Grove region still had someone who could be Heavenly Sin Heretic God's match? What's going on here? Could it be Senior Kunwood taking action? White Light looked at Yu Mengli in surprise but discovered that her beautiful body was trembling incessantly. Her face revealed an excited red glow. Just as White Light was completely bewildered, he heard Yu Mengli with an extremely excited voice saying, "He came back." White Light froze and said, "Who? Who came back?" Yu Mengli said agitatedly, "It's Big Brother Yuan. Big Brother Yuan came back." White Light's entire body trembled. Right at this moment, there was a tremor in the void. Several figures stood in the air, facing Heavenly Sin Heretic God from afar. That figure in the center, who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Speaking of which was coincidental too. Yi Yuan and the rest were currently chatting idly above the East Sea when he felt the powerful undulation of Heavenly Tao. This kind of undulation was what only the controller could have. Virtually without the slightest hesitation. He immediately came here with a teleport and just happened to run into Heavenly Sin pointing a finger at Fong Tian, which he made a move to resolve. Fong Tian's entire body trembled and he said in disbelief, "Why Yuan? How is this possible?" Yi Yuan looked at Fong Tian and said with a smile, "Senior Fong Tian, I've let you get startled." After the astonishment, Fong Tian laughed loudly and said, "Good, good, good that you're back. Ha ha." Everyone looked at that white-robed youth in the sky, full of shock. Yi Yuan actually came back. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan came back. We're saved. Yi Yuan is really the Immortal Grove region's guardian god. With him around, we're safe. Yi Yuan always appears in the time of crisis. This time was not an exception either. He actually broke through to middle stage origin deity. My god, he just left for 100 years and already broke through 2 major realms. This guy is really as freakish as ever. Yi Yuan's appearance made everyone rouse themselves. In their eyes, Yi Yuan was the savior. However, not everyone was optimistic. Don't be happy too early. Yi Yuan and Heavenly Sin are both controllers, but Heavenly Sin's realm is 2 minor realms higher than Yi Yuan. This matter doesn't bode well, someone said with a solemn look. With him saying so, everyone's expression changed. Heavenly Sin's might, they had experienced it deeply. Was Yi Yuan really his match? Seeing these people's expressions and words, very quickly, Heavenly Sin understood just who this white-robed youth in front of him was. "You're the other Heavenly Tao controller? Looks so weak," Heavenly Sin said with an evil smile on his face. Although Yi Yuan's appearance was somewhat unexpected, he was not worried. The disparity between middle-stage origin deity and grand completion origin deity was too great. Yi Yuan swept a glance over him and said icily, "Where are you, a trash, even from, to actually dare make a move against Senior Fong Tian?" While talking, Yi Yuan's gaze flitted to the Wave Heaven divine carriage behind Heavenly Sin as well as those 8 enormous dragons' bodies. A surge of fury instantly combusted in his heart. "Trash? An ant like you also dares to call this venerated self trash? Truly, the ignorant are fearless. Hey, you came just in time. This venerated self is going to take Lear as my wife today. Since you came back, just nice, you can be a witness for us. Seeing your true love become somebody else's wife, are you very furious?" However, this venerated self just likes to see the appearance of other people angry, but helpless to do anything. Ha ha. You rest assured, this venerated self won't kill you today. This venerated self wants you to watch me and Leah consummate our marriage. Talking until the exciting parts, Heavenly Sin could not resist letting loose a loud laugh. Yi Yuan was very calm and did not blow his top like Heavenly Sin imagined. But the people present were all too familiar with Yi Yuan. They all knew that Yi Yuan was truly enraged. Furthermore, the wrath this time could probably burn the horizon. This Heavenly Sin heretic god was really too able to provoke. Except, was Yi Yuan really Heavenly Sin heretic god's match? 2 minor realms might not count for anything when at the mortal realms. But reaching origin deity realm, this was 2 huge mountains, virtually unable to cross. When Yi Yuan made a move to save Fong Tian, he did not know what happened. He even thought that the law enforcement hall offended this great deity. But with Heavenly Sin saying so, he completely understood. Very good. There was actually someone who dared to provoke him like this. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Sin calmly just like that and slowly opened his mouth and said, "Although I don't know where you popped out from, but you're really good. My wrath has already been suddenly ignited by you." Yi Yuan's reaction made Heavenly Sin somewhat displeased. He liked to see others be in a violent rage, then trample others underfoot. Yi Yuan's calmness made him lose some delight. But no matter, he would make Yi Yuan really become enraged. Heavenly Sin smiled evilly and said, "Brat, I know that you're a Heavenly Dao controller too, but there's a gap in strength between controllers too. Remember, I understand heaven better than you. Remember, I understand heaven better than you." Heavenly Sin's voice reverberated between heaven and earth. That figure appeared incomparably tall in everyone's eyes. The current Heavenly Sin heretic god was so all-powerful. Crack, crack, crack. Heavenly Sin's aura climbed wildly. Dark clouds gathered overhead in the sky, while lightning was accompanied by peals of thunder, making people have the jitters. At this moment, it was as if the end of the world had come and heaven and earth collapsed. The entire Immortal Grove world started shuddering. Because of Heavenly Sin heretic god. This is too strong, right? Turns out that finger just now was not his full strength at all. How to fight him? I feel like he's the god of creation. Everyone's faces revealed a look of horror. They were frightened by Heavenly Sin's powerful strength. Perhaps Heavenly Sin's strength was just a small fry when placed in the Heavenspan world. But in this Immortal Grove world, he was invincible. "Big Brother Yuan," Yumengli shouted. When she saw this scene, she was too frightened until her complexion turned pale. This powerful pressure was truly too scary. She was not afraid for herself. She was worried about Yi Yuan. Even though Yi Yuan's improvement was very terrifying, she still did not know whether or not Yi Yuan could do it to this extent similarly as a controller. Yi Yuan turned around to look at Lier and gave her a reassuring look. Lier and Yi Yuan had their hearts and minds connected, and she instantly set her mind at ease. The rest also looked at Yi Yuan with worried expressions. If Yi Yuan could not stop Heavenly Sin heretic god, then the Immortal Grove region would fall into a bottomless abyss. "Ha ha ha, kid, you're also a Heavenly Dao controller. Why don't you summon the might of Heavenly Dao? Or is it that you already gave up? If you're not making a move, then I'm coming. You relax, I won't kill you. Lier and I still haven't performed the formal wedding ceremony." Finished talking, Heavenly Sin looked down from a height and suddenly smacked a palm down. Rumble! An enormous black palm protruded out from the void, making the entire Immortal Grove world quake. Fangtian, Sky Distant, these deity realm powerhouses lost control of their bodies all of a sudden, dropping down from the sky one after another. The entire Immortal Grove world's Heavenly Dao became chaotic. They were completely unable to fly in the air. Even Ning Xiu and the rest who came from the Heavenspan world were unable to fly in the air too. Above the void, there was only Yi Yuan and Heavenly Sin left. Heretic God Palm. Brat, do you dare to receive this palm or not? If you don't receive it, everyone below will have to be buried in death with you. Ha ha ha. Is it very despairing for you? Heavenly Sin laughed wantonly. Wild winds raged. The corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves fluttered wildly. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the firmament from a distance and just quietly watched it just like this, watching Heavenly Sin perform alone. The enormous palm reached out from the void and pressed down towards the top of Yi Yuan's head. However, Yi Yuan did not seem to have the intention of resisting at all. Everyone below was dumbfounded with shock, screaming one by one. What's Yi Yuan doing? Could it be that he's not fighting back? Yi Yuan, quickly make a move. It's too late. Yi Yuan, you're our last hope, you mustn't give up. Looking as the giant palm was about to land on top of Yi Yuan's head, Yi Yuan still did not have the intention of making a move. Heavenly Sin was dumbfounded and thought to himself, could this punk be an idiot? To actually not even fight back? However, right at this time, something that made everyone stare wide-eyed and their mouths agape happened. All of a sudden, the entire sky started trembling. That black giant palm seemingly saw something terrifying and actually shrunk right back, retracting back into the void. The original thick peals of thunder and dense dark clouds vanished without a trace in a blink of an eye. Clear skies illuminated the world once more. When the sunlight shone on everyone's face once more, they all felt as if they had experienced a baptism from doomsday to rebirth. Everyone was dumbfounded. Heavenly Sin was also dumbfounded. What just happened? Seemed like Yi Yuan did not do anything. What happened? At this time Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Sin, slowly opened his mouth, and said, "What did you say earlier? I didn't hear clearly. Can I trouble you to say it one more time?" A hint of panic finally flashed across in Heavenly Sin's eyes. Impossible, it definitely was not done by this kid. A blunder. Right, it must have been a mistake. Dealing the heretic god palm once more would definitely be able to smack this brat to death. Thinking up to here, Heavenly Sin's confidence mustered up once more and he said with a cold snort, "I said, I understand heaven better than you. Why? Are you unconvinced?" Done talking, Heavenly Sin released his aura, wanting to summon the might of Heavenly Tao once again. Heretic god palm. However, there was no movement in the sky at all. Heavenly Tao seemed to not be able to hear his call at all and did not even have any reaction. Whatever thick peals of thunder, whatever Heavenly Tao chaotic, nothing at all. Heavenly Sin's pupils constricted, and he looked at this scene in disbelief as he said, "Impossible! How is this possible? I clearly already obtained the recognition of Heavenly Tao, and became the controller of Heavenly Tao. Heretic god palm." Heavenly Sin's face turned red from exertion, but Heavenly Tao still did not give him any response at all. Below, everyone exchanged glances, all with baffled looks, completely not knowing what happened. Heaven and earth changed colors just now, but why did it become blue sky and gentle breeze in a twinkle? Who knows what's going on? Did Yi Yuan do this? No way, right? Even though he's also a controller, it's impossible to do it to this extent, right? He clearly didn't do anything just now. He just stood there and did not even move a finger. Yumali's beautiful eyes stared fixedly at Yi Yuan. She was incomparably certain in her heart and this was done by Yi Yuan. Even though she could not understand at all, she knew that Yi Yuan was still that undefeatable Yi Yuan. Even if the Immortal Grove world produced a Heavenly Sin heretic god, it was still impossible to be Yi Yuan's match. Ha ha ha. Big Brother is really too awesome. Didn't even move a finger and he made this guy croak. Ha ha, too satisfying. White Light suddenly laughed loudly and said, he was the same as Li Er, knowing that this was definitely Yi Yuan's work. At this time, Yi Yuan's eyelids raised slightly and he looked at Heavenly Sin as he said coolly, "Just now you said that you understand heaven better than me?" Heavenly Sin choked and said, I. A hint of mockery flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth and he said with a cold sneer, "Do you know how big the heaven outside is? Do you know how strong the people outside are? Do you know how weak you are? You are merely a frog at the bottom of a well. You are merely a frog at the bottom of a well." This one sentence shocked everyone's heart. Even an existence like Heavenly Sin was just a frog at the bottom of a well? Heavenly Sin's expression became incomparably ugly and he roared at Yi Yuan, "Impossible. You're merely a controller too. Furthermore, my realm is higher than yours, and my comprehensions are deeper than yours. I, Heavenly Sin heretic god, am this Immortal Grove world's #1 controller." Yi Yuan smiled and said coolly, "Oh? Is that so? If you're the controller, does it dare to answer if you call it?" Heavenly Sin's face was like a chameleon, instantly changing several colors. He gritted his teeth and said, "I don't believe that I can't control Heavenly Tao. Heretic god palm. Heretic god palm. Heretic god palm." Heavenly Sin seemed like a mad ant shouting nonstop. However, Heavenly Tao still did not react at all. Looking at Heavenly Sin's crazy-like behavior, everyone's faces revealed strange looks. Was this Heavenly Sin heretic god in front of them really that one who nearly killed them just now? What the hell did Yi Yuan do to actually let a controller lose control of Heavenly Tao? What did Yi Yuan say just now? Heavenly Tao dares not answer, Fong Tian said somewhat uncertainly. He somewhat doubted whether or not he heard wrongly, hence he asked the Sky Distant beside him. Sky Distant glanced at him and said full of shock, could his meaning be that Heavenly Tao was frightened away by him? And he really didn't do anything? Heavenly Tao can be frightened away too? What? What on earth is it afraid of? Fong Tian felt like his brain was somewhat unable to keep up. Skydistant drew a deep breath, his gaze deep as he said, looks like not seeing him for 100 years. Yi Yuan's realm is already not what you and I can imagine. Everyone was incomparably shocked in their hearts. Before going out, Yi Yuan was just a Heavenly Tao controller. But returning this time, even Heavenly Tao actually trembled. An emotion called despair crept out in Heavenly Sin's heart. He experienced 300,000 years before producing a trace of enlightenment, obtaining Heavenly Tao's recognition. But now, what the hell was this? It was just over a month after he came out of seclusion. Over 300,000 years of humiliation. He had not begun to take revenge on this world, and it already ended? Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said with a cold smile, "If I can't control Heavenly Tao, I don't believe that you can as well. Humph. Even if I don't control Heavenly Tao, my realm still crushes you." When people despair, it would always be easy to find all sorts of excuses for themselves. Heavenly Sin was naturally unwilling to be trampled underfoot by Yi Yuan, so he kept on finding excuses in his heart. Perhaps, Heavenly Tao was just temporarily unable to be controlled. Similarly, as a controller, there was no reason that he could not but Yi Yuan could. Heavenly Sin's aura of grand completion origin deity emitted out, the commotion was similarly incomparably outrageous. His strength could virtually rival Kanua's already. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Sin with pity and said indifferently, "Ignorance is truly terrifying. You can't, doesn't mean that I can't." Done talking, Yi Yuan raised his palm and pressed down. An enormous palm reached out of the void and slapped onto Heavenly Sin's body with a momentum like a sudden peal of thunder, which left no time for covering ears. Heavenly Sin spurted fresh blood wildly, his figure flying out backward. The might of Heavenly Tao. Yi Yuan did not deal a heavy blow. This palm broke bones and injured the ligaments, but absolutely would not take his life. Before he returned, he never dreamed that this Immortal Grove region actually still had someone who dared to provoke him like this. Very good, he was very successful. Yi Yuan was very angry, and the consequences were very severe. He calmly looked at the Heavenly Sin spurting fresh blood wildly and said, "You understand heaven better than me? Who gave you the courage to say this sort of words in front of me?" Boom! Another palm protruded out of the void and smacked Heavenly Sin silly like smacking a fly. He had not recovered when a large foot already trampled on his face, directly trampling him onto the ground from the air. Boom! Another loud bang, a 100,000-foot pit was smashed out on the surface of the ground. Heavenly Sin's face was practically flattened by Yi Yuan. "Posturing in front of me, no problem. At most, I'll beat you up and it will be over. But you dared to touch my woman, Yi Yuan's woman, and dared to humiliate my own race, dared to kill the senior who watched me, Yi Yuan, grow up. I am very angry." Yi Yuan's words got colder word after word. These things were all what Yi Yuan was very particular about, being a taboo. Especially Lier. She was a weight that he could not bear in his life. Mu Lingshua's matter made Yi Yuan even more sensitive to such things. However, this guy just had to make an issue about this kind of thing. How could he not be furious? This venerated self was wrong. I beg your excellency to spare me," Heavenly Sin said with a slur and blood pooling. He was really frightened. This young man in front of him was seriously too terrifying. He finally knew now that Yi Yuan really understood heaven better than him and was not joking with him. It was just that he did not understand why would Heavenly Tao actually be afraid of Yi Yuan. But this was already not important. He was trapped for 300,000 years. Now that he broke free, he had not enjoyed life yet. He did not want to die yet. Yi Yuan glanced at him. A hint of a smile that gave people a chill flashed across the corners of his mouth. It was just that this hint of smile, Heavenly Sin could not see it at all now. Tap. Yi Yuan threw a medicinal pill beside Heavenly Sin's head and said coolly, "Eat it. Don't say that I'm bullying you. I'll give you a chance for a fair fight right now." Yi Yuan let go of his leg. Heavenly Sin looked at the medicinal pill beside him but did not dare to make a move. Only an idiot would fall for it. Right now, it was more important to preserve his life. Yi Yuan's face fell and he said, "I asked you to eat it, you didn't hear it? a terrifying killing intent locked onto Heavenly Sin. How could he still dare to hesitate, grabbing the medicinal pill on the ground and swallowing it? The medicinal pill entering the abdomen. A wave of cool reinvigoration instantly filled all the limbs and bones in his body, making his entire person much more spirited. What a powerful healing medicinal pill. Heavenly Sin was startled inwardly, looking at Yi Yuan rather disbelievingly. The medicinal effect of this medicinal pill was truly too incredible. In less than an hour, he could fully recover. Give you 1 hour's time. Refine the medicinal pill's medicinal strength, Yi Yuan said coolly. Heavenly Sin was full of doubts, not knowing what medicine Yi Yuan was selling in his gourd. Could it be that this guy was going to fatten him up and then slaughter him? But Yi Yuan's words, how could he dare to defy? He could only muster up divine essence and start to refine the medicinal pill. Everyone all looked at Yi Yuan with puzzled looks, similarly not understanding what he was going to do. This kind of guy, directly smack him to death with one slap would do. Being so long-winded with him for what? Now, he actually even wanted to treat his injuries. But Yi Yuan's decision, how could it be their turn to interfere? 1 hour later, Heavenly Sin was full of energy again and actually directly recovered to his peak state. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help but marvel greatly at the medicine effect of this healing medicinal pill. Especially Fang Tian and the rest, they naturally knew that divine pills were vastly different from mortal realm medicinal pills. Yi Yuan's currently alchemy Dao strength was simply unfathomable. Heavenly Sin stood up and was just like an aggrieved little wife, not daring to make a sound. At this time, Yi Yuan said coolly, "You and I are both controllers. I'll give you the chance for a fair fight. We won't use the power of Heavenly Dao and have a fair battle." Heavenly Sin's gaze turned intent and he hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Why, Your Excellency, how can this lowly one dare to make a move against you? Previously, it was all this lowly one who was scoundrelly and did something that shouldn't be done. I beg Your Excellency to spare this lowly one's life. What a joke, you say fair battle and it would be a fair battle. You want to let me be pleased with myself for a while, then when you can't beat you, use the power of Heavenly Dao again and smack me to death with one slap. What kind of existence am I, Heavenly Sin heretic god? How could I fall for the scheme of you, this child?" Suddenly, Yi Yuan's palm blade chopped at the void. Crack! Right at this time, a bolt of lightning tore across the sky, akin to a bolt out of the blue. Heavenly Sin's eyes went wide and he said in disbelief, Why you sundered the Heavenly Dao? Obtaining the recognition of Heavenly Dao and becoming the Heavenly Dao controller of a world. The martial artist would produce a trace of inexplicable connection with this small world. The martial artist could mobilize the power of Heavenly Dao for his own use through this hint of connection. This was the so-called controller of an ownerless world, but Yi Yuan actually severed this trace of connection just now. This meant that he was not the controller now. Everyone present were not fools. How could they still not understand what was going on? Each and every one of their faces revealed incomparably shocked expressions, feeling very perplexed by Yi Yuan's action. "Now you can rest assured, right? I'm giving you this chance, a fair battle," Yi Yuan said coolly as if he did something ordinary. Heavenly Sin was stunned for a full 10 breaths of time before slowly coming back to his senses. "Ha ha! You actually severed the Heavenly Dao. Actually really sundered the Heavenly Dao." After coming back to his senses, Heavenly Sin was wildly elated in his heart and laughed wildly without ceasing. At this moment, he was incomparably certain that this Yi Yuan was a fool, a complete fool. He, Heavenly Sin heretic god, used 300,000 years before achieving the realm of controller. But this kid actually cut off Heavenly Dao without even batting an eyelid. The confidence that was just trampled into pieces by Yi Yuan instantly returned to him. That feeling of showing disdain on everything returned again. With Yi Yuan no longer being a controller, he was the Immortal Grove region's strongest. A fair battle. Screw his fair battle. Only a fool would have a fair fight with you. Kid, this venerated self admires your courage and boldness. As a Heavenly Dao's controller, you actually severed it at the drop of a hat, Heavenly Sin said proudly. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Sin calmly and said coolly, "Just a small world's controller. Only a frog at the bottom of a well like you will take it seriously." Heavenly Sin laughed loudly and said, "Yes, you've gone to experience the world outside. A small world's controller is indeed nothing. But in the Immortal Grove region, I'm the strongest." Everyone was unable to understand why Yi Yuan would do such an action. What on earth is Yi Yuan trying to do? He sundered Heavenly Sin Heretic God. Who else is Heavenly Sin Heretic God's match in this Immortal Grove region? Yi Yuan is too reckless. He wouldn't naively think that the Heavenly Sin Heretic God would have a fair fight with him, right? Yi Yuan might have lost his head being angered by Heavenly Sin, wanting to use his real strength to crush the other party. He sundered Heavenly Tao, but Heavenly Sin Heretic God would not cut it off. Could it be that Yi Yuan still has some backup plan? Under this sort of situation, what backup plan can there still be? I can't imagine it at all. Earlier, Yi Yuan ravaged Heavenly Sin like smacking a fly. They still felt very liberated. Who knew that, in a twinkle, the situation actually had such a startling great reversal? Yi Yuan's action made the situation become one-sided again. Ning Xiu looked at the Yi Yuan high up in the sky thoughtfully. She knew the Yi Yuan's combat strength was extremely formidable. In a fair fight, Heavenly Sin could never be Yi Yuan's match. But the problem was, how on earth was Yi Yuan going to resist the power of Heavenly Tao? Unless a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse came, otherwise, she really could not figure out what means Yi Yuan had that could resolve the might of Heavenly Tao. Suddenly, Heavenly Sin's eyes turned cold and he said in a solemn voice, "Kid, it's you who's seeking death. The humiliation that you gave this venerated self earlier. I'm going to get it back 1,000 folds now. Heretic God Palm." Heavenly Sin shouted and smacked towards Yi Yuan. In the next instant, his expression became incomparably fascinating. Fucking failed again. He was actually still unable to mobilize the power of Heavenly Tao. Everyone had stunned faces. What's going on here? Yi Yuan already cut off Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Sin is the Immortal Grove region's only controller now. Why is he still unable to control Heavenly Tao? Ha ha ha. I understand. Yi Yuan is deliberately messing with him. This guy even thought that he got a huge bargain, didn't expect that Yi Yuan was totally playing with him. Heretic God Palm, ha, really killing me. Heavenly Sin's expression was as ugly as it could get. He felt like his worldview already collapsed. A hint of panic revealed in his eyes once more as he said, "Impossible! I'm clearly the only controller. Why am I still unable to mobilize the power of Heavenly Tao?" Yi Yuan looked at him like looking at an idiot and said coolly, "Your brain isn't too good, right? Do you think that everyone is as stupid as you? Would I put my life in your hands? Cutting off Heavenly Tao, I'm naturally very certain that Heavenly Tao is useless to me." Heavenly Sin's gaze turned intent. He went completely mad. He finally knew that Yi Yuan was deliberately messing with him. "Kid, looks like you're very smug, huh? However, did you forget something?" Heavenly Sin said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan pretended to be surprised as he said, "Oh? What did I forget?" Heavenly Sin grinned hideously and said, "You forgot. This venerable self is 2 minor realms higher than you. This venerable self is already standing at the peak of Origin Deity Realm." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Is that so? You're so impressive, huh? I said just now I'm going to have a fair battle with you. I want to defeat you in an upright manner." Heavenly Sin sneered and said, "Defeat me? With the likes of you? Even if not borrowing the might of Heavenly Tao, killing you will be as easy as blowing off dust too. I'll let you take a look at this venerated self's true strength." While talking, the aura of Heavenly Sin's grand completion origin deity completely released. A gleaming scimitar appeared in his hand. It was shockingly a celestial deity artifact. Heavenly Sin grinned hideously and said, "Heavenly Moon Wild Blade. Kid, die." A blade that advanced with an indomitable will. The imposing momentum was incomparably shocking from beginning to end. Even when Fang Tian, Sky Distant, and the rest saw this blade, they quaked in their boots too. They could not help looking towards Yi Yuan worriedly, not knowing if Yi Yuan was really Heavenly Sin's match. Heavenly Sin's speed was swift to the extreme, arriving in front of Yi Yuan in a blink of an eye. Same as before, Yi Yuan still did not move and still stood with his hands behind his back just like that. Heavenly Sin was wildly elated in his heart. Such a close distance, Yi Yuan absolutely could not avoid his blade. But right at this time, there was a blur before Heavenly Sin's eyes. He actually lost track of Yi Yuan. He was greatly alarmed in his heart, hurriedly pulling back the blade to save himself. Slap! A resounding slap reverberated throughout the sky, transmitting into everyone's ears. Heavenly Sin's body shot towards the ground like a cannonball, smashing out a large pit once more. Ningxiu looked at the scene and said disdainfully, "Dumbass, even half-step divine lords aren't Master Ye's match. With the likes of your middling skills, you still wish to hack until him." Swoosh! Heavenly Sin leaped up from the giant pit, black gas fluctuating on his body. He was already furious to the extreme and said with an angry yell, "Punk, I'm going to kill you, flay your skin, and pull out your tendons." Another blade that startled heaven and earth and made gods and ghosts weep. However, slap. It was another resounding slap. Quite a number of people all unconsciously touched their faces as if that slap was smacked onto their faces. Really painful. Yi Yuan, I'm going to kill you. Heavenly Sin roared and charged over once more. Slap, slap, slap. One slap followed another. Yi Yuan's movement was erratic, but with each slap the sound was clear and audible. Heavenly Sin was yelling frenziedly in his heart, but he could not see Yi Yuan's movement clearly at all. He could not even beg for mercy. Heavenly Sin had utterly collapsed. Just now, with Yi Yuan cutting off the heavenly Tao, he thought that his chance had come. He was even mocking Yi Yuan in his heart. That instant, he looked forward to the future very much. But in a twinkle, Yi Yuan used his ridiculously inhumane strength and shattered his hopes to pieces. From being enormously proud of his success to despair, to when hope came again, to when hope was extinguished again. In this short while, his heart had experienced violent ups and downs that ordinary people found hard to imagine. At this time, his Tao heart was already close to breaking down. Suddenly, the slapping sounds were gone. Yi Yuan actually stopped slapping him. Everyone was dead silent. They were astounded by Yi Yuan's strength. The middle stage origin deity Yi Yuan actually beat the grand completion origin deity Heavenly Sin like a dog. Sure enough, it was still that familiar taste. Yi Yuan's power did not need explanations at all. Only now did they know that their previous worries were completely superfluous. The only thing that they had to do was to believe in Yi Yuan. Heavenly Sin's face already lost human form. All of the teeth in his mouth were knocked out, his face swollen heavily. His mouth was full of golden bloodstains, looking incomparably ugly. Yi Yuan used the power of laws. Naturally, it would not let his injuries be so easy to heal. He looked at the pig head like Heavenly Sin and said coolly, "Just now, did you feel that you had hope again? You thought that me treating you and then cutting off the heavenly Tao, you can dominate the Immortal Grove region already, right? Very sorry, I let you down. I did it on purpose, giving you hope amidst despair, then personally crushing this hope. This delight is truly unimaginable." Heavenly Sin's pupils constricted. He knew that Yi Yuan was simply toying with his feelings from start until now. Him wanting to kill Heavenly Sin was simply a matter of moving a fingertip. But he just did not. This kind of toying was even more humiliating than him being dumped after being toyed by women. He was a fool through and through, being toyed in Yi Yuan's palm. He was sold by Yi Yuan and still counting money for Yi Yuan, overflowing with gratitude. You're simply a devil," Heavenly Sin gabbled. He really was in a desperate state and was really afraid. He boasted that he was already very evil, but in front of Yi Yuan's means, it was simply like an apprentice in the presence of a great sorcerer. Except he did not have the qualifications to play like this at all. Yi Yuan had a strength that he was unable to imagine. No matter how he wanted to play, he could play. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Devil? Heh. If you feel that I'm a devil, then that's right. But if I tell you now that even though I sundered the heavenly Tao, I can still mobilize it, what would you think?" Heavenly Sin's pupils constricted and he cried out in shock, "I am possible." Not just Heavenly Sin, the faces of everyone below all revealed shocked and disbelieving expressions. Already severed the fetters with the heavenly Tao, how could he possibly control the power of the heavenly Tao again? A faint smile hung on Yi Yuan's face. Lightly tapping a finger out, The wind and clouds changed colors. Puwerk! In a blink of an eye, terrifying air billows struck Heavenly Sin, punching a large hole in his chest. The look in Heavenly Sin's eyes showed that he was terrified to the extreme, his gaze full of disbelief. How was this possible? How was this possible? He could really mobilize the power of the heavenly Tao. Could it be that him sundering the heavenly Tao earlier was just an illusion? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Are you very surprised? Why am I still able to mobilize the heavenly Tao when I've severed it?" Yi Yuan paused for a bit and said, "Sorry, this is a secret. I won't tell you." Puwerk! Heavenly Sin had anger rush to his heart and spewed out a large mouthful of blood again. The current Heavenly Sin was already an arrow at the end of its flight, only left with a final breath. Yi Yuan deliberately not killing him was in order to let him feel despair. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with pity, "Don't ask why I'm so wicked. Want to blame someone, can only blame you for doing what you shouldn't have done." Puwerk! Yi Yuan pointed another finger out, directly destroying Heavenly Sin's divine sea. "Ah! My divine sea!" Heavenly Sin screamed miserably. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "Since you were suppressed for 300,000 years and are still not dead, it shows that your vitality is very tenacious. Then, you should continue being suppressed." Yi Yuan turned his palm over, directly slamming Heavenly Sin into the earth. The violent power of the heavenly Tao poured into the sealed land frenziedly, sealing Heavenly Sin firmly underneath. Yi Yuan's seal was more than 100 times stronger than those people 300,000 years ago. Even if his cultivation could recover, it was also impossible to break free from this sealed land. He would be sealed until death. Everything returned to tranquility. Everyone looked at that invincible figure high in the sky, somewhat unsure what they should say. A calamity that was sufficient to destroy the world was actually resolved by Yi Yuan so effortlessly. Furthermore, this guy was too capable in messing around, making their little hearts pound heavily. Yi Yuan made Heavenly Sin run around in circles. How was it also not keeping them on tenterhooks for half a day? But Fang Tian and the rest all knew why Yi Yuan did so. Heavenly Sin's provocation made Yi Yuan become genuinely enraged. That was why he would toy with his opponent like so, crushing his opponent's last trace of confidence. If it were another enemy, even if Yi Yuan killed the opponent, he would not torment him like this either. But Mu Lingshue's death was originally Yi Yuan's greatest regret in this life. Now, this Heavenly Sin was actually so blind, wanting to snatch Yi Yuan's other lover. What was this if not seeking death? Yi Yuan's figure flashed, arriving by Lia's side. He reached his hand out and lightly caressed Li'er's face. For a moment, a multitude of feelings surged up. "Li'er, you became thinner," Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Yi Yuan understood that he barely escaped deaths in the Heavenspan world. Li'er also lived in constant fear and worry for 100 years in the Immortal Grove world. These 100 years were not easy. 2 rows of clear tears fell down, but Li'er forced herself to smile. Just now, she thought that she could no longer see Yi Yuan. She did not expect that at the final juncture, Yi Yuan actually returned to the Immortal Grove world miraculously. She shook her head hard and said, "Lia ate well and slept well. I didn't get thinner. Rather, it's you who suffered considerable hardships in the Heavenspan world these few years. Right?" Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "You're still so understanding. But the more you're like this, the more I feel that I owe you." Li'er shook her head hard again and said sobbingly, "Compared to elder sister Lingxue, what does my bit of hardship count as? Big brother Yuan, you went to the Heavenspan world. Have you found the method to save elder sister Lingxue?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "Too difficult." Li'er's tears flowed down again involuntarily. Yi Yuan lightly pulled Li'er into his embrace. Everything was conveyed without words. Liang Wanru could not hear what the two of them were saying. Seeing this scene from far away, her beautiful body involuntarily shuddered, tears flowing down unwittingly. She completely did not expect that, in this small world, there was actually such a world-toppling visage. No wonder Big Brother Yi rejected her. Inside the hidden chamber, brilliant colors were dancing, being incomparably dazzling. Fang Tian's eyes gradually became bright, seemingly producing a trace of understanding. He discovered that a trace of bond was actually established between him and Heavenly Tao. This trace of bond made him feel that he was unbelievably powerful. Gradually, the luscious colors disappeared without a trace, returning to tranquility. Fang Tian looked at the Yi Yuan in front. The shock in his heart could not be any greater. Even though he examined himself and felt that his talent was peerless, to say becoming Heavenly Dao's controller, it was still beyond his reach. But Yi Yuan actually helped him to establish a trace of bond between him and Heavenly Dao, making him become a controller. Just what kind of level had this kid reached? How in the world did you do it? Fang Tian sucked in a deep breath and asked. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The world-suppressing steel is even stronger than you imagine. It's all thanks to the world-suppressing steel that I have today's accomplishment." He did not tell Fang Tian about the matter of the lesser heaven-span mountain. It was not that he did not trust Fang Tian, but this kind of heaven-shocking secret, knowing it would not benefit him at all. Once the lesser heaven-span mountain was exposed, probably even Dao ancestors would be moved. Knowing this kind of thing did not have any benefits to Fang Tian at all. Returning and encountering Heavenly Synheretic God this time made Yi Yuan realize many uncertain elements. Hence, he borrowed the power of the world-suppressing steel and let Fang Tian become a new controller. No matter from which angle, Fang Tian was the most suitable candidate to become a controller. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Fang Tian could not help smiling bitterly and said, "Looks like the world-suppressing steel was really wasted in my hands." Ever since after Heavenly Dao recovered, Fang Tian's thick accumulations erupted, his realm soaring rapidly all the way like sitting on a rocket, and already broke through to initial stage origin deity, even catching up to the veteran grand completion heaven glimpse sky distant. But he never dreamed that a short 100 years, not only had Yi Yuan already surpassed him in terms of realm, his true combat strength even rivaled half-step Divine Lord. This improvement speed simply made people wish to knock their heads and die. One had to know Fang Tian, had accumulated for 50,000 years before he had such astonishing cultivation speed. But Yi Yuan? Counting his previous life's time, it was also merely a hasty several hundred years. By comparison, this disparity was seriously too great. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior, the Immortal Grove region's matters will be left to you in the future. Returning this time, I'm going to bring Lear, White Light, Fiery, they all away. After all, this place is just a small world. Furthermore, the Heavenly Dao is incomplete and it's too limited." Fang Tian nodded and said, "What you said is right. With their talent, it's truly too wasteful to be in the Immortal Grove world. This old man is old and can't endure more suffering. Otherwise, I definitely want to follow you together to the Heavenspan world." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior, rest assured, after I gain a firm foothold in the Heavenspan world, I'll naturally bring you and Senior Sky Distant they all over." Fang Tian smiled and said, "Then I'll wait for the arrival of this day. Coming back this time, how long are you planning on staying?" Yi Yuan said, "I can't say for long. The Heavenspan world that side also has packs of wolves circling around. After I deal with the curse of the land of exile, I plan on leaving." Even though Yi Yuan was already the Pill Tower's elder now, his appearance already aroused head elder's fear. Also, that dear cry Yi Yuan already offended him to the core. He would definitely think of ways to deal with him. Second elder, his faction was weak to begin with, so Yi Yuan's days in the future would not be very smooth. Moreover, Yi Yuan, an origin deity realm powerhouse, mixed up amidst a bunch of divine lord realm powerhouses. The pressure was truly immense. But Fang Tian said in shock, "You can already lift the curse? Wasn't it said that you have to wait until you reach the realm of the dragon race's progenitor before you can lift the curse?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "In the past, it's like that. But now, there's no need." After Yi Yuan refined the lesser Heavenspan Mountain, his understanding of Heavenspan Mountain already far surpassed when he just became the controller back then. The Four Symbols family clan's land of exile was merely a kind of Heavenly Dao sanction. With Yi Yuan's present height, lifting this kind of curse power was easily accomplished. Outside the cold pool, the old ancestor was currently cultivating in close seclusion. Along with Heavenly Dao's recovery, he already cultivated to the Heaven Glimpse deity realm presently. Suddenly, he snapped open his eyes full of shock. How is this possible? The curse is lifted? Could it be that it's the progenitor who returned? He swiftly got up and sprinted over towards the cold pool, his figure abruptly stopping. A gentle and graceful middle-aged woman slowly walked out of the cold lake. The old ancestor's face revealed a joyous smile and said, "June, it's been so many years, you finally recovered. Yuan will definitely be unbelievably happy to see you like this." This middle-aged madam was precisely Yi Yuan's mother, Ao June. The current Ao June already completely recovered her youth, as if time had flowed backward. Ao June's face was full of puzzlement as she said, "Ancestor, what's going on? Apart from the progenitor, could it be that there's still someone who can lift the power of the curse?" The ancestor shook his head and said, "I don't know either. I was thinking just now, could it be that the progenitor is back? He took pity on our generations of entrapment suffering and specially came to rescue us from the sea of suffering." Ao June said, "No way, right? Wasn't it said that the progenitor is already missing for several million years and there's completely no news at all?" The old ancestor smiled and said, "Don't think too much first. Either way, it's a good thing. Everyone is definitely over the moon. Let's go out and take a look." At the same time, the land of exile was in jubilation. They sensed the curse power on their bodies disappear, each and every one ecstatic until they virtually went nuts. Cheers and jubilation reverberated in the air of the land of exile. The old ancestor and Ao June, two people, came out of the cave. They saw a young man slowly walk over. "Yuan, didn't you go to the Heavenspan world? How could you be here?" The two people practically exclaimed almost in unison. Yi Yuan's gaze landed on Ao June and could not help feeling very warm. After a time interval of many years, he could finally help his mother escape the sea of suffering. The old ancestor suddenly recalled something, his face revealing a look of disbelief as he cried out in shock. Could it be that the land of exile's curse was lifted by you?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Ancestor mother, the world is so vast. In the future, the land of exile's 4 symbols family clans can go wherever they want. Nobody can stop them." The old ancestor's entire body trembled and he said, "It's really you. You. How did you do it? You're just... Amen? You're already at the middle stage origin deity realm." The ancestor drew a cold breath, being shocked by Yi Yuan until he was tender on the inside and crispy on the outside. This cultivation speed was a little too horrifying, right? Rather, it was Ao June who had a look of pride and relief all over her face. She did not think that her son was actually so remarkable. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I obtained some fortuitous encounters in the Heavenspan world. Now, breaking this curse isn't considered a big deal." The old ancestor was speechless. This could set it really lightly. One had to know, in the era where heavenly Tao flourished, the land of exile had also once produced quite a number of major powers. But they worked hard for countless generations and were also unable to break out of this place. But Yi Yuan only went out for 100 years' time and lifted the power of the curse. "Yuan, are you leaving now?" Ao June gripped Yi Yuan's palm tightly, very reluctant to part with the latter. They finally managed to lift the curse, and she could have a heart-to-heart talk with her son. But her son was about to leave straight away. Yi Yuan already accompanied her in the land of exile for as long as a month, but he ultimately still had to bid farewell. Ao June already knew the news of Ji Xingyang's death. These few days she had always been dejected. Yi Yuan comforted along with Li before placating Ao June. "Mother, your child owes Lingxue too much. These few years, I've always been living in self-blame. Not being able to save her a day earlier, I find it hard to set my mind at ease," Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Finally, he managed to reunite with his mother, so he did not wish to leave straight away either. But the Heavenspan world still had many things waiting for him. He could not delay too much time either. Seeing his mother's reluctant appearance, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Your child has magic treasures in his possession now. Hence, entering and exiting spatial turbulent flows are very easy. In the future, as long as I'm free, I'll come back to see you." The old ancestor also said by the side, "Good men have far-reaching ambitions. Since he knows that there's a broader world outside, why should he remain in this small corner?" Hearing the old ancestor said so, Ao June could not have the heart to delay Yi Yuan. She knew she could not let him stay any further. So she said with an embarrassed smile, "Yuan, Mother knows that it wasn't easy for you to walk this entire way. You have got to be more careful in the heaven-span world. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Rest assured, I will. Leaving the land of exile, Yi Yuan took a trip to Kunwu Divine Wood there again. Seeing Kunwu again at this time, Yi Yuan felt the former was even more unfathomable. This made him greatly astonished inwardly. Just what realm was this Kunwu Divine Wood? Yi Yuan was shocked, but actually Kunwu was even more shocked than him. Recalling the time when Yi Yuan left back then, Kunwu was 100 times pessimistic about Yi Yuan. Who could have thought that after 100 years went by, and then when he returned again, Yi Yuan broke through to middle-stage origin deity like flying. Furthermore, he distinctly sensed that Yi Yuan sundered Heavenly Tao and was actually still able to mobilize the power of Heavenly Tao. This was simply unimaginable. You brat, how in the world did you do it? Kunwu looked at Yi Yuan and said in shock. Yi Yuan's battle with Heavenly Sin? Kunwu was naturally all aware. At that time, he surprised him considerably. Dustless's figure flashed out and he said with a smile, Old Kuan, you and I both made an error in judgment. This kid's potential is much stronger than Old Fart Immortal Grove. Kunwu's gaze turned intent and he said in surprise, How so? Dustless stroked his beard and said with a smile, What Immortal Grove has done, he accomplished it. What Immortal Grove didn't achieve, he has also done it. I'm very much looking forward to what kind of height he can attain in the future. Kunwu's pupils constricted and he said in shock, If Old Fart Immortal Grove didn't fall, Heavenly Emperor Realm is attainable. Could it be that this kid still has the possibility of reaching the realm of transcendent Heavenly Emperor? Dustless smiled and did not speak, stifling Kunwu until he felt even more confused. Yi Yuan originally wanted to see if he could invite Kunwu to come out of retirement, but he discovered that even if the current Heavenly Tao had recovered a lot, it still could not bear a level of existence like Kunwu. So Yi Yuan could only drop the matter. After finishing settling everything, Yi Yuan brought Lier, White Light, Fiery, Lure, for people, and entered the spatial turbulent flow once more. Over 100 years had passed. These few people's strengths had also made great progress. Lier, White Light, and Fiery, 3 people's constitutions were special. At this time, they were already all Heaven Glimpse realm powerhouses. Even Lure had already reached Grand Completion Grotto Profound as well, just one step away from being able to break through to Heaven Glimpse realm. These few people were going to the Heavenspan world and had excited looks too, grabbing Ning Xiu and Liang Wanru, asking nonstop just like 4 curious babies. Staying for such a long time in the Immortal Grove world, Liang Wanru already knew why Yi Yuan would stay such a respectful distance away from her. Nothing to do with looks. He was unable to even give a promise to Lier, let alone her. This way, Liang Wanru became much more open-minded, her entire person also becoming significantly more cheerful. But Yi Yuan came to Little Fatty's side and said with a smile, This trip, did you get any harvest? Little Fatty gave Yi Yuan a glance and said with a sigh, Really can't imagine, even you had such a sorrowful past too. This place was Yi Yuan's hometown. Little Fatty and the rest were naturally very curious about Yi Yuan's past matters. Only upon inquiry did they know that Yi Yuan suffered his brother's betrayal in his previous life, and met with his father being killed. Later, he also encountered his beloved burning her divine soul, this kind of thing. It seemed like his misfortune was not worth mentioning compared to Yi Yuan at all. If not for hearing these things with his own ears, he completely could not imagine that a happy-go-lucky person like Yi Yuan actually had such a past. He also finally understood Yi Yuan's painstaking efforts. Recalling things in his heart and asking himself if he had Yi Yuan's experiences, he would probably have long become a mad and who was homicidal. But Yi Yuan did not blame heaven and other people. He relied on his own efforts and walked step by step, taking revenge for his father and seeking a lease of life for his beloved. How much willpower did this require? Yi Yuan doing so much was simply to let him pull himself together anew. Little Fatty looked at Yi Yuan gratefully, his face revealing a long-lost smile, and said, Yi Yuan, thank you. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, That's more like it. Seeing your wretched smile, I knew that Little Fatty is back again. Inside the Pill Tower, Deercry was currently denouncing Yi Yuan harshly to Head Elder Rosu. Head Elder, what capability does this brat have? How can he suddenly become an elder? A 3-star alchemy god becoming a Pill Tower's elder. Wouldn't it incur people's ridicule if it spreads? Head Elder listened quietly, his face not having any expressions, no joy nor sorrow. When Dear Cry finished, Rosu mused for a moment before slowly saying, "This matter was directly decided by the higher-ups, so even I don't know all the details too. I ask you, how's that kid's strength?" Dear Cry said indignantly, "Bah! What strength can he have? In my view, he's deliberately mystifying things to look mysterious. He, a 3-star alchemy god, can give pointers to Lu Yi? Saying it also got to have people believe it too. I'm sure that this is merely Xianyu deliberately setting a deceptive battle array to mislead the enemy. Lu Yi must have had a breakthrough long ago and kept it secret all the way, waiting to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat in the Pill Towers competition this time. It's just that as luck would have it, this was encountered by me and they set up a trap ensnaring me inside. Until now, Dear Cry did not believe that Yi Yuan could give pointers to Lu Yi to refine a high-grade 7 aperture quiet enlightenment pill. This kind of thing was completely illogical. Head Elder's brows furrowed slightly and he said, "Your meaning is that this kid is merely a chess piece of Xianyu used to delude us?" Dear Cry nodded and said, "Apart from this kind of situation, I can't think of other possibilities at all. However, Head Elder, you have to be careful. Xianyu might have had considerable breakthroughs in alchemy Dao recently. That purple coal marrow extermination's poison. I heard that it's incurable, but he borrowed Yi Yuan's hands and dealt with it." Head Elder could not help musing. Yi Yuan's appearance had indeed disrupted all of his arrangements. But he had to admit that Dear Cry's concerns were very reasonable. Could not be denied that this Yi Yuan definitely had some strength. Otherwise, Xianyu would not have picked him either. But to say that Yi Yuan was heaven-defying to the extent where he could give pointers to a 4-star alchemy god, he did not believe. This matter was directly decided by the higher-ups. I can't say anything either. How much ability that Yi Yuan has, we'll know with a try. The Pill Tower competition this time, you personally go and challenge him," Head Elder suddenly said. "Elder Yi, Protector Lin, paying respects to Elder Yi." Paying respects to Protector Lin. Upon entering the inner city, there were quite a number of people who took the initiative to come up and greet Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan discerned dissatisfaction and disdain from their eyes. Their greetings always brought Protector Lin up in passing. Clearly, in their eyes, Lin Dong was even more not to be offended than Yi Yuan this elder. A mere 3-star alchemy god, if a wall in the inner city fell and crushed over 10 people, there would be 3 or 4 3-star alchemy gods among them. The rest were all Origin Deity realm martial artists. Hence, this incomprehensible designation made these people very unwilling to submit to this situation. The moment Yi Yuan took office, he brought Lin Dong to immediately go and take revenge. Many people had never even seen before this newly appointed Pill Tower elder. But they recognized by the fact that Lin Dong had someone beside him, so this ridiculously young fellow must be Yi Yuan. Elder Yi this? But Lin Dong by the side was uneasy and said awkwardly. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said with a faint smile, "Protector Lin doesn't have to nervous. This kind of situation, I've long expected it. How can I vent it on you? The best way to make other people shut up is to use strength to conquer him. Rage, this kind of emotion, will only make others look down on you and can't make others regard you highly." Lin Dong opened his mouth wide, not expecting that Yi Yuan would say such words. Was this Elder Yi really only 100 over years old? Why did he sound so lacking in youthful vigor when speaking? Instead, he was seemingly extremely insightful? Logically speaking, for Yi Yuan to have such a high status and such means at a young age, he should more or less be somewhat arrogant and flippant. But he completely could not see this kind of emotion from Yi Yuan. What he could see, there were only maturity and prudence holding the pearl of wisdom in his hands. The group of people walked slowly and arrived at Yi Yuan's manor in the inner city very quickly. Suddenly, a large group of people poured out of both sides of the street, blocking the front door tightly. But among these people, there wasn't even a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse. They were actually all Origin Deity Realm youths. Their age were generally the same as Ningxiu. Lin Dong's brows furrowed and he said in a cold voice, "Song Qiang, do you all want to rebel?" The one in the lead was young and handsome, his strength already half-step Divine Lord. But Song Qiang was indifferent and said coolly, "Protector Lin, we know where your duties lie, but If this person is going to become a Pill Tower Elder, I, Song Qiang, am the first to be unconvinced. Juniors, are you all convinced? Unconvinced. We're unconvinced. If a 3-star alchemy god can be an elder, wouldn't our Pill Tower become a joke? Yeah, I'm a 3-star alchemy god too, then can I be an elder as well? The group of people chirped, emotions running high. There were some among them who were agitated until their face reddened to the ears, clearly unconvinced about Yi Yuan to the max. Legends were legends after all. The inner city, apart from Xianxia master and disciples few people, no one had seen Yi Yuan take action before at all. Hence, to make these 3-star alchemy gods believe how formidable Yi Yuan was, it was exceedingly difficult. The position of an elder was what only some late-stage divine lord big shots could take on. A 3-star alchemy godbrat, on what basis? Lin Dong was angered until he gnashed his teeth. This bunch of guys was too blatant and brazen to actually dare come and call an elder into question. This kind of thing had never happened before in the history of the Pill Tower. There were no less than 100 people present. They were all the Pill Tower's young generation's most elite geniuses. There were quite a few people who were even the disciples of the Pill Tower's elders and deacons. This Song Qiang was head elder's personal disciple, and he was also the #1 person among the Pill Tower's 3-star disciples. His strength could virtually be said to sweep across all those in the same rank. Rank 3 divine pills that many others did not even dare to think about he could refine successfully. Even head elder himself also frequently praised that Song Qiang was more than 100 times stronger than when he was young. Toward this disciple he was rather satisfied. Head elder's doting also gave rise to Song Qiang's condescending personality. How could ordinary people be able to enter his sight? Now, he heard that a 3-star alchemy god actually became a Pill Tower elder. How could he, this fellow who was arrogant at heart and haughty in manner, endure this kind of thing happening? Of course, Song Qiang was not a fool either. He knew that rashly offending an elder was a serious crime. The die was already cast, so he was not allowed to be unbridled. Hence, he pulled in a large number of rank 3 disciples and came to block Yi Yuan's door. As the saying went, the law did not punish the masses. These disciples who came today, their backers were all rather tough. Presumably, Yi Yuan did not dare to do anything to them. Are you all done making a din? Yi Yuan said coolly. Song Qiang sneered and said, Elder Yi, if you want to become an elder, you have to take out the ability to convince us. Today I, Song Qiang, represent rank 3 disciples to challenge you. Do you dare to accept the challenge or not? Song Qiang was valiant, an appearance of fearing nothing and no one. The moment these words were said, even Lin Dong's eyes revealed a hint of interest. Honestly speaking, the higher-up sent him to become Yi Yuan's follower. But he really did not know how powerful Yi Yuan was. Meanwhile, Song Qiang was undoubtedly a benchmark figure among 3-star alchemy gods. Using him to set the standard was clearly the best fit. With this in mind, Lin Dong immediately realized that today's matter was probably not that simple. Yi Yuan as an elder, defeating Song Qiang was also nothing much. But if he lost, that was losing all standing and reputation. Even second elder would be implicated. This matter definitely had someone pulling the strings behind it. He could not help looking at Yi Yuan, wanting to see how he would deal with it. Who knew that at this time? Yi Yuan just happened to look over toward him and said coolly, Protector Lin, throw them all out for me. Don't let them block my path here. The moment these words came out, all of the rank 3 disciples' faces changed. Song Qiang sneered even harder and said, It turns out that the newly appointed Elder Yi is merely a pillow with an embroidered case and don't even dare to accept the challenge of a rank 3 disciple. This matter, I'll definitely report it to the Pill Tower and say that the newly appointed Elder Yi is completely unworthy of his title. Don't you all say so, juniors? The way the other disciples saw it, Yi Yuan's way of avoiding was clearly already being afraid of getting found out. Yeah. A 3-star alchemy god. What right does he have to become a Pill Tower elder? Don't even dare to accept the challenge of us disciples. He has a guilty conscience. This guy is simply a liar, to actually even become an elder in a grand manner. The Pill Tower must severely punish him. Song Qiang was pleased with himself inwardly. He reached a conclusion after weighing it and felt that he already probed Yi Yuan's actual ability. This guy must be afraid of getting found out. It looked like Deacon Deercry's analysis was very reasonable. This Yi Yuan was merely a person whose second elder brought out to divert attention. Protector Lin, what are you still waiting for? Could it be that you want me to personally take action? Yi Yuan said in a cold voice. Lin Dong's expression was somewhat conflicted. After all, this guy was head elder's disciple. Seeing that Lin Dong did not dare to make a move, Song Qiyang was even more smug as he said, My elder Yi, do you dare to go to the Elders Association with me to confront each other? Your strength completely isn't fit for this position as an elder. Swoosh. Song Qiang was being pleased with himself. But then he saw a blur before his eyes, and he was thrown straight out. Song Qiang landed face to the ground and slid more than 100 feet away from his original spot before stopping. This throw was hurled beautifully. Everyone was dumbfounded looking at the Song Qiang who was thrown in a wretched manner, thinking that their eyesight was failing. Song Qiang was a half-step divine lord. He actually could not even retaliate and was directly thrown flying by Yi Yuan? Ouch! You dare to throw me? Song Qiang gave a painful cry and yelled. In this inner city, even ordinary elders and deacons also did not dare to treat him like this. Disregarding that this kid was swindling others with false ability, Yi Yuan actually even dared to throw him like this? Most importantly, he was completely unprepared just now. That was why Yi Yuan's sneak attack succeeded. If it came to the real thing, he was absolutely not afraid of Yi Yuan. But the problem was, he already lost all face in front of a group of juniors. Yi Yuan's gaze looked toward Lin Dong rather coldly, and the latter felt a chill in his heart. A powerful pressure instantly pierced his heart. Lin Dong felt that it was very inconceivable. An origin deity realm actually brought such a powerful sense of oppression to him. This kind of feeling was extremely absurd. Was it because of his identity as an elder? Lin Dong did not know, but he knew that Elder Yi was unhappy with him already. He did not carry out Elder Ye's order staunchly. But earlier, Yi Yuan did not even dare to accept Song Qiang's challenge. Did he really have the strength to become an elder? Lin Dong could not help hesitating in his heart. If he were to take action today, it would be offending head elder badly. Dealing with Qin Xiao, that kind of weakling, he naturally did not care. But head elder, what kind of high-ranking figure was that? Get lost! Yi Yuan's voice was akin to thunder, suppressing everyone all at once. And they actually unconsciously divided and opened up a path. Yi Yuan brought Lier and the rest and slowly walked over from the middle. Only when Yu Manor's front door closed did they abruptly startle awake. Why did I move aside just now? This isn't right. My strength is stronger than him. Why would I be scared of him? Everyone was working it out one after another in their hearts. They all could not understand why they would be scared by Yi Yuan. Lin Dong stood there very awkwardly. He knew that Yi Yuan not bringing him along indicated that Yi Yuan was already very unhappy with him. Giving a bitter laugh, Lin Dong turned around and left. When mighty gods clashed, little ghosts suffered. Lin Dong had never thought that he would become a little ghost in front of an origin deity realm one day. Senior apprentice brother Song, what should we do now? Someone asked Song Qiang softly. Song Qiang roared, Go back. What else can we do? Do you want to barge into an elder's residence without any authorization? That is a serious crime. Song Qiang looked at Yu Manor's front door and said hatefully, There's still a few days to the Pill Tower's competition. I'll see when he can be cocky until, when the time comes, I'll make him reveal his true colors. Humph. The Yi Manor was a mansion that the Pill Tower prepared for Yi Yuan. It occupied an extremely large area in the inner city. The elders' allotments were top-notch in the inner city. Hee Master Yi, you were really too cool just now. Song Qiang, the guy, his eyes are at the top of his head. I've long found him an eyesore. The moment they entered, Ning Xiu said with a desire to see the world plunged into chaos. Yi Yuan smiled and said they went against their superior. For me to not punish their crimes, it's already being very nice to them. Ning Xiu scoffed and said with a smile, Then do you know who that person you threw just now was? From start to end, Yi Yuan did not recognize Song Qiang and also did not know what background he had. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, He's the head elder's people, right? Furthermore, looking at his appearance, his status isn't low. Ning Xiu opened her mouth wide and said in surprise, How did you know? Yi Yuan smiled and said, I guessed it. Ning Xiu gave a thumbs up and praised. Indeed worthy of being Master Yi. Since you already guessed it, you actually still dared to make him lose face in front of so many juniors? Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, It's because of your master's strong recommendation that I could become an elder. Do you think that if I were friendly to him, their group of people would let me off? Ning Xiu could not help choking and said, Makes sense. But if I were to say, you should have agreed to him earlier and teach him a good lesson. Let him know what's called there's always someone better. Additionally, you can also demonstrate your strength, this newly appointed elder. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Most likely, Lin Dong thinks so as well. However, what qualifications does he have to make me go take action and teach him a lesson? Winning against him, I don't get anything. If lose, that's impossible. The few people around were tickled by Yi Yuan. Yeah, how could Yi Yuan possibly lose to Song Qiang? But laughing for a while, Ning Xiu said, But if like this, outsiders will say even more stuff than your strength being inadequate to take on the position of elder. Most likely, head elder will take this chance to take action. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Even if I need to take action, that's also not me taking action. In the Pill Towers competition, you have to viciously slap that punk for me. Ning Xiu got a fright and hurriedly waved her hand and said, I can't. You aren't aware of this just because Song Qiang isn't anything in your eyes. But in my eyes, that's a mighty divinity-like existence. In the realm of 3-star alchemy god, he's practically undefeatable. Yi Yuan pursed his mouth and said disdainfully, Undefeatable? Who dares to say that they are undefeatable in this world? Even the medicine ancestor, that kind of existence, even if he has no precedence, who can guarantee that there wouldn't be anyone who can repeat it. After breaking through to the Tao realm, I feel my own insignificance even more. What does he count as? Ning Xiu was speechless and said, Talk is cheap for you. Reaching your realm, of course you can say whatever you want. But I'm really not his match. Yi Yuan said coolly, Relax, starting from today, I'll give you special training for 10 days. After 10 days, you have to trample that Song Qiang's face flat for me. Amen? Lin Dong, didn't I arrange for you to go be Elder Ye's follower? Why did you come back? After Lin Dong left, he went all the way back to the Marshal Tower. He ruminated along the way and did not notice that there was someone. Lifting his head to take a look, it was precisely the Deacon Feng Yuhai who arranged his mission this time. Seeing the other party ask, Lin Dong could not help smiling bitterly and said, I probably can't become his follower any longer. Feng Yuhai's brows raised up and he said in puzzlement, What's going on? Do you know, this duty is what many people are fighting for. Being a Pill Tower Elder's follower was not just about glory. It was also a ladder to ensure one's own strength steadily rose higher. A Pill Tower Elder casually refining a few medicinal pills when he was happy could let the follower digest for decades to a century. This kind of task, there were naturally many people fighting for it. Even though Yi Yuan's strength was still weak, he was strongly recommended by Second Elder. Even if he could not refine rank for divine pills, making Second Elder take action, that could work too. Lin Dong was helpless and could only recount the scene that happened in front of Yi Yuan's door, making Feng Yuhai's brows knit together tightly. He sighed and said, This was also hard on you. According to what you said, that Elder Yi might really be a chess piece pushed out by Second Elder. This matter. Don't take part if you can choose not to take part then. The Pill Tower competition was the Pill Tower's grandest event. From disciples to elders, they all had to take part, competing for a spot to enter the Pill Tower. The Pill Tower was a faction of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, and also a cultivation tower that everyone yearned for. The Marshal Tower was likewise so. Each Pill Tower competition, in order to fight for the spot to enter the Pill Tower, the elders would also crack their heads. Pill Marshal Twin Towers were the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's most beautiful structures. The entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, no matter from which angle, one could see the twin towers that towered into the clouds side by side. At this time, below the Pill Tower, people assembled on an enormous plaza. The Pill Tower competition and Marshal Tower competition were both major events that involved the inner city as well as the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's future direction. The attention paid was naturally extremely high. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "You guys, quickly look. The elders are out." A corner of the plaza close to the pill tower had a very high grandstand built temporarily. This was specially prepared for the elders. Even those deacons did not have the qualifications to sit here either. At this time, the elders entered in a single file, each finding their seats and taking it. Dear Cry was so angry in his heart. The others sitting on top, he was convinced of their qualifications. But this Yi Yuan made him as uncomfortable as having eaten a fly. With this, he really ran on top of his head to shit and pee. You all look. That's the newly appointed elder Yi Yuan. So young. More than just young. He's simply a little kid, alright? Many Pill Tower's 3-star alchemy god disciples are hundreds of years older than him. TSK Tisk, truly you can't judge a man by his looks. It's just no idea how his true standard is. I heard that he refused Song Qiyang's challenge. Heh, scared, right? Now everyone says that he's the chess piece pushed out by second elder. I think it's most likely the case. Yeah, such a little kid. He can have the qualifications to be an elder? Isn't that nonsense? Yi Yuan appearing in the ranks of the group of elders truly seemed somewhat glaring. Compared to the other elders, he was somewhat ridiculously young. Even the vast majority of the disciples were much older than Yi Yuan. This kind of situation occurring, it naturally made many people feel very off in their hearts. Of course, the one who felt the most off balance was Song Qiang. He looked at Yi Yuan below, sneering unceasingly in his heart. You just be smug then. Today, I'm going to challenge you in front of everybody. I don't believe that you can avoid and not a battle. Song Qiang sneered coldly in his heart. All preparations in place, Song Qiang slowly stepped out of the ranks and said to Ro Su with clasped hands, Head Elder, I heard that the newly appointed Elder Ye's alchemy strength is formidable. This disciple is untalented and wants to seek guidance from him. There are quite a few disciples present. I think everyone wants to witness Elder Ye's elegant bearing. Just take it as giving the competition this time a warm-up. Everyone clearly did not expect that Song Qiang actually played this move, challenging Yi Yuan in front of so many people. If Yi Yuan still did not accept the challenge, it probably could not be justified, right? However, they also indeed looked forward to it very much at just how Yi Yuan's true strength was. For a moment, all gazes turned toward Yi Yuan, wanting to see how he would cope with the present situation. Ro Su looked at Yi Yuan meaningfully and said, Elder Yi, right now in the Imperial City, the criticism toward you numbered quite a lot. There are quite a few people who say that you're young and lacking to take on the position of elder. Some also say that you're just a 3-star alchemy god and aren't worthy of being an elder. Why not take this chance and show some ability for everyone? These two people sang in chorus, directly forcing Yi Yuan to the corner. Quite a few elders, deacons, and protectors were all watching the joke. After all, Yi Yuan coming into existence so sudden made them very unconvinced. Yeah, Elder Yi, show some skill and also let us broaden our horizons. Elder Yi enjoys success at a young age. He definitely has areas where he surpasses others. Why not take this chance and let us learn? The group of deacons and protectors craved for the world to be plunged into chaos, all concurring. Second Elder did not like to fight and had always been ostracized by Head Elder. The deacons and protectors present, the majority were Head Elder's people. They were naturally here to watch the joke. Yi Yuan sneered in his heart and suddenly asked, Head Elder, this Song Qiang is your disciple, right? Ro Su nodded and said, That's right. Yi Yuan suddenly snorted coldly and said, Head Elder, this disciple of yours is also too ignorant of the rules. The matter a few days ago, I presume that Head Elder wouldn't be unaware, right? A mere 3-star disciple, what right does he have to come and challenge this elder? Today, in front of so many people, he just said those words a little nicer. Is this wanting to force me to abdicate? Head Elder, with this precedent today, then what prestige would all the elders present still have in the future? Song Qiang could not help choking, his face flushing red. Similarly 3-star alchemy god, he was even 2 minor realms higher than Yi Yuan. But his single rebuttal trampled him dead. The difference in status was too great. Yi Yuan suddenly making things difficult for him caught Ro Su by surprise. He did not think that Yi Yuan, a young man, actually knew bureaucratic play and trickery, pressing people with circumstances. Even though these words sounded like avoidance no matter what, he really could not find words to refute. If according to realm, Song Qiang was more than plenty to challenge Yi Yuan. But according to status, Song Qiang was not even fit to carry shoes for Yi Yuan. Saying these words today was disobeying one's superiors in itself. But this way, Rosu was even more convinced that Yi Yuan was definitely an embroidered pillow, not daring to accept the challenge. Rosu's reaction was quick as well, immediately giving Deercry a look. Deercry understood, got up, and said, Yi Yuan, I wonder if this old man has the qualifications to challenge you? Insolence. The moment his voice faded, Yi Yuan immediately launched an attack and said in a cold voice, Who the hell are you to dare directly call this elder by name? Deercry's face turned into the color of pig liver. Being said like this by a little boy who was not even old enough to be his grandson, he was really going crazy. Deercry relied on that he was Rosu's confidant and normally did not take ordinary elders seriously either, directly calling them by their names. His seniority was even older than those elders. Taking advantage of his seniority a bit, no one dared to say anything either. Who knew that today Yi Yuan actually directly used this to shoot? Yi Yuan had a grim look and said to Rosu, Head elder, I think our pill tower should be reorganized properly. Is there still any regard for pecking order? Why not? I propose to have an elders meeting and discuss this problem well, and come up with a solution. Rosu had not opened his mouth yet when the Xianyu who had his eyes shut to rest the entire time suddenly spoke up. Amen. This pecking order should be discussed properly. Finished talking, he shut his eyes again, as if he did not say anything. The moment second elder opened his mouth, the weight of the speech was different. With today's matter as the pretext, having an elders meeting did not seem to be inappropriate. Head elder's lineage was used to playing the tyrant and did not place the other elders in their sights at all. The concept of pecking order had actually long weakened already. This naturally could not scare Rosu, but it made Rosu secretly become alert in his heart. This Yi Yuan was not easy to deal with. This kid had a completely different style than Xianyu, very troublesome. Suddenly, Rosu opened his mouth and said, Deacon Deercry, why haven't you apologized to Elder Yi? Deercry was furious. His old face could be said to not give face to anyone except head elder. He did not expect that today. He actually had to lower his head to a little brat. But if he did not lower his head now, it was equivalent to challenging the entire Elders Association. This crime, he could not undertake it. If it really blew up, he absolutely could not gain anything. Deercry gritted his teeth and said, Elder Yi, just now, it was Deercry who was impetuous. Elder Yi, please don't take offense. When he said Elder Yi 2 words, he felt goosebumps breaking out all over his body. It was truly uncomfortable all over. When the others saw this scene, there was an indescribable peculiarity. Deercry was old until he was almost entering the coffin, but he extended a formal apology to such a young elder. There was an indescribable sense of discordance. Amen. Looking on account of head elder's face, I'll spare you this time. If you were to offend again next time, you'll be punished with due severity according to the Pill Tower's rules. Yi Yuan had a very magnanimous appearance, really like he was lecturing a junior. This kid even went along with it. Deercry snorted coldly and said, Elder Yi, I'm seeking your advice today to liven things up for the Pill Tower's competition. How about it? Yi Yuan said coolly, You're merely a deacon. So what qualifications do you have to come and seek advice from me? The moment these words came out, a wave of boos came from below. Clearly, they already put up with Yi Yuan's approach of avoidance to the extreme. Always using the identity of an elder to come and pressure people, it was also very hard to convince the masses. When Deercry saw this scene, he could not help being overjoyed in his heart. Deercry smiled coldly and said, Heh, Elder Yi is merely a 3-star alchemy god. No matter how lacking this old man is, I'm also a middle-rank 4-star alchemy god. Could it be that I'm not qualified to be your opponent? Or is it that you're simply holding a post without real qualifications and don't dare to accept the challenge at all? Facing the booing, Yi Yuan did not care at all and said disdainfully, If I can't even win you, then what qualifications do I have to be an elder? Forget it, since you all want to witness this elder's strength, then I'll satisfy you all. Deercry revealed a look of surprise. He even thought the Yi Yuan was going to be stubborn until the end and prepared a whole bunch of narratives. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually agreed. Hoo-hoo. Then Elder Yi, please advise. Deercry clasped his hands and said with a smile. He did not think that Yi Yuan could win him at all. If he could not even win a 3-star alchemy god, this lifetime was also in vain. However, Yi Yuan said, "When did I say that I was going to compete with you?" Deercry froze but saw Yi Yuan clasp his hands at Ro Su and said, "Head Elder, ever since entering the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, this Yi heard that your alchemy Dao is exceedingly formidable. No one can beat you in this Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. This Yi is untalented and wants to challenge Head Elder today. I wonder, how does Head Elder feel about it?" Everyone was dumbfounded. This boy was going to challenge Head Elder? He was crazy, right? The entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, apart from Second Elder, there was actually still someone who dared to challenge Head Elder. Head Elder and Second Elder were pinnacle existences in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. They were the absolute leading echelon of alchemy Dao. The other elders were not on the same level as the two of them at all. A measly little 3-star alchemy god actually dared to directly challenge Head Elder. Only an imperceptible faint smile flashed across the corners of Second Elder Xianxua's mouth. He suddenly discovered that Yi Yuan's appearance was simply a gospel to him. The things that he was good at, Yi Yuan was more skilled. The things that he was not good at, Yi Yuan was adept too. Most likely, everyone would think that Yi Yuan was overestimating his own ability. But he knew that Yi Yuan facing off with Ro Su, he would definitely completely trounce the other party. He and Ro Su fought for so many years, he was all too clear about Ro Su's strength. This move of Yi Yuan's was truly too brilliant. If Ro Su agreed, he would definitely lose. At that time, Ro Su's face would be swept clean. If Ro Su capitalized on his identity and did not agree, Yi Yuan could also take advantage of it and shake off the other party's pestering. If Ro Su was smart, he should not stalemate with Yi Yuan anymore. Otherwise, he would die very horribly today. Ro Su also froze and immediately laughed and said, "Oh? Elder Yi actually wants to challenge this old man? Hoo-hoo, truly the young are fearless. If this old man avoids it and did not battle with you, it would probably dampen everyone's spirits today." "Fine, this old man agrees." Xianxia looked at Ro Su rather surprisedly but immediately shut his eyes again. Courting death oneself, then it could not be helped. Head Elder actually agreed. To be able to see Head Elder personally take action, it's truly hard to come by. Haha, that kid thought that Head Elder would relent because of his identity and won't fuss about it with him. Yet, Head Elder agreed. Many people from Head Elder's faction were all mocking Yi Yuan for overestimating his ability, and also looked forward to Head Elder taking action very much. Ro Su and Yi Yuan's pill battle could naturally only refine 3-star divine pills. And in the attainments of 3-star divine pills, Head Elder had long reached the acme of perfection already. Wasn't dealing with Yi Yuan as simple as capturing a prey with ease? Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Head Elder, today's main show is the Pill Towers competition. We can't snatch other people's limelight. Why not put our sparring after the competition?" Ro Su nodded his head and said, "May as well, up to you. Pill Tower competition, begin." A deacon came to the center of the square and said in a clear voice, "First round, competing on fire control. Requesting the kindling." The moment the voice faded, the top of the Pill Tower suddenly spewed out a stream of flames. In a blink of an eye, it was like a rain of flames fell down, scattering everywhere. At this time, several hundred 3-star disciples formed a huge circle. Those flame rain actually landed beside them accurately. These flames were rank 3 divine fires too, but did not have special attributes, as if all of the spirituality was wiped away. The first round, competing on fire control, these 3-star disciples had to control these divine fires without spirituality and eradicate the other people's divine fire. This round would eliminate a large portion of 3-star disciples. Only 100 people would be left behind in the end to enter the second round. This kind of competition was very fair to everyone. Everybody's flame was identical and there was not the slightest aspect to resort of trickery. What they could do was improve their fire controlling skills and defeat the rest. Several hundred elite disciples competing with fire inside a circle. This scene was extremely spectacular. Sai, competing on fire control this round, has nothing to compete in. There's no suspense at all. Yeah, Song Qiyang's fire-controlling arts leaves people far behind in the dust. Within 3 stars, he has no rival at all. Song Qiang will probably deal a vicious blow this time. Those 3-star disciples of Second Elders will be a bit dangerous this time. Since it was competing on Fire Master, one would have to ruthlessly exterminate other people's divine fire. Song Qiang currently had a stomach full of anger. He would definitely target Second Elders' disciples. Begin. Following the deacon's loud yell, the fire competition officially drew back the curtains. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Song Qiang's mouth. Raising a fingertip, that divine fire flew out obediently. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. It was only to see countless flames intertwined together, immediately causing everyone to fall into a chaotic battle. Poowork. Song Qiyang's flame was akin to a sharp sword directly extinguishing a Second Elder's disciple's flame. The slaughter begun. Competing for the qualifications to enter the Pill Tower, no one would slack off at this time. Everyone would go all out. Those whose power were lacking, they unleashed all of their abilities, their faces flushing red. This kind of tangled warfare, the requirement on fire control was exceedingly high. If the flame was big, one would become a common target for all. If the flame was small, one's offensive would be insufficient as well. At the same time, one also had to control the flame to carry out all kinds of evasive actions. It could be said as multitasking. To alchemists, this was indeed an excellent way to test fire control. However, Song Qiyang ran amok, his divine fire transformed to become an enormous dragon. Apart from his own people, he would kill whoever he saw, virtually having none who could last one exchange with him. This was their own battle as well as the fight between the elders. The more enemies he exterminated, that was winning more spots for his side. This fire competition based the rankings on the order of elimination. The last one remaining was the first place. Hence, as long as one was the 100th to be eliminated, they could ensure that they would enter the next round. At this time, the virtual images transformed from all kinds of divine fires in the battlefield crisscrossed, the battle situation incomparably tragic. However, when everyone saw Song Qiang's divine fire, they clamored to avoid it. In a twinkle, Song Qiang slaughtered over 10 people, akin to being in the selfless realm. His fire-controlling arts indeed stood head and shoulders above the pack. The moment experts saw this, they knew that he stood out among the rest. Head Elder stroked his beard and smiled on the grandstands, clearly very satisfied with Song Qiang. Head Elder, Qiang, that boy is really promising. This dark sky dragon art is already a consummate work of art. An elder said, flattering him. Rosu smiled slightly and said, Hoo-hoo, this boy, it's still early. He's still 108,000 miles away from my requirement. That elder smiled and said, Head Elder is a strict teacher producing outstanding students. Although Qiyang's dark sky dragon art isn't worth mentioning in our eyes, among 3-star alchemy gods, he absolutely can show disdain toward everyone. Among 3-star disciples, cannot find a second existence who can contend with him at all. Rosu smiled and said, That's true. Qiang's fire-controlling arts is already approaching the level of a 4-star protector. It's likely very hard for there to be someone who can surpass him among 3-star disciples. Heh, a bunch of trash also wants to enter the Pill Tower. Today, I'm going to make the Second Elder's disciples fail to enter a single one. Song Qiang sneered coldly in his heart. Suddenly, his gaze landed on Ning Xiu. Heh, I'll get started with you then, lass. Who asked you to walk so close with that Yi Yuan? A hint of smugness flashed across the corners of Song Qiang's mouth. Fingers moving slightly, his enormous dragon divine fire pounced toward Ning Xiu's divine fire. Ning Xiu's divine was an exquisite little phoenix. Among those illusions that seemed powerful, it was inconspicuous. Although it was the shape of a phoenix, it looked just like a small bird, without any aggressiveness at all. If Song Qiang did not act against Ning Xiu, there were even many people who did not notice this little phoenix at all. Ning Xiu's talent was indeed pretty good. but her age was too young in the end and had yet to fully mature. The quota to enter the Pill Tower this time, no one would think of her having a chance at all. Those like Song Qiang, existences with half a foot, already stepped into 4-star alchemy god. There were still some in the Pill Tower. Except, these people were not as powerful as Song Qiang, that was all. Amen? Song Qiang has targeted Ning Xiu, that lass? Heh. This boy is also too much of a bully. Heh heh. Look, Song Qiang wants to drive away and exterminate everyone. Not giving second elder students any chance. Want to blame that Elder Yi. Originally, Song Qiang wouldn't be so ruthless either. Now it's good he's angry. Song Qiang's every action was followed with interest. Him acting against Ning Xiu. Someone immediately discovered an inkling. An evil dragon eating a small bird, this result did not seem to have any suspense. The elders would not think so. The audience eating melons also would not think so. Song Qiang himself would not think so, even less. However, just as the two transmogrified divine fires intersected, everyone was dumbfounded. Poo work. That small phoenix was just like a diamond bit drilling into its target, directly piercing through the enormous dragon. The enormous dragon seemed to have suffered a heavy blow all of a sudden, becoming much more illusionary. That power also did not seem to be as fierce as before anymore. Song Qiang got a shock, his fire-controlling art almost going out of control. The enormous dragon trembled all over and actually had signs of collapsing. Song Qiang got a fright and hurriedly stabilized the massive dragon. However, it was not over yet, only to see that small phoenix draw a beautiful arc and turn back once more in a blink of an eye. Poo work. Poo work. Poo work. The small phoenix flew back and forth, like drilling holes, riddling Song Qiang's enormous dragon full of holes. What's going on here? Why is Ning Xiu's little phoenix so strong? My eyesight isn't failing, right? I can't discern any extraordinary aspect about that little phoenix. Fuck me, things got real now. Song Qiang wouldn't be eliminated in the first round, right? After the astonishment, exclamations sounded out everywhere. The visual impact that Ning Xiu's little phoenix gave people was too intense. It was clearly just an unremarkable little bird, so not a single person expected that it was actually this strong. The undeniable thing was that its small body had immense energy. Song Qiang became flustered, his entire person almost falling apart. At this rate, he would really be eliminated in the first round. His gaze turned sharp and he revealed a hint of ferociousness, the seals in his hands changing irregularly. Boom! The massive dragon directly fell apart. Ning Xiu laughed coldly and said, "Wanna run? How can it be that easy?" The enormous dragon shattered, but Song Qiang's divine fire was not extinguished. It was still in the form of a dragon, but it was smaller. With his fire-controlling art, he naturally would not be finished off so easily. But now, making him clash head-on with Ning Xiu, he would not do it even if beaten to death. He only had one thought now: run. His divine fire's might was already mostly extinguished by Ning Xiu. Now, there was less than 1/3 remaining. This level was already insufficient to support him contending with Ning Xiu head-on. The astonishment in his heart could not be any greater. He did not understand why Ning Xiu's fire-controlling arts would suddenly become so horrifying. Song Qiang did not have time to think about this problem. The seals in his hand were swift to the extreme, condensing those shattered flames together once more, coalescing to become a small dragon. This small dragon was 2/3 smaller than that one previously. Poo work! Right then, Ning Xiu's small phoenix hit that small dragon once more with great speed. Song Qiang was going crazy. No way, I must hold on. If I were to be eliminated in the first round, Master's face would be utterly lost today. Song Qiang shouted crazily in his heart. The divine fire sustaining a heavy hit, the power was already less than half previously. Repeatedly suffering heavy blows, Song Qiang's divine fire already reached the brink of collapse. He urged that injured small dragon crazily, wanting to avoid the small phoenix's pursuit. Swoosh! 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 Several divine fires sped toward the small phoenix. Song Qiang's juniors only reacted now, each and every single person coming over to chase and intercept, protecting their senior apprentice brother. A hint of indiscernible slight smile flashed across the corners of Ning Xiyu's mouth, her hand seals becoming even faster. The slaughter started once more. A soft cry sounded out. The originally sparrow-like little phoenix's figure suddenly expanded. That appearance was just like a blazing sun rising, incomparably dazzling. Those juniors blocking Ning Xiyu were all incredibly alarmed. They did not expect that Ning Xiyu severely injuring their senior apprentice brother was actually not her full strength yet. This was a true fire phoenix, very powerful. Fire phoenixes were spirits of fire sources. Although they were illusions, it was the form that could best unleash the might of divine fires. In contrast, the dark sky dragon that Song Qiyang summoned was a shade inferior. It was not that divine fires could freely transform into all kinds of shapes. This had to depend on the controller's strength. Those with poor strength could only transform theirs into some low-level form. Those who were able to transform their divine fires to become a dragon like what Song Qiang did were already considered very powerful. But in the art of fire control, the difficulty of transforming into a fire phoenix was many times greater than turning into a heavenly dragon. Ning Xiyu's little bird form previously, others would not pay too much attention. That kind of small and exquisite form, the requirement on the person controlling fire was not very high. But right now, this form was totally different. Constructing such a form with divine fire required exceedingly fine control of flames. Ordinary people could not accomplish it at all. When Song Qiang saw this scene, his eyeballs were almost popping out. This girl, how did she suddenly become so strong? Could it be? He could not help looking over towards Yi Yuan but discovered that Yi Yuan was expressionless. He was unable to discern joy nor sorrow on Yi Yuan's face. Impossible! If he taught it, why didn't he have any smug expression at all? It must be second elder. He hid all these so deeply. Ning Xiyu's fire phoenix was like a bulldozer. Places that it passed through turned into scorched earth. The head elder's side immediately suffered grievous losses. A large swathe of disciples was directly eradicated. Too strong. Ning Xiyu this lass. When did her fire-controlling arts become so strong? This fire phoenix remarkably lifelike and virtually already has a trace of romantic charm. This lass. How did she do it? Compared to this girl's fire control, Song Qiang's dark sky dragon art is simply trash. On the stands, many elders marveled to no end one after another. Even Xianxia had surprise and bewilderment in his eyes too. He involuntarily looked toward Yi Yuan, but could not see anything from his face. Xianxia knew that these few days, Ning Xiyu had always been in Yi Yuan's mansion and did not come out. In this imperial city, apart from Yi Yuan, nobody had such ability. He could not, Rosu could not either. Rosu's expression was as ugly as it could get. He completely did not think that this fire competition actually became a one-sided massacre. Ning Xiyu this lass was too much, just targeting his lineage's disciples and defeating them all. On the field, his disciples were wailing all over the place now, scurrying like rats everywhere, not daring to confront Ning Xiyu head-on at all. Very soon, the divine fires in the circle became lesser and lesser. Song Qiang was also finally killed by Ning Xiyu's third senior brother after fleeing for half a day. The final battle became second elder's side's civil war. After Ning Xiyu defeated her senior brothers, she took the first place. When the deacon presiding over the fire competition saw this result, even he could not quite dare to believe it. Now, I announce the first round fire competition's results. First place, Ning Xiyu. Second place, Jiang Tao. Third place, 97th place, Song Qiang. 98th place. What an embarrassing ranking. The Song Qiang, who was known as the three-star disciples' #1 person, actually almost could not even enter the second round. If Song Qiang knew that this was Yi Yuan specifically instructing Ning Xiyu to not let him be eliminated in the first round, who knew what he would think? Head elder's lineage. Each and every one of their faces were incomparably gloomy. Especially head elder, he was no longer able to maintain a calm state as well, completely collapsing on the inside. Song Qiang gritted his teeth hard, his face red. Today, his face could be said to be utterly lost. He never dreamed that he actually fell close to 100th place today, and he almost could not even enter the second round. This was simply unprecedented humiliation. Looking at the smiles on the second elder's lineage's faces, Song Qiang secretly gnashed his teeth in hatred. You guys be smug then. The 2 rounds at the back. I'll make you all return it both capital and interest. The atmosphere on the stands was somewhat awkward. Head elder's side was domineering. The other elders mostly did not dare to offend. Hence, even though the second elder's side had a great victory, nobody dared to go up to congratulate either. Hence, everyone kept their face low and heads down. No one said anything. But these elders were still rather grateful to second elder and Ningxiu in their hearts. Head elder's side overwhelmed people with numerical strength, so the others originally could not get much slots to go to the next round. But now, Ningxiu stirring things up like this, many strong rivals on head elder's side were unexpectedly eliminated. This also allowed the other elders' disciples to pick up many places for free. Regarding this, they were naturally happy to see it happen. Ha ha ha! Little junior sister, you're really too incredible. A scholar who has been away 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. Little junior sister, your improvement during these 10 days is simply too terrifying. Lu Yi also extended a thumbs up and praised. Little junior sister, you're amazing. With your present fire-controlling arts, even eldest senior brother, I don't dare to say that I can definitely win. Master Yi is truly remarkable. He only used 10 days, and he let little junior sister be remolded anew. Ningxiu pouted and said unhappily, Eldest senior brother, it's little junior sister's talent. My talent that's extraordinary. Alright? You find a piece of wood for Master Yi. See if he can teach it. Lu Yi laughed in spite of himself and said, Don't say that. If I give Master Yi a piece of wood, he might really be able to groom an alchemy Dao expert out. You! Ningxiu stamped her feet angrily, making everyone laugh out loud. After laughing hard, Ding Sun suddenly asked curiously, Little junior sister, divulge it for us, what kind of special training did Master Yi give you these few days to actually let your fire-controlling art improve to such a degree? Ningxiu's pupils constricted and could not resist shuddering. Very clearly, these 10 days of bitter experience was not that pleasant for her. Could even use the word terrifying to describe the experience. Second senior brother, you don't ask anymore. If you're interested, why not go and beg Master Yi? Let him train you. Ningxiu said. The group of senior brothers exchanged glances, but they all realized that these 10 days, little junior sister probably lived a life that was inhumane. They really could not imagine that their little junior sister who had always feared suffering was actually able to endure such a fiendish training. But since little junior sister could bear it, they could naturally bear it. Upon thinking of little junior sister's transcendent fire-controlling arts, the senior brothers' gazes became heated. To an alchemist, fire-controlling art was too important. Fire-controlling art being a degree stronger, the quality of the medicinal pill might be a degree stronger. Now, the protectors get in position and undergo the first round fire competitions contest, shouted a deacon. This fire competition was divided into 2 groups. The protectors also had to fight for the spot to enter the pill tower. In the end, this round, Lu Yi was slightly inferior and was overpowered by Ro Su's head disciple, finally winning back a round. Except, Lu Yi's fire-controlling arts made Ro Su's head disciple break out in cold sweat from fright too. Seeing Yi Yuan refine pills the last time, the improvement of Lu Yi was all round. Presently, his strength was more than a level stronger than before. After the Protector's fire competition ended, the second round's Dao development was going to begin very soon. The difference between divine rank spirit medicines and mortal rank spirit medicines was that divine rank spirit medicines contained all sorts of law fragments within them. As an alchemy god powerhouse, fusing these great Dao laws into a divine pill organically was where their ability lay. Clearly, this was not a simple task. Alchemists could choose not to comprehend these laws, but they had to be adept at guiding these law fragments for their own use. This was where the profundities of alchemy Dao lay. In this aspect, Yi Yuan clearly walked further than other alchemists. Actually, compared to sensing the specifics of the power of laws, alchemy Dao was more fleeting and ephemeral. Hence, even though there were many alchemists, those truly able to reach an extremely high realm were very few. As for Dao realm, that went even more without saying. And Dao development was guiding the power of laws inside spirit medicines out. This was the basic skill of every alchemy god powerhouse. Compared to refining pills, Tao development was guiding the medicinal properties of a kind of spirit medicine. It was relatively much easier. Of course, that was just relatively speaking. Under normal circumstances, for 3-star alchemy gods to be able to steer out 30% of rank 3 spirit medicine's medicinal properties was already very good. Able to draw forth 50%, those were all people whose strength stood head and shoulders above the masses. Those able to bring out 70% could virtually sweep across those in the same rank, becoming a grandmaster of their generation. At 90%, that was just a legend. Of course, some spirit medicines were comparatively easier to draw out, but some spirit medicines were extremely difficult to draw out. This had to depend on the specific situation. At this time, 3 stalks of spirit medicines were placed in front of everyone's table. They were the spirit medicines used in the second round competition. Blood Longevity Heavenly Ginseng, Jade Cicada Immortal Pistol, Sovereign Rule Crepe Myrtle. It's actually these 3 kinds of spirit medicines. It's over. These 3 kinds of spirit medicines are notorious for being difficult. What to do? The practice was done in vain this time. These 3 kinds of spirit medicines added together, I can't bring out 10 points of the medicinal properties either. These 3 kinds of spirit medicines, each kind of spirit medicine had 10 points. Drawing out 10% of the medicinal properties, you get 1 point. Finally, adding the total score together, the results were put in order. 3 kinds of spirit medicines added together not reaching 10 points. It also meant that they did not even have the confidence to reach 4 points in one type of spirit medicine. When the 100 disciples saw these 3 kinds of spirit medicines, wailing sounds immediately echoed out. The law fragments contained within these 3 kinds of spirit medicines were very convoluted and notoriously difficult to guide. The medicinal pills refined with these 3 kinds of spirit medicines, the refining difficulty was very high. With this, it was awful. But Song Qiang snorted coldly in his heart. He said, "A bunch of fools, strength so weak and still want to enter the 3rd round? Heh. Ning see you this lass. I'll definitely make a fool out of you in this round." In order to ensure the fairness of the Pill Tower competition, this 2nd round spirit medicines were all selected by several very impartial elders of the Martial Tower who enjoyed high prestige and commanded universal respect. All of the Pill Tower's elders were clueless. However, there were no walls in the world that were impervious. Ro Su had long inquired about the contents of the competition this time through secret channels and informed Song Qiang and the rest. This way, their lineage could occupy even more spots. Except, Ro Su completely did not expect that the competition's 1st round this time, his lineage ended with a tragic defeat. Many people did not even have the chance to use the information. However, Song Qiang had specifically practiced before in advance. Getting 1st place this time was absolutely no issue. Ro Su already did not pay attention to the protector-level competition anymore. He knew Lu Yi's strength. It was very hard to gain too big of an advantage. But with regards to disciples' competition, this level of competition, he already had his face swept to the ground. The 2nd round, he must win back face. He did not believe that Ning Siyu could also crush Song Qiang in this round. 2nd round. Begin. Starting from 100th place, Tao development, the deacon said in a clear voice. Finished talking. The disciples held a celestial deity artifact and arrived in front of the 100th place disciple. The so-called Tao development was actually drawing out the law fragments inside spirit medicines with pill refining methods. That celestial deity artifact was called Tao development instrument. It was specifically used to test the percentage guided out. That disciple drew a deep breath, his palm trembled, directly shattering the blood longevity heavenly ginseng. Then he started guiding the law fragments in the blood longevity heavenly ginseng with extremely quick hand movements, entering inside the Tao development instrument. There were 10 major scale lines on the Tao development instrument and also many small scale lines. Very precise. That disciple used all of his strength and desperately guided the law fragments into the Tao development instrument. But no matter how hard he tried, it only stopped at the 3rd scale line in the end. A thick look of disappointment revealed in his eyes, and he knew that he could not enter the 3rd round no matter what. The 2nd round had to eliminate 70 people, leaving only the top 30 to enter the 3rd round. Want to enter the top 30? One needed to at least reach 13 or 14 scale lines. Clearly, it was impossible for him. Sure enough, the 2 spirit medicines at the back, his performance was not very good. There was even one who did not even reach 3 scale lines. Wang Hong, Blood Longevity Heavenly Ginseng 3.2, Jade Cicada Immortal Pistol 3.2, Sovereign Rule Crepe Myrtle 2.9, total score 9.3, the deacon said in a clear voice. Hearing people heard this result, their hearts raced. No one mocked this Wang Hong because they knew that these 3 kinds of spirit medicines were indeed very difficult. If they did it, they might not do better than Wang Hong. Sure enough, the 99th place disciple was even a point worse than Wang Hong. The 98th place disciple's results were nothing as well without surprises. Next, 97th place, Song Qiang. The deacon said in a clear voice. Coming in front of the spirit medicines, Song Qiang's shattered confidence was instantly brimming. It was even somewhat overflowing. For the sake of the competition this time, Song Qiang had specially trained in these 3 kinds of spirit medicines before. When his state was at the best, he could even reach 17 points. One should not look at how it was just over half the total. This was already an extremely high score. Song Qiang grinned, his palm shaking very casually. The Blood Longevity Heavenly Ginseng was shattered into pieces. Then, Song Qiang's hands moved like lightning, both hands kneading seals swiftly. At this moment, Song Qiang's formidable pill refining technique was displayed in its entirety. Law fragments were actually guided into the Dao development instrument unceasingly by him. The scales of the Dao development instrument were rising rapidly. TSK, Senior Apprentice Brother Song is indeed incredible. He failed miserably in an easy task during the first round. The second round, he's about to win back a round immediately. This illusionary heaven solution hand has truly reached the acme of perfection. It's already more than 4 points. Looks like Senior Apprentice Brother Song's Blood Longevity Heavenly Ginseng can at least reach 5.5 points. This is impressive. Song Qiang's strength was indisputable. Using this pill refining technique, it gave people a feeling of gladdening the heart and refreshing the mind. Those disciples all used extremely worshipping gazes to look at him. Finally, the Dao development instrument scales no longer moved, finally stopping at 5.7 points. Ha ha ha. My state today is pretty good. I have a hunch that I might very likely break through 17 points today. This round's first place is definitely mine. Seeing the 5.7 points result, Song Qiang was puffed up with pride. With 17 points, it was his best result. Now, he turned grief and indignation into strength, and his state was actually surprisingly good. This made his confidence somewhat overflow. Song Qiang gave Ning Xiu a taunting glance. The latter stuck her tongue out and made a funny face, shooting back. Song Qiang's state today was really excellent to the max. With the second spirit medicine, Jade Cicada Immortal Pistol, he reached a high score of 5.8 points. At this time, Song Qiang had a feeling of his spirit leaving his body, being invincible under the heavens. Ha ha ha, little girl. I see what you used to compete with me in this round. Song Qiang laughed loudly and said. Head Elder Ro Su's face finally revealed a smile, and said with a slight nod, Hoo-hoo. Striving harder after knowing humiliation. Qiang is pretty good. Hoo-hoo, it's still Head Elder who taught well. Qiang didn't panic in the face of peril. No matter whether mentality or strength, he's a top-notch choice. Another elder curried favor. Head Elder's eyes are discerning. Qiang, this child, will definitely have great accomplishments in the future. When Head Elder heard the praises, he was extremely pleased in his heart. He acknowledged it. Song Qiang was his masterpiece. He was even more outstanding than his own head disciple. He was also worried that Song Qiang would be affected by the first round just now and perform below standard in the second round. Looking at it now, his worries were superfluous. Very soon, Song Qiang also finished the Sovereign Rule Crepe Myrtle's Dao development in one go. The third spirit medicine, Song Qiang similarly obtained 6.8 points. The total tally of the 3 kinds of spirit medicines results reached a high score of 17.3 points. One should not look down on these 0.3 points. To Song Qiang, it was absolutely a massive breakthrough. Dao development could not continuously improve, drawing out even more law fragments just by cultivating. After being about to guide 50%, every half a point of improvement was incredibly hard. Song Qiyang only achieved a tiny bit of improvement after putting in God knows how much hard work. Furthermore, he had merely only reached 17 points once as well. Song Qiang's results immediately drew a series of praises. He's the 3-star disciple's #1 person in the end. Song Qiang's strength really nothing to say. Losing to Ning Xiu previously was merely capsizing in a drain. Yeah, people said that he might reach head elder's height in the future. I think this statement isn't false. Such complex spirit medicines, yet he could actually even reach 17.3 points, simply a freak. Feeling everyone's idolizing gazes, Song Qiang felt comfortable to the extreme, especially after sweetness that came after suffering. This glory was even sweeter. On the grandstand, head elder smiled and said to Xianyu, second elder, 17.3 points. Wonder if Xiu that last can reach such a high score or not? The moment these words came out, everyone's gazes turned to Xianyu. Provocation. This was a blatant provocation. They very much wanted to see whether or not the benign and uncontentious second elder would fight back or not. It was just that, in their view, for second elder to want to win, it was far too difficult. 17.3 points was already an exceedingly high score. Second elder's eyelids raised slightly, finally opening his eyes. But outside of everyone's expectations, he looked at Yi Yuan and asked, Elder Yi, what do you think? What the hell was this? Your disciple, you asked what he thought? Could it be that you did not even know your own disciple's standard? This play was acted really fake. However, Xianyu actually really did not know what was Ning Xiu's situation right now. It had merely been around 10 days since Ning Xiu came back, but these 10 days already made Xianyu feel at a loss. The improvement was too great. However, whether Ning Xiu only improved in fire-controlling arts or had improvements in all aspects, he really did not know. Yi Yuan said coolly, 17.3 points? Heh, getting this score and he also dared to come out and posture? Still such a high score? Head elder, your ability in teaching disciples can't make it. The grandstand was deathly silent, being struck dumb with amazement by Yi Yuan's great ridiculing art. Head elder's ability to teach disciples could not make it? It was still their first time hearing it. In reality, head elder's ability of teaching disciples, even second elder could not hold a candle to him. His disciples basically all suppressed second elder's lineage, no matter at which stage. Now, there was actually someone who said that head elder's ability in teaching disciples was lacking. Ro Su's eyes narrowed slightly and he said in a cold voice, Elder Yi, I'm really somewhat doubting if you're really an expert, or are you deliberately talking big to impress people? To a 3-star alchemy god, being able to reach 15 points is already very impressive. Getting 17.3 points is already ranked among the best in all previous sessions of Pill Tower competition. Do you think I know how to teach disciples or not? Yi Yuan pursed his mouth and said disdainfully, Head elder. Song Qiang offended this elder that day. This elder minded my identity and was disdainful to take action to teach him a lesson. But it doesn't mean that this elder can allow a puny 3-star alchemy god to bully. This elder doesn't have an apprentice for the time being and asked second elder to lend me a disciple to be taught for a few days. No other intention. It's just to let this disciple of yours know that there is always someone better, and heaven beyond heaven. Let him know that the dignity of elders cannot be provoked. Hiss. The elders all drew a cold breath, not expecting that Yi Yuan actually said such words. His meaning was that Ning Xiu only became so impressive through his teachings? But seriously, the improvement of Ning Xiu's fire-controlling art could simply use hop, skip, and jump to describe. Except, what did the phrase puny 3-star alchemy god mean? Said it like you were not a 3-star alchemy god. Ro Su did not believe Yi Yuan's words at all and said with a cold smile, Is that so? Your meaning is that the disciple I taught for several hundred years is inferior to the one you taught for a few days? Young man, don't talk too big when boasting, in case you can't back it up when the time comes. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Head elder, rest assured. The words that I, Yi Yuan, say, can definitely be backed up. Ro Su felt that Yi Yuan was simply a shit-stirring stick. There was no way to chat. Running into a lunatic when posturing. How can others still posture? Humph. Not making any sense. Head elder snorted coldly and stopped speaking. Louis and the rest perked their ears up and listened below, each and every single one of them feeling incomparably liberated. Elder Yi was indeed as domineering as before. When you all, these frogs at the bottom of a well, witness Elder Ye's true strength. Wait to stare dumbfoundedly with your jaws slack. Upon thinking of head elder's expression after being defeated by Yi Yuan, the few people all could not resist revealing a knowing smile. The Dao development was still continuing. Sure enough, after Song Qiang, no performance that took people's breath away occurred anymore. The low ones were 10 or 11 points. Occasionally, a decent would one appear. It was also at most just 14 or 15 points. But the more to the back, the points also gradually became higher. After all, those able to slaughter their way out from the first round and take a high ranking were all powerful people. Originally, Song Qiang should also be ranked at the back, but because of the first round's accident, that was why he was placed at the front. After Song Qiang, the highest score was Ning Xiyu's third senior brother, but he was also just 16.3 points, an entire point worse than Song Qiang. This disparity was already not small. Ning Xiyu's third senior brother was second place, which was also the second last to leave the field. There was still a last one remaining, that was Ning Xiyu. If Ning Xiyu could not surpass 17.3, then Song Qiang would be the second round's champion. For a moment, everyone's gazes all landed on Ning Xiyu. Ning Xiyu sucked in a deep breath, shattering the blood longevity heavenly ginseng with a palm. Tap. Just as Ning Xiyu shattered the blood longevity heavenly ginseng, Yi Yuan's index finger lightly tapped on the table in front of him. Ning Xiyu's peripheral vision was on Yi Yuan's fingers all along. Seeing Yi Yuan's movement at this time, her body instinctively started moving. Ning Xiyu's movements were far from as flashy as Song Qiang's. It even seemed somewhat clumsy. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help being rather astounded. Could this kind of clumsy technique obtain a good result? Hoo-hoo, is this lass here to be funny? This kind of technique? Still want to beat me? Song Qiang laughed in spite of himself. Tap, tap, tap. Yi Yuan's finger knocked on the table 3 times again. Ning Xiyu's technique suddenly changed. The law fragments emitted from the blood longevity heavenly ginseng actually started to pour into the Dao development instrument in a steady stream. That deacon originally also thought that Ning Xiyu could not make it this round. But at this time his pupils suddenly shrunk, looking at Ning Xiyu in disbelief. He was the closest to Ning Xiyu and could feel the aura of the law fragments. Those law fragments actually did not dissipate much, with the vast majority entering the Dao development instrument. Tap, 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 tap. Yi Yuan's finger knocked on the table non-stop, the tempo changing irregularly. From the view of outsiders, it was like Yi Yuan was tapping on the table out of sheer boredom. But Ning Xiyu followed Yi Yuan's rhythm and changed her technique continuously. The Dao development instrument's scale climbed crazily. For points. 5 points. 6 points. When it reached 6 points, it still had not stopped, rushing straight for 7 points. Everyone was stunned. What was with Ning Xiyu's strange technique? 7 points, that was Grandmaster level. Ning Xiyu's control over Dao development already reached such an astonishing extent. Don't reach 7 points. Don't reach 7 points. Song Qiang shouted desperately in his heart, hoping that it could stop Ning Xiyu. However, Ning Xiyu did not give him any chance at all, directly rushing up to 7 points. However, this was not over yet. After shooting up to 7 points, the rate of increase clearly slowed down, but it still climbed up bit by bit. Finally, it stopped on the 7.3 scale line. The whole place was silent. It lasted for a full 5 breaths before a wave of exclamations sounded out. 7.3. This is too fake. Could it be that Ning Xiyu already reached the realm of Grandmaster? This is also too exaggerated. A 3-star alchemy god actually guided out 73% of law fragments. Even for 4-star alchemy gods, not many can do it as well, right? The Dao development score, the higher it went, the harder it was. Especially after Dao development reached 60%, even a single point more was also as hard as ascending to heaven. Even if one broke through to 4-star alchemy god, understanding of alchemy Dao becoming more profound, it was also not possible for Dao development to directly fly from 60% to 70% all of a sudden. But Ning Xiu, she did it. Astonishment was written all over Ruosu's face. Originally, he still wanted to rely on Song Qiang's high score to viciously smack Yi Yuan's face. But now, Song Qiang's result was simply trash in front of Ning Xiu. Xian Yu's shock was not the slightest bit less than Ruosu's. He could not resist asking Yi Yuan, Elder Yi Yu, "How did you do it?" However, Yi Yuan's face was not happy at all. Instead, the expression seemed to be looking rather dissatisfied. He said, "This lasts to actually only draw out this bit. She really disappointed me this time." The group of elders revealed strange expressions on their faces. This guy was intentionally posturing, right? 7.3 points. He actually found it little. Actually, they did not know that Yi Yuan's special training to Ning Xiu was specifically targeting this pill tower competition. In 10 days' time, the things that could be done were too few. Of course, it was impossible to let Ning Xiu's strength soar to such a terrifying level. But if it was just targeting this competition, Yi Yuan could let Ning Xiu easily win. This Dao development, it was just guiding out the law fragments in a single spirit medicine. To Yi Yuan, there was not much difficulty. Ning Xiu's technique was all created by Yi Yuan, specifically used to guide the law fragments in spirit medicines. This technique had a total of 100 seals. Yi Yuan made Ning Xiu practice these seals until she had it at her fingertips. As for how to apply, she did not need to worry about it. Then, he agreed on a secret code with Ning Xiu. Ning Xiu just had to deploy the seals according to his rhythm, and she could naturally draw out even more law fragments. This was also just Ning Xiu. If it were Yi Yuan, if it was not 100%, it was at least above 95% too. His understanding of alchemy Dao was not what others could compare to at all. Originally, according to Yi Yuan's estimations, Ning Xiu should at least be above 75%. He did not expect that she would only achieve 73%. Hence, he was naturally unhappy. As if sensing Yi Yuan's dissatisfied phase, Ning Xiu spat her tongue out, looking embarrassed. She knew that she made some minor problems earlier, that was why she did not meet Yi Yuan's requirements. The Dao development continued. Ning Xiu seemed to have also gradually entered a state of concentration. The Jade Cicada Immortal pistol's performance was clearly much better than the Blood Longevity Heavenly Ginseng. Finally, the result of Ning Xiu's Jade Cicada Immortal pistol was 7.5. Song Qiyang's expression became uglier and uglier, his face burning hot. It was as if he was slapped by someone. He was still brimming with confidence previously, thinking that this second round he would win. But now, his result was simply trash in front of Ning Xiu. Looking at it now, every sentence he said earlier, every posturing he did, was all smacking his own face. Very soon, the result of the Sovereign Rule Crepe Myrtle also came out. 7.5. Ning Xiu's total score was 22.3 points. Compared to Song Qiang's 17.3, it was a full 5 points higher. What these 5 points represented was an insurmountable gap. Simply unbelievable. Is this girl really Ning Xiu? Is Elder Yu really so formidable? Only used a few days' time and he taught Ning Xiu to such a level? Head Elder's lineage really had their faces swept to the ground this time. Yi Yuan looked at Ruosu with a smile that was not a smile and said, "Head Elder, wonder if this result can wind up the matter?" Head Elder had a grim expression as he said, "Young man, don't be so overbearing. You'll suffer a big loss like this." Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Head Elder, seems like the one who's overbearing isn't me, right? I just became an elder and your disciple came up to bully. Why did it become me who's overbearing now?" Head Elder could not help choking and snorted coldly and said, "Young man, don't get cocky too early. You and I, there's still a contest." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I already can't wait for it." The two people dealt a blow for a blow. All of the elders were silent like cicadas in winter. This new elder was really too awesome. Even second elder did not have this courage to talk to head elder like so. He actually dared. As for whether or not Yi Yuan really had this ability, everyone still had a skeptical attitude. If not seeing it with their own eyes, Nobody would believe that a 3-star alchemy god could win against head elder. As for Ningxiu, they were more inclined to believe that second elder recently found some tricks to teach disciples. This third round was naturally competing on pill refinement. This round did not have any trickery to talk about. It was totally competing in raw power. But Yi Yuan was not worried about Ningxiu. The current Ningxiu was already no longer the past Ningxiu. She had experienced his Dao realm pill refining several times altogether and also had his special training. If she could not refine a high-grade medicinal pill, then Yi Yuan would go and knock his head to death. Of course, it was also that Ningxiu had astonishing comprehension ability. That was why Yi Yuan would choose her. If it were others, even if he let them observe his Dao realm pill refinement, wanting to make rapid progress within a short time could not be done no matter what. One had to know, the first time Ningxiu saw Yi Yuan's Dao realm pill refinement, she could already refine high-grade Meridian Heaven Heart pill. Qi Yang, this round is your forte. You definitely can't lose anymore. Ruosu could not sit still anymore. Making use of the resting interval, he personally went down the grandstand and called Song Qiang to his side, personally instructing. A hint of panic flashed across in Song Qiang's eyes. He did not think that he would lose so thoroughly today. For so many years, his eyes had always been at the top of his head, totally looking down on alchemists in the same rank. But now he was utterly defeated at the hands of a little girl. He started to doubt life. Master, The first two were also my forte. Furthermore, the second round I even practiced before in advance. But in the end, Song Qiang said rather dispiritedly. Ruosu's face fell and he said, although I didn't catch any evidence, the first 2 rounds, they definitely have suspicions of winning through unorthodox ways. But the third round is honest-to-goodness pill refinement. That punk absolutely can't make Ningxiu this last undergo a complete change. You don't need to think too much this third round. As long as you perform as per usual, you'll win for sure. Make sure not to be affected by before. Song Qiang sucked in a deep breath and said with a nod, I know what I should do, master. You know my ass. If you also lose this third round, don't call me your master anymore in the future. Done talking, Ruosu flicked his sleeves and left, leaving behind Song Qiang transfixed like a wooden chicken. What kind of visual prowess did Ruosu have? How could he not see that Song Qiang's thoughts were wavering right now? Hence, that was why Ruosu dealt this harsh action to him, making Song Qiang pull himself together. Ruosu spent a lot of effort on Song Qiang. How could he bear to really chase him out of his tutelage? Third round, pill refining. The medicinal pill that you all have to refine is the Crimson Thunder Heavenly Spirit pill, the deacon said. The Crimson Thunder Heavenly Spirit pill was a thunder attribute medicinal pill. The difficulty of refining was very high, virtually comparable to the Gale Celestial Stone pill. The difficulty of medicinal pill was an unprecedented challenge to everyone. But in this third round, Ningxiu was clearly at a disadvantage. After all, she was just middle-stage origin deity. She was much worse in terms of divine essence. These medicinal pills that are harder to refine, and the expenditure on divine essence was also enormous. I wonder if this third round Ningxiu can still create a miracle or not. If there weren't the first 2 rounds, I think that Ningxiu definitely can't. But now I'm really looking forward to it. I heard some time back that Ningxiu assailed the Meridian Heaven Heart pill bitterly and failed to get results. This Crimson Thunder Heavenly Spirit pill is much harder than the Meridian Heaven Heart pill. Can she really do it? If Elder Yi can even teach pill refinement, then the front door of Yi Manor will definitely be packed until it bursts tomorrow. In the first 2 rounds, everyone was not optimistic about Ningxiu, but they did not expect that Ningxiu became the greatest dark horse, crushing the top-seeded contestant, Song Qiang, until he was black and blue all over. This third round, everyone naturally also looked forward to it. But some who knew the inside story heard before about Ningxiu's alchemy Dao strength, and hence, started somewhat doubting it. With the pill refinement round starting, everyone cast their whole attention into pill refinement. But Ningxiu did not move. Yi Yuan told her, don't be impatient before refining the pill. Recall the many times of observations properly. Carefully recall the Dao accumulations back then, and adjust your state to the pinnacle. Ningxiu readily obeyed Yi Yuan's words, so she was not in a hurry to move. Amen? What's this girl doing? She knows that she can't refine it, so she's deliberately disrupting my mind. Song Qiyang's state of mind was unsettled and kept on not being able to let go of thinking about Ning Xiu. Ning Xiu's strange action naturally landed in his eyes very quickly. He was already somewhat doubting life now. Seeing this scene, he was even more anxious and doubtful. Humph! Ruosu suddenly snorted coldly. Song Qiang abruptly startled awake and plunged into pill refining. Head Elder, this action is likely not compliant with the rules, right? Xianyu suddenly opened his eyes and said coolly. Ruosu's face did not turn red, nor did his heart beat faster as he said coolly, "What did this old man do?" He clearly made Song Qiang calm his thoughts through this cold snort. Now, he actually refused to admit it without blushing. The other elders also felt that this action was somewhat overboard. It was just that they dared to be angry, but they did not dare to speak. Xianyu froze and immediately kept his mouth shut. This guy's skin was seriously too thick. Yi Yuan glanced at Ruosu, but did not make a sound. While at this time, Ning Xiu suddenly opened her eyes and started the pill refinement. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, nodding his head to himself. This girl's comprehension ability was even better than he thought. Only to see Ning Xiu's actions akin to floating clouds and flowing water, natural and smooth, accomplishing things at one go, with quite the air of a master. Quite a few elders emitted a light gasp, clearly being attracted by Ning Xiu. The realm of the elders present were all very high and could discern the level of superiority at a glance. Ning Xiu's current state already reached a kind of ethereal state, no distractions in her mind. Under such a state, pill refinement could clearly yield twice the results with half the effort. Xiu, this lass seems to really be different. Could it be that Elder Yu really has this level of means to turn something rotten into something magical? If Xiu, this girl, really refines the Crimson Thunder Heavenly Spirit pill, that would be incredible. The group of elders gasped in wonder one after another. They knew that Ning Xiu really could not be compared to in the past anymore. Regardless of the final result, Song Qiang's title of number 1 person among 3-star disciples would likely have to be handed over on a silver platter. In contrast, even though Song Qiang forcefully reined in his thoughts, his state of mind was already flustered. It was very hard to unleash all of his strength. His strength would likely be greatly reduced. Time slowly trickled by. Due to the reason of her realm being lacking, Ning Xiu was dripping with sweat, somewhat straining. But her entire person was in a mysterious state and did not detect it at all. She only had one thought right now, that was to refine the medicinal pill. Suddenly, she chirped. Condense! She was the last to take action among everyone, but the very first to finish. Amidst the crowd, waves of exclamations came over. They did not expect that Ning Xiu really refined the Crimson Thunder Heavenly Spirit pill. Even she herself looked towards Yi Yuan with an excited face. She knew that all these changes were brought to her by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan flashed her a slight smile to show her affirmation, making Ning Xiu extremely agitated. Before long, Song Qiang's medicinal pill was also about to congeal. Humph! But right at the critical moment, Yi Yuan suddenly emitted a cold snort from his nasal cavity. Song Qiang seemed to have his throat clutched, instantly suffocating. Congealing the pill was one of the most critical steps in alchemy. One could say that it was akin to 10,000 streams converging into a river. This cold snort of Yi Yuan's seemed to directly chop a blade at the convergence area of all the trickles. That taste was really free from inhibitions to the max. Head Elder's face changed and he said in a cold voice, Yi Yuan, what's the meaning of this? Yi Yuan said with an innocent look, what did I do? Oh, just now. My throat was uncomfortable and I cleared it. Head Elder's throat was also uncomfortable just now. Right? You. Ruosu was angered until his face was livid, but he actually could not find the words to refute. Many elders all desperately held back from laughing. Yi Yuan, this boy was really too bad. But this matter was Head Elder not complying with the rules first. No one could find any fault. Although this cold snort of Yi Yuan's was not to the extent of making Song Qiang waste all the previous efforts, the quality of the medicinal pill was definitely greatly affected. What's wrong with me? Could it be that I did something wrong? Why is Head Elder being so angry? Yi Yuan said with a face that looked harmless to man and beast. Ruasu's expression was incredibly grim as he said in a solemn voice, "Elder Yi, very good. You're very good. In a while, we'll showcase our true abilities then." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "To be able to get head elder's guidance, this you most welcomes it." Amidst the somewhat cold atmosphere, everyone's medicinal pills had completely been refined. The disciples who could enter the top 30, their strengths were all very outstanding. Although the Crimson Thunder Heavenly Spirit pill was hard, it was not to the point where they could not refine it. It was just that the good and bad of the qualities varied greatly. "Open the furnace. Elders, please examine them," the deacon said in a clear voice. Everyone opened their medicinal cauldrons. One medicinal pill after another flew out. When Ning Xiu saw her Crimson Thunder Heavenly Spirit pill, she could not help being overjoyed. She really did it. Peak high grade. Just one more stop and it was superior grade. The group of elders walked down the grandstand and saw Ning Xiu's Crimson Thunder Heavenly Spirit pill at first glance, all incomparably shocked. How could they have imagined that Ning Xiu could actually refine one that was peak high grade? Looks like this round's situation is already very obvious. Xiu this last takes first place for all three, overpowering everyone, said an elder. Quite a few elders came in front of Xianyu and congratulated. "Second elder, congratulations. The 10 spots to enter the pill tower this time, your lineage actually occupied half. It's truly unprecedented." Xianyu smiled and said, got lucky, all thanks to Elder Yi." Xianyu was naturally delighted in his heart. But he also knew that this was all Yi Yuan's credit and had nothing to do with him. These few years, he was bullied badly by Head Elder. Today, he finally vented it all out. Head Elder only came down and circled one round, then returned to the grandstand again. How could he still have any face to stay? That cold snort of Yi Yuan's directly disrupted Song Qiang's medicinal pill into low grade. How could a low-grade medicinal pill be enough to enter the top 10? Song Qiang was long gone. He really had no way of staying here anymore. Today, his face was utterly lost. After a few more hours, the Protector team's results were also out. Lu Yi and Ding soon both successfully obtained the spots to enter the pill tower. Once that side ended, Ruasu stood up impatiently and said coldly, "Elder Yi, it's our turn." Yi Yuan slowly got up and said with a smile, "Head Elder is very anxious. This state of mind will affect your performance." Ruasu snorted coldly and said, "That doesn't need you to worry about. Today, this old man is going to let you know that elders aren't so easy to be." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "How does Head Elder want to compete?" Ruasu said in a deep voice, "Don't say that this old man is bullying you. Any rank 3 divine pill, you can have your pick." Head Elder was still concerned about his identity in the end and did not wish to get a reputation of bullying the weak in front of so many people. Therefore, he had Yi Yuan choose the medicinal pill. In his view, no matter which rank 3 medicinal pill, he still had no problems crushing Yi Yuan. He was the Exalted Pill Tower's head elder, a peak 4-star alchemy god. How could he possibly lose to a 3-star alchemy god? Even if Yi Yuan was somewhat different from the rest, his strength far surpassing 3-star alchemy gods, he also had full confidence. But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Head Elder is actually so magnanimous. Then, I'll choose the medicinal pill." Ruasu snorted coldly and said, "You just pick. This old man is the Exalted Head Elder. Could it be that I still have to make things difficult in this area for you, a 3-star alchemy god? Spreading it. Wouldn't it incur the entire Imperial City's people mocking?" Yi Yuan nodded his head but looked towards Xianyu and said, "Second Elder, I wonder what rank 3 divine pill head elder is most adept in?" Xianyu understood it and said with a smile, "The rank 3 divine pills that head elder is good at are too many to enumerate. But to say what he's best at, it should be the Vast Sun Universe pill. This medicinal pill of his has created many divine Lord Realm powerhouses for the Imperial City." Yi Yuan's brows raised up. Looking at Ruasu, he was rather surprised. He did not think that Ruasu was actually good at the Vast Sun Universe pill. This Vast Sun Universe pill was not an ordinary medicinal pill, but a medicinal pill that could help half-step divine lords and grand completion origin deity perceive the laws of heaven and earth, comprehending opening up an inner world. No medicinal pills could directly let the martial artist break through to divine lord realm. But the Vast Sun Universe pill could increase the chances of a martial artist's breakthrough, letting them have a chance of taking this final step. This kind of medicinal pill was hard to find a single one. Disregarding that the spirit medicines required were very scarce, the requirement of the refiner was also perverse to the extreme. Even for 4-star alchemy gods, those able to refine it were also exceedingly few. 3-star alchemy gods, it had never been heard of that someone refined it before. Ruosu and Xianxia, these sorts of existences could naturally refine it. But Ruosu was more than a magnitude stronger than Ruosu in this medicinal pill. The moment Ruosu heard, his stomach full of anger turned into ridicule, and he said with a cold smile, "Hoo-hoo, young people had best not be too impetuous. You want to use the medicinal pill that I'm most adept in to compete with me. The idea is good, but you're too weak." Ruosu's meaning was, you want a posture, in the end you smacked your own face, right? How could he not perceive that Yi Yuan wanted to challenge the medicinal pill that he was best at? However, the reality was not as expected. He completely did not think that Yi Yuan would compete with him with the vast Sun Universe pill. This medicinal pill, 3-star alchemy gods had no capability to refine one. The other elders also revealed contemptuous looks, feeling that Yi Yuan postured over the top. This elder Yi, the more I look, the more unreliable he seems to be. Yeah, want to say that Ning Xiyu was taught by him, I don't believe even if beaten to death. Youngsters, having a bit of strength made them not know the immensity of heaven and earth anymore. How can the vast Sun Universe pill be what he can refine? You want to compete in the vast Sun Universe pill with me? Hoo-hoo, young man, I'm somewhat doubting it now. Do you really know alchemy? When Ruosu heard that, he could not refrain from laughing in spite of himself. No or not, you'll know in a while. Why is head elder going back on your words? Yi Yuan said coolly. Heh. Since you're looking for a trashing yourself, then wouldn't it somewhat be letting you down if this old man doesn't help you achieve your purpose? Ruosu said with a cold smile. To talk about Ruosu refining the vast Sun Universe pill, that was indeed a special ability of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. There was even one time when he refined a peak heaven grade vast Sun Universe pill and just missed a little bit more to reach the realm of divine grade. For the vast Sun Universe pill, this was simply a miracle. There was a saying that circulated among alchemists. The vast Sun Universe pill was the hardest in rank 3. For a rank 3 alchemist to want to refine the vast Sun Universe pill, it was undoubtedly a fool's talk. One could say that the vast Sun Universe pill was the taboo of 3-star alchemy gods, even though it was just a rank 3 divine pill. Only by experiencing the baptism of great Tao, opening up one's inner world and increasing one's comprehension, could one refine this medicinal pill. It could be seen from this how great the difficulty of refining this medicinal pill was. However, when everyone heard that head elder was going to refine the vast Sun Universe pill, each and every one of them became incomparably excited. Especially those alchemists, this was a rare chance to learn and observe to them. It's really too great. To actually be able to personally see head elder refining the vast Sun Universe pill, this is a chance that only happens once in a blue moon. Even though Elder Yi is unreliable, he obtained benefits for us, these bottom-level alchemists, this time. Elder Yi is really an ignorant person who doesn't fear anything, to actually want to compete in the vast Sun Universe pill with head elder. Isn't this simply looking to be abused? Maybe he feels that such a difficult medicinal pill, even if he can't refine it, it wouldn't be too embarrassing either. This way, he can continue to fish in troubled waters in the future. The spirit medicines required for refining the vast Sun Universe pill were very rare. But with the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's strength, collecting a few sets of rank 3 spirit medicines was still doable. It was just that this medicinal pill was too precious. Extremely few people could afford the price to invite head elder to take action. Before long, someone prepared 2 sets of spirit medicines and delivered them to the pill tower. Elder Yi, these spirit medicines were gotten by the Martial Tower's disciples at the risk of their lives. Giving you to refine is really too wasteful. Ruosu pointed at those spirit medicines and said. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself when he heard that and said, Head elder's words aren't correct. Wasted or not, we'll only know after refining. If your medicinal pill's quality is worse than mine, you're the one who really squandered it. Ruosu snorted coldly and said, Razor-tongued, I don't believe that you can really refine the vast Sun Universe pill. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said coolly, It's useless to say anymore. Let's get started. Head Elder, go first. Let me plagiarize first. Ruasu laughed coldly and said, then you have to watch carefully. Done talking, Head Elder's two hands drew a circle. The aura of Great Tao surged to the sky on the plaza, the commotion extremely shocking. Reaching the realm of 4-star alchemy god realm, each pill refinement would trigger the power of Great Tao. But those who could be deep and vigorous like Head Elder, they were one of a kind. Xianyu's gaze turned sharp and he muttered to himself, looks like his strength improved again. The two people fought for so many years and had always been secretly contending. Regarding Ruasu's strength, Xianyu was the clearest. From this imposing momentum, he could sense that Ruasu's strength was a little stronger than before again. Reaching their realm, every tiny bit of improvement was exceedingly hard to come by. Head Elder's strength improving, he could originally shake him off by some distance. It was just too bad. He ran into Yi Yuan. Observing Yi Yuan's pill refinement the last time made Xianyu glean considerable gains. These few days, Xianyu's alchemy Tao level had considerable improvement. This kind of learning actually had the best effect during the first time, because Yi Yuan's pill refinement opened another door for them. Indeed worthy of being the Head Elder. The moment he made his move, it's heaven-shocking. I don't know if Head Elder can break through the fetters this time and refine a divine-grade Vast Sun Universe pill. If Head Elder can break through the fetters, then all the major families present will probably go crazy. Isn't that so? Divine-grade Vast Sun Universe pill virtually represents a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse. Which family can be calm? Head Elder's alchemy technique was dignified and complex, yet incomparably steady. The alchemy Tao powerhouses present, even elder class, were also ashamed of their inferiority. This was the strength after endless tempering and training. There was no way to rock it at all. Yi Yuan watched by the side and also praised endlessly. TSK, indeed worthy of being the Head Elder. His strength isn't ordinary. Yi Yuan had an appearance of finding fault. The others could not help being speechless when they saw. How bold was this guy to actually not start yet? Or was it that he could not refine it at all and directly chose to give up? Hey! If you can't refine, admit defeat as early as possible. You simply look like a clown right now, an elder in Head Elder's faction said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan did not get angry either, saying with a smile, no rush, let him refine a while first. Whether I'm a clown or not, you'll know in a while. That elder snorted coldly and said, I'll see what trick you can play. Ruasu entering pill refining state, his entire person was fully focused on the medicinal pill. Yi Yuan and the elder's conversation, he naturally could not hear it. The original contest became Head Elder's solo performance. Very soon, everyone was drawn by Head Elder's transcendent alchemy technique. No one paid attention to Yi Yuan anymore. They were definitely super certain that Yi Yuan was an out-and-out swindler who did not know alchemy at all. However, right at this time Yi Yuan moved. An even more majestic Great Tao aura suddenly surged to the sky, giving everyone a fright. What's going on? This Great Tao aura was emitted by Yi Yuan? How is that possible? His aura is actually so much stronger than Head Elder. My God, my eyesight must be failing. How can a 3-star alchemy god possibly trigger such a terrifying Great Tao aura? When the pill refinement started, that cynical and flippant state thoroughly disappeared from Yi Yuan's body. What replaced it was an incomparable focus. Everyone looked at Yi Yuan with dumbfounded gazes and slack jaws. That dreamlike alchemy technique, that continuously fluctuating Great Tao aura was making it clear to all that this was an existence whose alchemy Tao already reached a consummate realm. Head Elder's pill refinement paled in comparison in front of Yi Yuan. After the astonishment, everyone was completely drawn over by Yi Yuan very quickly. Especially those alchemists, each and every one of them watched like they were intoxicated. Currently, Yi Yuan refining pills was just like triggering Great Tao heavenly melody back then, capable of making the surrounding people immerse inside, unable to extricate themselves too. They discovered that Yi Yuan's alchemy technique was what they had never heard of before. His technique was exceedingly profound, they could not understand at all. Especially those elders. Each and every one of them were akin to having obtained a priceless treasure. They seemed to have had a good rain after a long drought, learning from Yi Yuan hungrily. This is Elder Ye's strength. No wonder he could become an elder with the identity of a 3-star alchemy god. There's no problem at all. Convinced. Really convinced. I never dared to imagine that a 3-star alchemy god could actually be powerful to such an extent. When everyone woke up from being enthralled by the aura of Tao, each and every one of them was incredibly shocked. Yi Yuan's pill refinement made them broaden their horizons. Only then did they truly understand what Yi Yuan relied on to become an elder. Yi Yuan already finished, but Ruosu was still meticulously concocting his medicinal pill. The people who were originally still marveling at Head Elder's pill refinement, looking back at it again now, there was actually a dull feeling. No idea how long had passed either. Head Elder's vast Sun Universe pill was finally refined completely. Regarding the pill refinement this time, he was very satisfied. Based on his judgment, it was at least heaven grade too. Being able to refine vast Sun Universe pill to heaven grade, one could practically be in an undefeatable position already. When he saw that Yi Yuan was still standing there, looking at him calmly, he even thought that Yi Yuan did not refine one. Who gave up? Now, do you know the disparity between you and me? Ruosu smiled and said. Yi Yuan looked at him with a smile that was not a smile and said, I've long finished refining. It's you who were too slow. Ruosu seemed to have heard the most hilarious joke in the world and laughed in spite of himself as he said, still being stubborn until now, do you think that the vast Sun Universe pill is a cabbage, can be refined completely in this short while? Or is it that you treated those spirit medicines as stir-frying a dish, cooking them in one pot? Yi Yuan just smiled and did not speak. At this time, an elder ran to Ruosu's side and said a few words in his ears. Ruosu's expression changed, looking at Yi Yuan with amazement. He opened his mouth but did not know what he should say. Yi Yuan. He really refined it. A 3-star alchemy god, how could it be possible to refine the vast Sun Universe pill? This medicinal pill was the taboo of 3-star alchemy gods. Ruosu abruptly startled awake, his eyes sweeping across the other people's faces, instantly understanding something. He was incomparably ashamed and resentful as he said to Yi Yuan in a cold voice, Open the furnace. This old man wants to see what the hell you refined. Everyone's faces also revealed a fascinated look. They were all very curious to be able to have that kind of terrifying alchemy art. To what grade did Yi Yuan refine it? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Open then. Head Elder. Who first? Head Elder said in a deep voice. You first. This old man is very curious now. What grade of vast Sun Universe pill can a 3-star alchemy god actually refine? Yi Yuan smiled and said, As you wish. The moment the medicinal cauldron opened, a dazzling light shot out and reached straight for the firmament, blinding until everyone could not open their eyes. In the sky, the winds and clouds suddenly changed and actually formed a rainbow auspicious cloud. The rainbow auspicious cloud danced in the sky, looking unbelievably magnificent, like celebrating Yi Yuan forming the pill. In the crowd, cries of exclamations rang out. What grade is this medicinal pill? To actually be able to trigger a heaven and earth phenomenon. Are you dumb? Heaven and earth phenomenon, only void spirit divine grade and above medicinal pills can trigger it. Elder Ye's medicinal pill already reached void spirit divine grade. She got to be joking, right? Vast Sun Universe pill, void spirit divine grade. Really, what the frick? I was actually able to see a vast spirit divine grade vast Sun Universe pill be born. Head Elder's face revealed a look of astonishment. With his experience, how could he not understand what happened? This scene was simply too soul-stirring. Want to trigger heaven and earth phenomenon? It was not just any kind of medicinal pill reaching void spirit divine grade could work. Only a pill like the vast Sun Universe pill that seized the good fortune of heaven and earth could it trigger heaven and earth phenomenon. And this kind of medicinal pill wanting to refine void spirit divine grade was undoubtedly a fool's talk. But now, the crazy talk genuinely happened in front of them. Yi Yuan was just a 3-star alchemy god. How could Yi Yuan do it to this extent? If not for seeing it with his own eyes, Ruosu would never believe no matter what that a 3-star alchemy god could actually refine a vast spirit divine grade vast Sun Universe pill. This was simply a joke. Even if he witnessed the heaven and earth phenomenon with his own eyes, he still felt that this was a joke. a joke that heaven made toward him. Xianxia heaved a sigh and said with a bitter smile, I even thought that Yi Yuan could refine purple spirit divine grade. I didn't think that he actually directly refined void spirit divine grade. This guy, I really don't know where his limit is. Louis, who was beside him, also said in wonder, Master, Elder Yi is really remarkable. This void spirit divine grade vast sun universe pill, probably the entire heavenly eagle imperial city, will plunge into madness. Xianxia smiled and said, that is, of course. This time, Ruosu miscalculated. If Yi Yuan didn't have the ability that could be showcased, how could upstairs possibly agree to let him be an elder? I very much want to see if Ruosu is opening the furnace or not opening the furnace. Louis froze and immediately understood. He did not expect that the good guy master also had such a mischievous side. Under this circumstance right now, whether Ruosu opened his furnace or not was a very awkward question. Opened, the jewel was in front, he could not present it at all. Not opening, the exalted head elder actually did not even have the courage to open the furnace. What an awkward spectacle. Ruosu regretted until his intestines turned green now. If he had long known it was like this, he might as well open the furnace first. No idea how long had passed either. The rainbow auspicious cloud faded. Everything returned to tranquility. A medicinal pill suspended above the medicinal cauldron quietly. Fragrance instantly filled the entire plaza. So fragrant. It's my first time smelling such an aromatic medicinal fragrance. The entire plaza is actually able to smell the medicinal fragrance. Void spirit divine grade is indeed extraordinary. Everyone's faces revealed incomparably heated looks. Clearly, they all wanted to obtain this medicinal pill. There were quite a number of large families, upper echelons present. Toward this medicinal pill, they were naturally extremely eager for it. This grade of medicinal pill did not just signify being able to create a divine lord realm powerhouse. It even implied the possibility of a limitless future. Void spirit divine grade medicinal pills were naturally different from ordinary medicinal pills. It could consolidate and bolster, stimulating the martial artist's potential, letting the martial artist have even greater upside potential. A martial artist who exhausted their potential and could only cultivate to first-layered heaven divine lord after consuming medicinal pills, after consuming a void spirit divine grade vast sun universe pill. There was a very high hope of breaking through to second-layered heaven divine lord. Even third-layered divine lord. This was still just those whose talents were poor. After those with good talent consumed it, their future possibilities would simply be unimaginable. Such a medicinal pill, how could they not go crazy? Head elder, it's your turn. Yi Yuan's words made the muscles on Ruosu's face twitch unceasingly. The scene seemed to have been frozen. Everyone's gazes were locked onto Ruosu, wanting to see what head elder would do. After all, head elder's status was exalted. Yi Yuan's words virtually forced him into a corner. Today, no matter what, head elder's face was considered utterly lost. You won. Ruosu practically squeezed these few words out from the crevices between his teeth. Ruosu knew that even if he risked this old life, it was still impossible to refine a void spirit divine grade medicinal pill. This kind of medicinal pill only existed in legends. In reality, he lived to a ripe old age and had seen before God knows how many geniuses. But he had never heard of anyone who could refine a void spirit divine grade vast sun universe pill when at 4-star alchemy god. As for 3-star alchemy god, that went even more without saying. Therefore, he admitted defeat very sensibly. Of course, he did not have the face to stay here anymore either. After conceding, he left dejectedly. But at this time, everyone's thoughts were already long not on head elder. An elder of the Wang family said in a clear voice, Elder Yi, sell this medicinal pill to our Wang family. We'll offer 300 million divine essence stones. Elder Yi, don't listen to him, sell to our Yen family. We'll offer 500 million divine essence stones. Our Lu family offers 550 million. Suddenly, these major families' leaders seemed to thrash around violently, arguing until Yi Yuan had a headache. According to the Pill Tower's rules, even though this vast sun universe pill was refined by Yi Yuan, the ownership belonged to the Pill Tower. But, if the Pill Tower decided to sell it, 30% of the divine essence stones obtained would be given Yi Yuan. ordinary rank 3 divine pills, even the heavenly blood marrow-changing pill that Yi Yuan refined at the South City, also merely sold at a price of 50 million. These major families, the moment they opened their mouths, it was several hundred million divine essence stones. This price already greatly exceeded the price of ordinary rank 3 divine pills. Stop! All stop for me! Yi Yuan shouted loudly. But no one listened to him. Those people were all still clamoring, virtually falling into madness. Void Spirit Divine Grade Vast Sun Universe Pill? Who did not want one? As for the price, that was all not a problem. Yi Yuan seriously could not bear it anymore and shouted angrily, "All shut up for me." This yell, Yi Yuan mustered up divine essence, directly overwhelming everyone. When those people saw that Yi Yuan was angry, they indeed stopped. Gotta be joking. Elder Yi was exceedingly formidable. Offending him, wouldn't they be unable to bear the consequences of it? Seeing everyone quieten down, Yi Yuan said to Xianyu, "Second Elder, this matter had best be left to you." Xianyu smiled and said, "Elders, since everyone is determined to get this vast sun universe pill, then why don't we hold an auction on the spot to determine the ownership of this medicinal pill? What does everybody think?" The moment everyone heard, they could not help being surprised. Who said that Second Elder was a benign person who never tried to offend anybody? This method was vicious. Auctioning on the spot, no one had any way to rely on connections. After today, the various major families would definitely pull all sorts of strings to find the pill tower to intercede. At that time, wanting to sell at a higher price would clearly be impossible. But now, open and transparent, everyone used money to talk. No one could say anything. This way, they could maximize the benefits of this medicinal pill. It was a good thing for the pill tower, too. After all, the pill tower had so many elders and disciples. The spirit medicines required and divine essence stones expended were at an extremely terrifying number. The pill tower needed to earn money, too. I have no objections, do it as Second Elder says then. Amen. Let nature take its course. I have no objections. Just nice, we can also test the value of a Void Spirit Divine Grade medicinal pill. I think that this method is good. In front of so many people, even if the various elders had some ideas, they naturally did not dare to refute Second Elder either. After all, saying this sort of word publicly would harm the pill tower's interests. Who dared to slam themselves onto the spearhead at the risk of universal condemnation? Second Elder smiled slightly and said, "All right, then it's settled. Deacon Zhang, you're the best at this kind of thing. This auction will be hosted by you then." Deacon Zhang stepped out of the ranks and said, "Yes, Second Elder." Below, those major families' powerhouses all cried bitterness without ceasing. They knew that this medicinal pill was too popular. Once it entered the auction process, it would definitely greatly exceed 3 or 500 million. This way, for them to want to get this medicinal pill, they would have to spend a lot more money. Who said that Second Elder was easy to bully? When an honest person schemed, it killed even more subtly without shedding blood. However, they were seriously unable to refuse the temptation of the Void Spirit Divine Grade Vast Sun Universe pill. This medicinal pill, they were determined to get it. One had to know, this medicinal pill could truly enhance the family's strength. Compared to those ordinary medicinal pills, even spending up to 1 billion was also worth the money. After all, money could be earned again, but this medicinal pill would not be refined during normal days. The Heavenly Eagle Imperial City had already existed for no idea how many tens of thousands of years. A Void Spirit Divine Grade Vast Sun Universe pill was an epic-making first time ever. Deacon Zhang carefully collected the medicinal pill, placed it inside the jade box, and put it on the table in front of him. Everybody, this Zhang has consulted with the elders earlier. The base price for this Vast Sun Universe pill is 500 million low-grade divine essence stones. Each increment has to be no less than 20 million divine essence stones, Deacon Zhang said in a clear voice. At this time, the large and small families in the inner city already sent a representative over to bid. Even those families that did not come also hurriedly sent people over after hearing the news. But when they heard the base price set by Deacon Zhang, many small families immediately flinched back. 500 million low-grade divine essence stones, this base price already reached the price of rank 4 divine pills. This was still just the base price. The final transaction price would definitely be above 1 billion. This price was too scary. Not that they did not have this financial power, it was just that betting all of their financial resources on one medicinal pill was clearly unwise. Actually, these small families had long known that this medicinal pill, they definitely could not compete with those major families. But not coming to compete a bit, they could not get through this hurdle either. Now, the auction begins. Deacon Zhang said in a clear voice. 600 million. 650 million. 700 million. 900 million. 1 billion. Everyone all knew that this auction's price would definitely be very horrifying. But no one could have expected that the price actually rose to 1 billion so quickly. Deacon Zhang was also secretly tongue-tied in his heart. He had hosted God knows how many auctions before and had never seen before such an enthusiastic increase in prices. Normally, in the auctioning process, when there was hesitation, he would make some remarks, encouraging everyone to bid an even higher price. But this time, he had yet to say a single word and the price already doubled. 1.2 billion. Humph! This vast sun universe pill. Our Sure family is hellbent on it. 1.5 billion. A Sure family's elder shouted. The Sure family and Ning family were the same, both major families of the inner city with tremendous financial power. The price of 1.5 billion frightened everyone at once. A rank 3 divine pill was actually auctioned for an astronomical price of 1.5 billion. This was something that no one dared to imagine in the past. Deacon Zhang was incomparably shocked in his heart. This was still his first time encountering such an auction. In virtually a blink of an eye, the price tripled. 1.5 billion. Elder Song has offered a price of 1.5 billion. Is there any higher? Deacon Zhang finally had a chance to speak. After a period of silence, a middle-aged man slowly opened his mouth and said, 2 billion. Everyone revealed incredibly shocked expressions, looking over towards that middle-aged man. It's the Ning family's elder, Ning Lixiao. My God, he directly raised the bid by 500 million. Does the Ning family want to give a plum in return for a peach here, establishing a relationship with Elder Yi? 2 billion to buy a rank 3 divine pill, crazy. Really crazy. Song clearly also did not expect that someone would throw a wrench into the works. He looked at Ning Lixiu rather surprisedly. Song gritted his teeth and said, 2.1 billion. 2.5 billion. Ning Lixiu did not bat an eyelid and added 400 million very indifferently. Song's expression changed and he said to Ning Lixiao in a solemn voice, Ning Lixiao, are you mad? Raising the price like this has no benefits to anyone. Ning Lixiao said coolly, since I bid the price, it's naturally worth this price. Shi Zhiyong needs it, Tianping similarly needs it. Enough crap, the one with the higher price gets it. Song's face flickered incessantly, and he gritted his teeth and said, 2.6 billion. Ning Lixiao, if you have the capabilities, offer until 3 billion. Ning Lixiao gave him a glance and slowly opened his mouth to say, 3.5 billion. Hiss. Everyone all drew a cold breath. They had long expected that this vast sun universe pill would be very expensive, but they did not think that it was actually expensive to such an extent. For the price of 3.5 billion, one could even purchase some defective divine lord mystic treasure already. However, it was just a rank 3 divine pill. Song's expression changed several times and he said very unhappily, Ning Lixoa, consider yourself ruthless. Here, this vast sun universe pill is your Ning family's. Ning Lixiao clasped his hands and said with a smile, Brother Song, thanks for giving way. 3.5 billion. The Ning family bids a price of 3.5 billion. Is there any higher price? Deacon Zhang paused for a bit, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, and then he followed up and said, 3.5 billion once. 3.5 billion twice. 3.5 billion thrice. Done. Congratulations to the Ning family for obtaining Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's historical first void spirit, divine grade vast sun universe pill. A final gong decided it. Everyone all started dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape, not quite daring to believe this price. There had never been a rank 3 divine pill that could sell at a sky-high price of 3.5 billion. They even somewhat felt that the Ning family was taken advantage of this time. Even though this medicinal pill was 1 in a million, the price of 3.5 billion still made them feel that it was not worth it. However, Ning Lixiao clearly did not have this awareness. After receiving the medicinal pill, he found Yi Yuan and clasped his hands as he said with a smile, "Elder Yi, these few days, see you this last was under your care. I represent the Ning family to owe you a debt of endless gratitude." Ning Lixiao was very smart. Even though he bought the medicinal pill with 3.5 billion, he did not have the intention of using it to show his favor. It was as if this medicinal pill was really worth 3.5 billion. Instead, he came to find Yi Yuan to express thanks for Ning Siyu's matters. In reality, the Ning family attached great importance to Ning Siyu. The Ning family had very powerful strength in the martial tower, but their influence on the pill tower's side was virtually zero. It was not surprising. Grooming an alchemy genius was much harder than grooming a martial arts genius. But what made the Ning family have a headache was that Ning Siyu had always been lazy and made no effort to seek progress previously. But today, the Ning family saw a Ning Siyu who underwent a complete change. This made them overjoyed. At this point, who still dared to doubt whether or not Ning Siyu was taught by Yi Yuan? Apart from Yi Yuan, who could still make Ning Siyu have such a big change within such a short time? Furthermore, the terrifying talent displayed by this young man in front of them was absolutely worth the Ning family to make friends. Although 3.5 billion was a little expensive, this money was worth it. Yi Yuan understood in his heart and also smiled and said, "This last talent is pretty good. If it was a piece of rotten wood, I can't polish it either." Ning Lixiao chuckled and said, "What Elder Yi said is true. You aren't aware. See you, this girl prides on that her talent surpasses others, and is fond of playing and being willful, making our Ning family worry our heads off. All the way until she met Elder Yi. Now, she finally knows what's called heaven beyond heaven, and that there's always someone better. In front of Elder Yi, any genius will be overshadowed." It sounded like flattery, but it came from the bottom of Ning Lixiao's heart. Ning Siyu's talent was strong, but Song Qiyang's talent was only stronger and not weaker compared to her. But the result? Song Qiyang would not even worthy of carrying Yi Yuan's shoes. Who was Yi Yuan? That was an existence who one-shot head elder. Once Yi Yuan broke through to Divine Lord Realm, that was a pill tower's power that could not be overlooked, and could virtually stand shoulder to shoulder with the two great elders. After today, Yi Yuan's reputation would spread throughout the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Yi Manor's door would likely be trampled to the ground. "Fangrong, why haven't you paid respects to Elder Yi? Do you know the rules or not?" Ning Lixia suddenly said to the Ning Fangrong beside him. Ning Fangrong followed by his side like a little wifey who was bullied. Back then he uttered wild ravings in front of Yi Yuan. He did not expect that in a blink of an eye Yi Yuan actually became the Pill Tower's elder. This change was really damnable. "Fangrong pays respect to Elder Yi," Ning Fangrong said with clasped hands. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Long time no see, young Master Ning. Don't need to be so awkward." Ning Fangrong said embarrassedly, "In the past, it was Fangrong who was insensible. Hope that Elder Yi doesn't take it to heart." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I'm not so petty yet. Let the past matters be written off." The small conflict between Yi Yuan and Ning Fangrong, Ning Lixiao was naturally aware as well. Hearing Yi Yuan say so at this time, his heart also landed back in place. At this time, the Shi family's elder, Shi Song, also moved over and said to Yi Yuan with cupped fists, "Elder Yi truly astounds the world with a single brilliant feat. This void spirit divine grade vast sun universe pill. This sure drools with envy. Wonder if I can request Elder Yi to take action to refine once more. My Shi family is willing to offer 2 billion divine essence stones. Elder Yi, please take action once more." The Shi family's strength was on par with the Ning family. Gathering a set of spirit medicines to refine the vast sun universe pill was naturally nothing difficult. It was just that spirit medicines were easy to find, but an alchemist capable of refining void spirit divine grade was extremely hard to come across. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Many thanks for Elder Shi's appreciation. It's not that Yi Yuan doesn't wish to take action, but it's truly that this void spirit divine grade vast sun universe pill can't be casually refined by this Yi. Being able to form the pill today also depends on elements of luck. Why not Elder Sure wait a few more days? When this Yes strength rises to a higher level and after I have a certain degree of confidence, I'll take action to refine it again. How's that? Actually, this void spirit divine grade Yi Yuan already had 60% to 70% assurance in being able to refine it. But these words he naturally would not say to Sure Song. The Ning family just offered a price of 3.5 billion and bade this medicinal pill down. You offered 2 billion and wanted to make me refine me. Was it looking down on me, Yi Yuan? Furthermore, refining for you for 2 billion, where would the Ning family's face go? Putting it bluntly, the Sure family felt that this vast Sun Universe pill was not worth 3.5 billion. However, Yi Yuan was clear 3.5 billion was the Ning family profiting. Before long, the Ning family would understand. The Ning family and Sure family, which was far and which was close, Yi Yuan could still differentiate it very clearly. He naturally would not do this kind of thing that bit the hand who fed him. Sure Song had a regretful look and said, "Then, after Elder Yi breaks through, this sure will thicken my face and drop by to request for the pill again." Sure enough, the following few days, Yi Manor's doorway was trampled to the ground. Requesting for pills, acknowledging as a master, sucking up to people, so on and so forth. Long Zhan was the Yi Manor's chief steward now. These few days it busied him terribly. The people coming to the Yi Manor, the lousiest, were also Divine Lord Realm powerhouses. Origin Deity Realm Juniors could only follow behind their elders obediently and give Yi Yuan their regards. Originally, he was still somewhat not used to it, but later, he discovered that everyone was unbelievably courteous to him. Only then did he knew that being stained by Yi Yuan's light, even though his realm was not high, he already became Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's most in-demand chief steward. Most likely, head elders and second elder stewards could not compare to him now either. After so many years of trials, Yi Yuan already returned to him his freedom when he came back this time. Ever since then, Long Zhan was even more committed to Yi Yuan. He knew that Yi Yuan could give him a future with infinite possibilities. At this time, he looked at Lin Dong from a commanding position and said coolly, "You go back, His Excellency won't see you." Lin Dong was full of bitterness in his heart. How could he know that Yi Yuan was actually such an astonishing great talent? A moment of hesitation offended Elder Yi, this great deity, to the core. Lin Dong smiled bitterly and said, "Steward Long, I know that Elder Yi is dissatisfied with this Lin, but this time, I specially came to make a humble apology and ask for punishment. Steward Long, please notify." Long Zhan did not even ask for instructions and directly shut the door in Lin Dong's face. Long Zhan gave him a glance and said coolly, "Protector Lin, sometimes there will only be one chance. Miss it and it will never come back again. Wavering hesitantly when the opportunity comes will only ruin your own future." Lin Dong said vexedly, "Steward Long, this matter was indeed this Lin's fault. It's just—" Long Zhan interrupted him and said, "It's just that head elder is powerful. You don't dare to offend. Is it? Protector Lin, if you were His Excellency, do you think that he'd continue to use you? It's precisely because head elder is powerful that he needed you to step forward bravely at that time, isn't that so? You wanted to wait for a victor to be decided between head elder and second elder before choosing which team to side with. Don't you feel that it's very shameful?" Lin Dong opened his mouth but could not find the words to refute. Long Zhan said coolly, "Protector Lin, I'm just an insignificant servant. Not that I'm intentionally making things difficult for you, but I have to try to figure out the intentions of upstairs too. If I can't share His Excellency's worries, before long, I'd be kicked out by His Excellency too. You're a high and mighty divine Lord Realm powerhouse, while I'm just an unexceptional minor character. Once I'm kicked out by His Excellency, there wouldn't be room for me to survive in this Heavenly Eagle Imperial City anymore." Long Zhan said these words neither obsequiously nor haughtily, and also lightly plucked himself out. Could be said to be watertight. Lin Dong gave Long Zhan a deep glance and said with a bitter smile, "Following Elder Yi, Steward Long's future accomplishments definitely won't be beneath this Lin's. I've disturbed everyone, so this Lin will take his leave." Finished talking, Lin Dong took his leave. Yi Yuan was able to refine a void spirit divine grade vast sun universe pill. Wanting to create a divine Lord Realm powerhouse was truly too easy. Long Zhan's talents might never be able to step into the divine Lord Realm. But it could not be helped that he followed a good master who might help him to break through. Looking at Lin Dong's departing back view, Long Zhan just smiled. Actually, he thought so as well. You want to enter the martial tower to train? Inside the Yu Manor's lounge, when Xianyu heard that Yi Yuan actually wanted to go to the martial tower to cultivate, he had a look of amazement. As an elder, they could enter the Pill Tower or Martial Tower once every 100 years. Presently, the Pill Tower and Martial Tower were opened. The disciples selected were also going to enter inside to cultivate. But Xianyu never thought that Yi Yuan was actually not going into the Pill Tower to cultivate. Instead, he decided to enter the Martial Tower. Looking at the surprised Xianyu, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What does Second Elder feel that I can comprehend further by entering the Pill Tower?" Xianyu could not help choking. Ruminating for a moment, he discovered that Yi Yuan really did not seem to have anything he could comprehend by entering the Pill Tower. Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao strength had virtually reached the pinnacle already. The comprehensions inside the Pill Tower were likely mostly of little value to him. Yi Yuan could even refine a void spirit divine grade divine pill. The comprehensions that could help him were truly in the minority. The remaining road could only rely on Yi Yuan himself to walk. Xianyu thought about it and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "You brat, if those words were heard by outsiders, who knows what they would think." However, what you said is true. There truly isn't too many things that can help you inside the Pill Tower. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I heard that there are spatial law comprehensions inside the Martial Tower?" Xianyu's expression changed and he said, "You want to go and comprehend spatial laws?" "No way, it's too dangerous." Yi Yuan said curiously, "Isn't it just comprehending Dao? Why would it be dangerous?" The reason why he had the thought of entering the Martial Tower was because of spatial laws. He seemed to have reached a bottleneck comprehending spatial laws himself and had never made too big of a breakthrough all along. Hearing that there was a complete spatial laws inheritance in the Martial Tower, Yi Yuan had the idea stirring in his mind, but he did not think that there was actually danger in it. Xianyu said, "The comprehensions of spatial laws were left behind by a heavenly eagle imperial city's predecessor. Inside the tower contains spatial laws first layered heaven and second layered heaven complete law comprehensions. But the comprehension of spatial laws is extremely dangerous. A single misstep and you would be lost inside, never getting out." Yi Yuan's brows raised up and he said rather surprisedly, "It's actually so dangerous?" Xianyu nodded and said, "Spatial laws is an extremely high-level law? Who wouldn't it be fatal?" But after that predecessor left behind the inheritance, he once warned future generations, saying that we have to think twice before we act. However, how many can resist the temptation of spatial laws? That generation, there were several dozen disciples who entered inside, even quite a number of elders. But not a single one came out before. Later, there were naturally disciples who did not believe in heresy as well, insisting on entering inside. But, until now, nobody has yet to be able to walk out of inside before. That place is already all of the Martial Tower disciples' forbidden land. Yi Yuan was alarmed when he heard it. He did not expect that comprehending spatial laws would even be so perilous. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Xianyu even thought that Yi Yuan was afraid and said with a smile, "Yi Yuan, your alchemy Dao talent is impressive, so you should focus on alchemy Dao. You'll have greater achievements in the future." There are times when a person's strength just won't cut it. Walking on the path of martial arts and alchemy at the same time, one might be empty-handed in the end. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Many thanks for Second Elder's concern, but I have a score in my heart. Hence, this Martial Tower. I still want to go and give it a try." Xianyu even thought that he had already convinced Yi Yuan, who knew that saying it was like not saying. He still insisted on entering the Martial Tower. The Pill Tower finally managed to acquire such an unparalleled genius. If he fell inside the Martial Tower, it would really be painful until they could not breathe. Why was this boy so stubborn? Yi Yuan naturally had his thoughts. In the view of Second Elder, there was the Martial Tower guarding. They could focus on studying alchemy Dao. But to Yi Yuan, he would not place his hopes on others. Only when one's own strength was powerful that one could protect themselves. This was a lesson he learned and paid in blood, so he would not repeat it. Hey, did you guys hear? Elder Yi actually wants to enter the Marshall Tower's spatial inheritance. No way, right? Isn't this seeking death? Spatial inheritance. I never heard that anyone could come out of that place before. Elder Yi is such a prodigious character, and yet he actually wants to go and commit suicide. Could it be that the elders are going to watch him commit suicide just like this? Opening the inheritance, this sort of thing could not be concealed. The news of Yi Yuan wanting to enter the spatial inheritance spread throughout the inner city very soon. This action of Yi Yuan's made everyone very puzzled. A Pill Tower elder. Run to the Marshall Tower to join in the excitement for what? It was fine if going to the Marshall Tower to actually run into the most terrifying spatial inheritance. Was this being tired of living? Hoo-hoo, youngsters are like this, thinking that they have some talent and consider everything and everyone beneath their notice. He thinks that he's different from the rest and can come out of the spatial inheritance. But in reality, nobody has ever come out before. When Head Elder heard this news, his heart burst into joy. These few days, he did not even dare to walk out of his front door. He truly had no face to go out. He, the exalted Head Elder, was actually defeated at the hands of a 3-star alchemy god. This made him feel like he had no face to see people. But today, his mood was exceptionally pleased, because Yi Yuan was actually going to challenge the spatial inheritance. Master, this Yi Yuan, one look and it's clear that he doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. No matter how high this kind of person's talent is, he can't live long either. Song Qiang said by the side. These few days, it was hard on this pair of master and disciple, both not going out of the front door and not stepping out of the second door. They were even embarrassed to meet guests. Ruosu nodded his head and said with a smile, the spatial laws are incomparably difficult. That predecessor used several tens of thousands of years before barely managing to comprehend 2 levels. Who does that Yi Yuan think he is? Song Qiyang said excitedly, second elder actually can't stop him either. With this, a general that second elder's side just acquired is actually gone right away. Ha ha. Ruosu sneered and said, do you think that Xian you can control that kid? With that kid's ambition, he won't submit to anybody. Moreover, Xian Yu is at most evenly matched with me too. What right does he have to have Yi Yuan become one of his generals? Song Qiang's expression changed. He really had not thought about this. Then just what relationship the two of them have? Song Qiang racked his brains in extreme terror as he said in surprise. Ruosu smiled coldly and said, heh, what relationship can there be? If my conjectures are right, Xian you should have learned quite a bit from Yi Yuan. If you must put it in terms of relationship, it's at most considered an alliance. Hiss! Song Qiang sucked in a cold breath. He was still unable to believe until now that a kid who was so much younger than him could actually have such terrifying alchemy Dao attainments. Even Master and Second Elder, this level of existences, were unable to shake each other. A deacon managing the Marshall Tower asked Yi Yuan doubtfully, Elder Yi, you really want to enter the spatial inheritance? He did not believe that Yi Yuan did not know the danger of the spatial inheritance, but Yi Yuan still came. He kept feeling that this thing was too fake. How could there be someone who would do this kind of stupid thing? Confidence in their own talent? If it was the Pill Tower, no one would doubt it. But this was the Marshall Tower. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I'll have to trouble Deacon Ling to send me right in. Deacon Ling was helpless and could only activate the transmission array. Yi Yuan walked into the transmission array. A light flashed and he entered inside the Marshall Tower. This place is... Yi Yuan saw the surrounding scenery and could not help drawing a cold breath. He seemed to have been situated amidst countless mirrors. Inside the mirrors, there were countless reflections of him. With only one glance, Yi Yuan felt his eye blur, his head dizzy. This place is a chaotic space. Your individual reflection is projected inside countless spaces. That's why this kind of phenomenon would appear. If you can't find the way out, you'll forever be lost inside these spaces. Furthermore, between spaces, spatial extrusion might be produced, just like spatial turbulent flows. A single misstep and you'll be crushed into smithereens. Dustless's voice sounded out inside Yi Yuan's mind. Yi Yuan instantly understood and said in surprise, to actually use this kind of method to cultivate spatial laws, it's truly inconceivable. The senior who left behind this inheritance is really an astonishing genius. You don't be in a hurry to praise first, this overlapping space isn't that easy to clear. Otherwise, there also wouldn't be so many geniuses who perish here. Even for you, a single misstep and you would also lose your life. Dustless warned. Yi Yuan nodded and said, I can feel the spatial laws here. Even though I only grasp a superficial understanding of spatial laws currently, this first-layered heaven should be shrinking Earth into an inch. I think it can't stump me. In the beginning, Yi Yuan only comprehended spatial laws through Sword Dao and did not know anything at all. But later, Yi Yuan's comprehensions toward spatial laws became increasingly more profound, gradually having a hint of understanding in his heart. First-layered heaven seemed to be the application of space in a small area. Putting it bluntly, it was shrinking Earth into an inch, making use of the comprehension towards small-scale shuttling through the void, catching people by surprise. However, what Yi Yuan comprehended was just a bit of smattering. What he was truly strong at was still Sword Dao laws. Spatial laws only gave Sword Dao laws a supplementary effect. But if one could fully comprehend spatial laws' first-layered heaven, then the result would be completely different. Even one-shotting half-step divine lord powerhouses would be a cinch too. Not good. These chaotic spaces are not static but constantly moving. Yi Yuan, you have to be careful, Dustless said. Sure enough, those overlapping spaces actually started to gradually move. Crack, crack. The sound of space squeezing and shattering gave people an immense shock. The space where Yi Yuan was at was practically going to be crushed into dust. To simply wait and do nothing, Yi Yuan would die without a burial ground. How could Yi Yuan still dare to stay? Directly mustering up spatial laws, he shuttled into another region of space. But very soon, this space collapsed once more. Yi Yuan was incomparably wretched and could only shuttle through space continuously. But he discovered very soon that his bit of spatial comprehension was not enough to use at all. The space became more and more chaotic. Shuttling through space also became harder and harder. This was also just him. If someone who was completely ignorant about spatial laws was here, they would likely have long been ground into powder. Marshall Tower First Level, which was also the entire Marshall Tower's main center. After several days, Head Elder Ruosu's figure suddenly appeared here. Ling Yun, I heard that Elder Yi entered the spatial inheritance. How is it now? Ruosu asked. Ling Yun was that deacon guarding the Marshall Tower. When he saw Head Elder ask about it, he shook his head and said, the situation is likely not very good. Elder Ye's aura is getting weaker and weaker. Most likely, he'll be lost inside the chaotic space. While talking, Deacon Ling fired out a spell. A light screen appeared. There was a yellow dot on it. Ruosu knew that that represented the aura of Yi Yuan's life. At this time, that yellow dot already became dim, virtually almost disappearing. Looking at the light dot become dimmer and dimmer, Ling Yun heaved a sigh and said, what a shame. An alchemy genius is actually going to perish just like this. Once the light dot vanished, it meant that this person was forever lost inside the chaotic space, never able to return. But Ruosu said disdainfully, this is him courting death himself. He thinks that refining a void spirit divine-grade divine pill makes him exceptional and doesn't need to listen to other people's advice anymore. Can't even make it through a few days, and he actually dares to enter the spatial inheritance. Lingyan gave Ruosu a glance but did not dare to follow up. The struggle of the upper echelons was not what he, this kind of small fry, could get involved with. He also understood Head Elder's intention of coming today, but he could not say anything no matter what. Suddenly, Lingyun's eyes lit up and he said in surprise, Amen? The light dot lit up again. Ruosu's expression changed, discovering that that originally already dim light really lit up once more. Hoo-hoo. Looks like got to disappoint Head Elder. Suddenly, Xian Yu's voice sounded out from behind. Ling Yun immediately felt his head swell. Two big shots coming here at the same time. It was really an unprecedented encounter. But Elder Yi was also worthy of two great elders coming in person. Ruosu snorted coldly and said, merely dragging out his feeble existence. The dangers of the spatial inheritance. It's not like you are unaware of them. Xian Yu gave Ruosu a profound glance and said, Head Elder is quite moody, huh? Elder Yi is our heavenly eagle imperial city's pillar of society. If he dies inside, it doesn't seem to have any benefits to the imperial city, right? Ruasu's expression changed and he said in a solemn voice, this old man is exasperated at his failure to live up to expectations. A pill tower elder, run to the martial tower to join in what fun? Xianyu, if Elder Yi really dies inside, you also have the responsibility that can't be shirked off. Xianyu could not help choking when he heard that. He discovered that when Yi Yuan was not around, he was indeed not head elder's match. Going one big circle, he actually trapped himself. Ruasu gave a cold snort, flicked his sleeves, and left. Seeing the Yi Yuan's light dot actually lit up anew, his mood naturally could not be good. Xianyu took a look at the light dot on the light screen, calming down slightly. But the current Yi Yuan was rather wretched. The chaotic space became more and more complicated. His spatial comprehensions were already insufficient to support him shuttling through space anymore. Only after expending a Herculean effort did he find a slightly more stable space that could let him catch his breath. Damn it, under this kind of environment, there's no way to comprehend spatial laws at all. Does that predecessor want to leave behind an inheritance or kill people? Yi Yuan said with remorse and anger. Dustless said, this chaotic space is indeed dangerous, but it should have that point just like the end of a thread. If you can find this thread end, you'll naturally be able to open another door. Yi Yuan nodded and said, I understand the logic, but wanting to find this thread end is easier said than done. Dustless smiled and said, do you think that spatial laws are cabbages? Those able to comprehend spatial laws are all 1 in a million geniuses. Even though you drew parallels from inference and comprehended spatial laws, you know the how aspect now but don't know the why part. Even though you can barely preserve your life inside the chaotic space, comprehending spatial laws isn't that easy. Hearing Dustless's words, Yi Yuan had a flash of inspiration, seemingly grasping something. Senior, what did you say just now? Yi Yuan asked with an anxious look. Dustless froze and said, I said, you know the how but don't know the why. Yi Yuan hurriedly waved his hands and said, not this sentence. It's that sentence before. Dustless was full of puzzlement and thought about it and said, drew parallels from inference and comprehended spatial laws. Why is there a problem? Yi Yuan slapped his thigh and said with delight, that's it. Why am I so stupid? I comprehended laws with Sword Dao, so why do I have to attend to the trivialities and neglect the fundamentals, forcefully relying on myself to comprehend it? Dustless froze and said in a daze, that works too. Yi Yuan laughed and said, of course it works. Senior, thank you very much for your reminder. Otherwise, I would still dodge until God knows when foolish. Finished talking, Yi Yuan took out the Junyi sword. Misty sword art. Yi Yuan's long sword moved, immediately entering an ethereal state. In the midst of the sword art, spatial laws automatically flowed. In virtually an instant, the entire space became berserk. However, Yi Yuan was completely clueless, still wrapped up in his sword art. Crack, crack. Space shattered. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's figure vanished on the spot, entering into another area of space. Yi Yuan did not stop, continuing to brandish his long sword like changing venues. The surrounding space continuously shattered, arriving at another region of space again. Yi Yuan discovered that it was still when he was using the misty sword art that he was the most unrestrained. Compared to using spatial laws by itself, his perception towards spatial laws under this kind of state currently was a little higher. But even so, spatial laws also could not be comprehended when one wanted to comprehend. Fall went and spring came. There were no seasonal changes inside the chaotic space. In a twinkle, 3 years' time passed. These 3 years, Yi Yuan had been practicing the sword constantly. Looking closely, Yi Yuan's present sword art was much more exquisite than before, becoming even more erratic. Clearly, his comprehension of spatial laws became even deeper. On this day, Yi Yuan suddenly produced a hint of understanding in his heart. Stabbing a sword out, his entire person seemed to tear across the sky, directly shuttling through the void. Boom! This space was directly punched through by him, shattering into pieces. Suddenly, the scenery before Yi Yuan's eyes abruptly changed, arriving in an unknown space. This region of space was clearly much more stable than those spaces he stayed at previously. Yi Yuan's gaze suddenly turned intent, titanic waves surging in his heart. Because not far away, there was actually someone. A living person. That person was currently meditating. At this time, he slowly opened both eyes and looked over toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan immediately revealed a vigilant look, because he was currently holding the Junyi sword in his hand. The Junyi sword was a divine lord mystic treasure. It was hard to guarantee that the other party did not have wicked designs aroused. Yi Yuan could not see through the other party's situation, but through Dustless, he already knew that the other party was a third-layered Heaven Divine Lord powerhouse. Even though Yi Yuan did not fear the other party, the necessary caution was still needed. That was a man dressed in black. His face seemed aged, and his gaze was lacking in luster like he was already dead. Yi Yuan understood very quickly the other party was likely a Marshall Tower genius from very long ago who attempted to enter and comprehend spatial laws like him. Except he was trapped here, unable to go out. Yi Yuan completely did not think that there was actually still someone surviving in this space. That person sized up Yi Yuan. Using a hoarse voice, he opened his mouth and said, "Another one who came to seek his own doom. Brat, you don't need to be so guarded. Arriving here, you'll never get out. There's no use for me to want your divine lord mystic treasure." Feeling confused, Yi Yuan's brows raised up and he said, "Why is that?" That person slowly shut his eyes again and slowly said, "You'll know very soon." Yi Yuan put away the Junyi sword and leisurely walked one round everywhere, and discovered this place's different aspect very soon. This region of space seemed to be very stable, like a spatial node. This place is the spatial inheritance's central point, and it is also the safest place. But arriving here means that you'll never get out, unless you can fully comprehend the first two levels of spatial laws. Seemingly realizing that Yi Yuan discovered something, that black-robed person opened his mouth and said. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised. He knew that the black-robed person was not lying. This region of space was very safe, but the space outside was very chaotic. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "Wonder what your esteemed self's name is and how many years have you been trapped here?" That black-robed person's brows knitted slightly and he said in a solemn voice, "Impudent. Junior, to actually dare talk to me like this. If not for this place's spiritual energy being deficient, I would at least be the Marshall Tower's elder right now." In the view of the black-robed person, according to seniority, Yi Yuan at least had to respectfully address him as a senior. But who knew that this kid was so ignorant of the rules, directly calling your esteemed self? Even though he was trapped here, his pride was still there. Being able to live until now in itself already indicated that he was an extremely formidable genius back then. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Elder, is it? I'm an elder too. So talking about being on equal footing doesn't seem to have any problem?" Ha ha. When the black-robed person heard, he immediately let out a peal of hoarse laughter and said, "Kid, do you take me to be trapped here for too long and became muddle-headed, is it? Your hair isn't even fully grown, elder? This joke isn't funny at all." If not for seeing that Yi Yuan was a junior of the Marshall Tower and the first person to enter this place in so many years, he would have long smacked Yi Yuan to death with one slap. This kid actually dared to make fun of him. But in the next instant, his gaze suddenly turned sharp, staring fixedly at Yi Yuan's hand. Yi Yuan's hand really held a token. An elder's token? The black-robed person's pupils constricted and he revealed a disbelieving look as he exclaimed, "You. Why would you possess the elder's token? Pill Tower Elder? A 3-star alchemy god. How can you possibly become the Pill Tower's elder? No, wait. This token of yours must be fake." Yi Yuan smiled and directly threw the token to the other party. The other party inspected it, his gaze revealing a look of astonishment. This token was not fake. Yi Yuan. Pill Tower Elder. You? How did you do it? The black-robed person looked at Yi Yuan with incredible shock and asked. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Becoming the Pill Tower's elder, it's naturally because my pill refining standard is passable. If you can go out, you'll naturally know what's up." The black-robed person's gaze turned intent and he said with anguish, "Go out? Entering this place, you still want to go out? I, Feather, have been trapped here for 130,000 years already and can't find the way to go out. Even if you're a Pill Tower elder, you can forget about going out from here too." Yi Yuan said coolly, 130,000 years? I don't have so much time to waste here. I'll just need to be able to go out. Cultfeather snickered and said, overestimating your own ability. All of the people who enter the spatial inheritance feel that they can comprehend spatial laws. But they are all dead. Only I'm still eking out a meager existence till this date. This old man assessed his own ability at first. I feel that my talent is superior to others, but then I can only comprehend first-layered heaven spatial laws to late stage 2. Even if your talent far surpasses this old man's without several tens of thousands of years, could it be that you can still catch up to this old man? Yi Yuan took out the elder's token and said with a smile, not trying, how would you know? Coldfeather suddenly calmed down and said coolly, back then, when this old man just entered, I was the exact same as you, also full of high spirits. When your drive is whittled away clean, you'll know what's called despair. Go then. Yi Yuan smiled and did not answer. He then started to meditate on the spot. These 3 years, Yi Yuan comprehended spatial laws with sword Dao laws. Now that he shattered space, he had some comprehensions. He needed to calm his heart down and contemplate the gains of these 3 years of cultivation. Gradually, Yi Yuan entered a state of emptiness. As for Coldfeather, with Dustless keeping watch, he was not worried. If Coldfeather attacked, Dustless would control the purple extreme hall right away and pull Yi Yuan inside. Coldfeather looked at the Yi Yuan meditating, his gaze full of disdain. Coldfeather laughed mockingly and said, an old person's sayings are seldom untrue. When you bump until you're battered and bruised, you'll be able to experience this old man's current state of mind. Time ticked away. This meditation of Yi Yuan had already taken half a year's time. On this day, there was suddenly a ripple in space. Coldfeather suddenly snapped open his eyes, looking toward Yi Yuan with great surprise. This brat actually broke through to middle stage first-layered heaven so fast? Turns out that he already comprehended spatial laws. So wonder he can reach until here. Looks like this kid's talent is really extraordinary. Coldfeather was very sensitive toward spatial laws. The spatial undulations that Yi Yuan triggered were precisely first-layered heaven spatial laws middle stage. Through 3 years of comprehending Dao and also experiencing half a year of accumulation, Yi Yuan finally broke through the bottleneck. At this time, Yi Yuan slowly got up, took out the Junyi sword, and leaped, entering inside the chaotic space once more. Coldfeather looked at Yi Yuan's disappeared back view and could not help being somewhat puzzled. This boy, comprehending spatial laws, carrying a sword for what? Yi Yuan's departure was several years' time. When he returned again, Yi Yuan was riddled with tons of gaping wounds, clearly being considerably wounded by the chaotic space. Fortunately, Yi Yuan had many medicinal pills on him. After consuming medicinal pills, he sat quietly meditated once more. After he fully digested these few years of comprehensions, he carried his sword and entered the chaotic space once again, rinse and repeat. Coldfeather observed from the sidelines coldly but was disapproving in his heart. In his view, Yi Yuan just happened to cultivate to a bottleneck previously and only broke through successfully by coincidence. But spatial laws, the more to the back, the more profound. The time expended would increase exponentially. So much so that 10 or 20,000 years, and one would also be unable to advance an inch. If spatial laws could be eked out by relying on time, Coldfeather also would not be trapped for 130,000 years. Have you heard? Elder Yi had already fallen inside the spatial inheritance. Such a major thing. How could it be possible to not hear about it? Sigh, what a shame. Such an astonishing genius actually committed suicide going to seek death. Isn't that so? There has never been anyone capable of coming out of the spatial inheritance. Who does he think he is to actually do this kind of foolish thing? 3 years after Yi Yuan entered the spatial inheritance, the light dot that represented him finally totally vanished. This also represented that Yi Yuan already perished inside the spatial inheritance. When this news came out of the Marshall Tower, it immediately rocked the entire inner city. The once dazzling genius flowered briefly like the broad-leaved epiphyllum, just like this, forever remaining behind in the chaotic space. Some people felt sorry, some people had sympathy, some people gloated over others' misfortune. But no one doubted that it was already impossible for Yi Yuan to come out of the spatial inheritance. Sniff, sniff. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Elder Yi will definitely come out. There's no way he died inside. Ning Xiu threw herself on second elder's shoulder and wept bitterly without ceasing. Looking at the heartbroken Ning Xiu, Xianyu also did not know what to say. He sighed slightly and said, "This was the path that he chose. Nobody can change it. Sai, before leaving, he entrusted me to take good care of his dear ones. We can only put in what meager effort we can." Entering the spatial inheritance in time, Yi Yuan did not bring Li or they all inside. After all, the journey this time was very perilous. If he was trapped inside the chaotic space, no matter how many divine essence stones Yi Yuan had, it could not support the necessary expenditure. Without divine essence stones to provide spiritual energy, the purple extreme hall was also just a metal lump. At this time, Louis suddenly came in and said to Xianyu with a bow, "Master, head elder that side gave notice to have you go and take part in the elders' meeting." Xianyu's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, "Came so fast, he can't even wait for a moment." Louis also had a solemn expression as he said, "Master, even though the time we know Elder Yi wasn't long, he had tremendous grace toward our lineage." "We." Xianyu gave a cold snort and said, "You rascal, could it be that in your heart, your master is that sort of person who repays kindness with ingratitude?" Louis was a little embarrassed as he smiled. Xianyu slowly got up and went to the elders' hall. Ruosu glanced at Xianyu and said with a grim look, "Even though this old man once had some unpleasantness with Elder Yi, I still held his strength with great respect. Originally, Elder Yi would become our heavenly eagle imperial city's pillar of society. But he perished inside the spatial inheritance. This old man feels deeply aggrieved." Ruosu had an appearance of shedding crocodile tears. Those present naturally would not think that having an elders' meeting was in order to mourn over Yi Yuan. Sure enough, his face fell and he said to Xianyu, "Second elder, this matter, you have an inescapable responsibility. Your personal relationship with Elder Yi is considered the best. You clearly know that the spatial inheritance is very dangerous. Why didn't you stop him?" Actually, Xianyu also condemned himself greatly in his heart. He heaved a sigh and said with a nod, "What head elder said is right. This matter, I indeed have a responsibility. If my attitude back then could be a little firmer, perhaps Elder Yi wouldn't have entered inside." Ruosu snorted coldly and said, "What's the use of saying this now? Since you have no objections towards this, then I propose for you to forfeit 10 years of all resources enjoyed. Do you have objections?" The muscles on Xianyu's face twitched, but he said nothing and directly left. Head elder looked at Xianyu's back, the corners of his mouth revealing a smug smile. On this day, Lin Dong brought a group of people and came to the Yi Manor. He came today to chase Lier they all out. Yi Yuan already died, so head elder could not wait to erase all of Yi Yuan's sense of being. "Steward Long, we meet again." Lin Dong looked at Long Zhan and said with a smile that was not a smile. Long Zhan snorted coldly and said, "You look pleased with yourself, huh?" Lin Dong smiled indifferently and said, "Could it be that I shouldn't be pleased with myself? Not long ago, you were still lecturing me here. But now, you all don't even have a place to stay anymore. Looking at it now, it seems like my choice back then wasn't wrong." Long Zhan's expression flickered incessantly, but white light by the side could not watch on anymore and said with a cold snort, "Lin Dong, let me tell you, Big Brother won't die. When he comes back, all of you will tremble." Lin Dong laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Ha ha! Looking at your expressions, seems like you all don't think that Yi Yuan would die. You guys are really fervently self-confident. The Marshall Tower's spatial inheritance, those who entered has never come out before. You actually tell me that Yi Yuan will come back? It's really killing me." Lier gave Lin Dong a glance and said coolly, "Other people not coming out doesn't mean that Big Brother Yuan won't come out. If you don't believe it, let's wait and see." Lin Dong felt that this group of people was simply impervious to reason. He originally wanted to come and reprove them well, who knew that this bunch of fellows completely did not believe that Yi Yuan already died. His face fell and he said with a cold snort, "The few of you, don't think that with second elder protecting you guys, you can be high and mighty like before. Let this protector tell you this. Without Yi Yuan, you all are just a bunch of ants. Before long, your corpses might be strewn on the streets. Now get lost for me." White Light still wanted to say something, but he was held back by Lear, who said indifferently, "Let's go. Kid, don't waste your effort anymore. You'll eventually mess yourself to death one day like this." Coldfeather looked at the Yi Yuan covered with cuts and bruises and said coolly, not that he did not want to go out, but that it was seriously too dangerous inside the chaotic space. A single misstep and he would play himself to death. These few years, he watched Yi Yuan enter the chaotic space time and again, fooling around by himself until he was about to die over and over again. Hence, he could not resist secretly scolding that Yi Yuan was a lunatic in his heart. Over 130,000 years of loneliness made Coldfeather very much long for someone to interact with. If a person finally managed to come in but died in the end, he would really cry until he had no place to cry. Yi Yuan could not help laughing and said, "I came to this place in order to comprehend spatial laws, not entering the chaotic space to comprehend. Could it be staying here and wait for death? Heh, I was the same as you when I just came in, also running into the chaotic space every day, thinking that I can comprehend spatial laws. But thousands of years passed, the spatial laws that I comprehended became lesser and lesser, but my injuries grew heavier and heavier. All the way until one time I almost didn't come back, and I never dared to go in again," Coldfeather said. Coldfeather was frightened. That time he was badly wounded and on the verge of death, almost dying in the chaotic space. After returning to the spatial node, he recuperated for a full decade before recovering. Since then, he never dared to enter the chaotic space again. The chaotic space that Yi Yuan was at previously was just the peripherals of the entire spatial inheritance. The power of the spatial collapse was not considered strong. But this spatial node's chaotic space, once it collapsed, the power would be unimaginable. A single misstep and one would perish, their Tao disappearing. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If I were you, I'll enter again." Finished talking, Yi Yuan ignored Coldfeather and started meditating. Coldfeather naturally did not know that these few years, Yi Yuan's spatial laws improved further. It was just that his close seclusion inside the spatial node was all meditative comprehensions. Without him breaking through, Coldfeather would not be able to feel it. Comprehending spatial laws with Sword Tao was indeed a shortcut. Although compared to the past, the difficulty was more than 100 times, 1,000 times greater. Without a doubt, Yi Yuan was continuously improving. Yi Yuan said so, and he achieved it. A few times when Yi Yuan returned from the chaotic space, he was virtually already at his last gasp. Coldfeather naturally could not dispense with taunting and jeering remarks by the side. But after Yi Yuan recuperated his injuries, he resolutely entered the chaotic space once more. Coldfeather's expression at that time was really fascinating to the max. Apart from scolding that Yi Yuan was a madman non-stop, Coldfeather seriously could not find a better adjective. Just like this, the days passed by. From one year to another, Yi Yuan's spatial laws improved with each passing day. The prime of youth easily passed. Time flashed by. In a blink, over 10 years passed. On this day, a spatial ripple occurred in the spatial node once again. Coldfeather's entire body trembled all over, suddenly snapping open both eyes and staring fixedly at Yi Yuan. Impossible! It's just been over 10 years, and he actually already comprehended late-stage first-layered heaven spatial laws. Coldfeather kind of doubted whether just now was a misconception or not. One had to know he was also merely late-stage first-layered heaven currently. Back then, he spent over 10,000 years and comprehended to this step, and even patted himself on the back, feeling quite satisfied. After all, entering the spatial inheritance, there was only him who could survive. However, this guy in front of him whose hair was not even fully grown yet was actually already keeping up with him. Coldfeather was instantly flustered. These few years, he had no lack of reproving Yi Yuan. It was not that he wanted to scheme on something, but it was just that he felt that Yi Yuan was wasting his life. He felt that Yi Yuan would come to regret it one day. But now, he discovered that he was so ignorant. He only used over a decade's time and went from middle stage to late stage. This disparity could only use the difference like cloud and mud to describe it. What was this called? There would not be harm without comparison. Finally, Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes. His eyes also faintly revealed excitement. Spatial laws were indeed entirely different from the laws that he comprehended in the past. Too difficult. The heavenspan world's spatial structure was on a completely different level from the immortal Grove world. Space was the foundation to give rise to myriad life. It was one of the forms of this world's most fundamental source. If there wasn't space, whatever sword Tao laws, whatever laws of fire, whatever laws of wind, they would not have the foundation to exist at all. The more he comprehended, the more Yi Yuan felt its extensiveness and profoundness. You broke through? Although he knew the answer, Cultivation still could not resist asking. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "So many years of hard work finally wasn't in vain. But what you said is right. The difficulty of spatial laws indeed exceeded my imaginations. Most likely, I can't go out within a short time." Yi Yuan did not fear the danger of the chaotic space. It was just that not going out within a short time, he was rather worried about Liu they all. But Yi Yuan was still reassured of things with Xianxia around. This person's personality was warm, and both master and disciples also received considerable benefits from him. Presumably, he should take care of Liu they all. Cultivation swallowed his saliva, feeling rather parched as he said gloomily, "This is spatial law. Even if one's talent is heaven-defying, I've also never heard before being able to break through within such a short time." "How did you do it?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Actually, it's also an accident that I could comprehend spatial laws. It's because I cultivated sword Tao laws to a transcendent realm that I drew parallels from inference and accidentally comprehended spatial laws." Cultivation's gaze turned intent and he said in surprise, "So, each time you enter the chaotic space, it's actually entering the space to comprehend spatial laws with sword Tao?" Yi Yuan nodded his head, considered to have tacitly acknowledged it. Cultivation never thought that there was actually someone capable of comprehending spatial laws through this kind of method. Drawing parallels from inference, he naturally knew. But comprehending other laws with this kind of method was normally all lower-level laws. It was still his first time hearing of someone being able to comprehend a higher-order law through a lower-order law. Although sword Tao laws were formidable compared to spatial laws, it was a long way off. Yi Yuan smiled and said to Cultivation with clasped hands, "Brother Cultivation, I'm going in. If I can comprehend it one day, I'll bring you out." Finished talking, Yi Yuan took out the Junyi sword, leaped, and entered the chaotic space once more, leaving behind Cultivation with a dazed look. Suddenly, Cultivation's entire body started trembling. What did he say just now? I can go out? Cultivation actually have a day where I can still go back. In these 100,000 years, Cultivation had long given up on hopes of going out already. He thought that he would slowly grow old inside this cold space and slowly die. But one day, a young man ran in front of him and said, "I'll bring you out." This kind of agitation, who could understand? If Yi Yuan said these sorts of words when he just came in, Cultivation would definitely turn his nose up in contempt and ridicule the other party's ignorance. In reality, he also did so. But now Cultivation really saw hope. If he developed according to this momentum, perhaps Yi Yuan could really comprehend spatial laws? Cultivation discovered that he, this so-called genius, was on a completely different level from Yi Yuan. Not just comprehension ability, also tenacity and heart of martial Tao. Cultivation knew that this kind of cultivation was completely dreary and tasteless. Being able to go up a level, one would definitely somewhat relax their thinking. But Yi Yuan did not even stop for a second and plunge into training once more. Furthermore, Yi Yuan narrowly escaped death inside the chaotic space. After treating it, he would enter the chaotic space once more without hesitation. But he was still afraid. He had come to terms with death. But Yi Yuan became more courageous in the face of setbacks. He could defeat his heart of fear. Time flew by quickly. In a twinkle, another 20 years passed. Inside the chaotic space, Yi Yuan's figure was akin to an illusion, flashing erratically. Suddenly, he stopped in a region of space, his brows tightly locked. My first-layered heaven spatial laws had already been perfected for quite a while now. But this second-layered heaven, I keep failing to find the breakthrough point. Second-layered heaven, just what is it? Yi Yuan muttered to himself. Spatial inheritance, the inheritances left behind were exceedingly few. The people who knew its profundities were even in the minority. Yi Yuan entered first-layered heaven spatial laws by stumbling about blindly. But this second-layered heaven, he kept failing to comprehend it. Yi Yuan's gaze suddenly landed on the space above his head. There was his reflection. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. A hint of understanding flashed across in his heart. 100 years in a flash, this was an extremely short time to any deity realm powerhouse. But to Yi Yuan, it was like the sea had changed into a mulberry field. After rebirthing, all of his cultivation time added together was also merely a short 100 over years. But comprehending spatial laws actually used 100 years of his time. On this day, Yi Yuan was in closed seclusion in the spatial node. All of a sudden, the entire space started trembling. The originally incomparably stable spatial node actually had signs of collapsing too. Coldfeather was greatly alarmed and said, "What happened?" "Amen." Yi Yuan he comprehended the laws? Coldfeather looked over towards Yi Yuan and discovered that Yi Yuan was clearly right in front of him, but was so unreal. This kind of feeling was contradictory to the extreme. In these 100 years, Yi Yuan's growth, he took it all into his sights and had long prostrated on all fours in admiration already. He finally knew that there was an insurmountable gulf between him and Yi Yuan. Genius was already insufficient to describe this young man. But even so, he also did not think that this day actually came so quickly. Rumble. The spatial node started collapsing, fragmenting into countless pieces. A terrifying energy undulation squeezed over toward Coldfeather. Coldfeather's expression changed and he cried out in alarm. "Yi Yuan, save me." Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes and took a step out, and he then instantly arrived beside Coldfeather. He grabbed Coldfeather's collar and said coolly, "Come, let's go out." Finished talking, Yi Yuan took a step out once more, and already entered inside the chaotic space. The surrounding space was collapsing non-stop. The horrifying energy undulation made Coldfeather's heart palpitating. These energy undulations, if he touched a little bit, it was also dying without any burial ground. However, Yi Yuan brought him along akin to strolling idly in a courtyard, shuttled back and forth inside these chaotic spaces without any obstruction at all. Seeing these surrounding spaces shatter piece by piece, but it was like they were situated between two worlds, it did not affect them at all. After the astonishment, Coldfeather was envious to the extreme. What did he enter the spatial inheritance for? Wasn't it in order to comprehend spatial laws? Only a short while ago, he was also puffed up with pride, thinking that he could rely on his outstanding talent to comprehend spatial laws and become a powerhouse of his generation. But the blow of reality made him utterly give up hope. Spatial laws were really not what so-called geniuses could comprehend. All the way until later, Coldfeather thought that it was completely impossible for someone to comprehend spatial laws in the spatial inheritance. Hence, after Yi Yuan entered, he beat Yi Yuan down relentlessly without any mercy, mocking him for overestimating his own ability. But today, this young man in front of him really succeeded. Furthermore, he only used 100 years. This made him have an impulse to vomit blood. This kid was simply a freak. He was clearly the Pill Tower's elder and was actually so perverse when comprehending spatial laws. Just how freakish was this guy? During these 100 years, for Yu Mengli and the others, their days were tough. Although there was Xianyu looking after, he was the second elder, standing high above the masses after all. It was also not possible to care for them every day in all matters, no matter how major or trivial. When time passed, there would always be many vexing issues. Xianyu arranged for them a large residence in the city, letting Lier and the rest stay inside. All food and clothing were also not an issue. It was just that Xianyu's instructions were Xianyu's instructions. When it reached people below, it was another matter altogether. Truly preposterous. Now, the divine essence stones given to us are lesser and lesser. At this rate, how will we still cultivate? White Light said furiously. Lier heaved a sigh and said, "Big Brother Yuan has been gone for 100 years. His prestige has long already been lost. For second elder to be able to remember their old friendship and take extra care of us, it's already rather not easy." White Light said furiously, "That Zhou Wei, simply bullying people too far. No way. I can't stomach this. I'm going to find second elder." Lier hurriedly pulled him and said, "Enough. Don't cause any more trouble. Before Big Brother Yuan comes out, we all don't bring trouble on ourselves anymore. If you go to find second elder right now, putting aside whether or not he can meet us, even if you can meet him and then he punishes Zhou Wei fiercely, and then after that? In the future, Zhou Wei will definitely go from bad to worse. Big Brother Yuan's favor can be used for some time, but can't be used for life. If Big Brother Yuan were to really stay inside for 1,000 years, do you feel that second elder's lineage can still protect us for so long? Clearly, Lier saw through the current situation very incisively. Originally, with their strength, it was impossible to enter the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's inner city. The reason why they could still remain here was entirely because of Yi Yuan. Second Elder was indeed a good person that was quite rare to find. But he was the second elder who was far removed from the masses after all. He was not in the same world as them, these people, at all. At first, second elder might take care of them because of his relationship with Yi Yuan. However, there would always come a time when a favor is used up. A powerhouse like second elder, one close seclusion might be several hundred, 1,000 years. How could he keep on taking care of them? The few of them were merely Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's bottom-level residents. Staying in such a mansion was already out of the norm in the first place. Such a situation, how could it not attract people's covetous eyes? Yumengli was very clear, as long as Yi Yuan did not come back, this kind of situation could continue to deteriorate. Going to find second elder might be able to obtain temporary help. But it would only make this situation worsen faster. Then we deserve to be bullied like this. White Light said unhappily. Lier heaved a sigh and said, Big Brother Yuan isn't around. What we have to do is take care of ourselves. If any one of us is harmed, what do you think the consequences will be? What he has to face is Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. This Leviathan. White Light's expression changed, breaking out in cold sweat. Yi Yuan's personality, he was naturally all too clear. Once they had a conflict with Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's forces, or even get any injuries, the result would be very frightening. Elder Sister Lier, young master, he didn't come out for so many years. Could he have encountered some danger? Luer said rather worriedly. Leah smiled and said, Your family's young master, could it be that you still don't know? Even if the whole world thinks that he's dead, we should also have faith in him. Luer nodded her head and said resolutely, Amen, when young master comes out, he'll definitely stir up the entire city again and give a vicious slap to those people who rolled their eyes at us. Ha ha ha. It's already been 100 years, you guys are still harboring delusions? It's impossible for your young master Yi Yuan to ever come out again. Right at this time, a laughter that made people abhor sounded out, the words full of mockery. The moment White Light saw the arrival, he could not help burning with rage and said with an angry snort, Zhou Wei, what did you come again for? This Zhou Wei was the Marshall Tower's low-level protector, holding a post in the City Lord Manor. The mission of taking care of Yu Mengli and the rest was handed to him. Because it was second elder personally giving a heads-up, the few years at the start, Zhou Wei naturally did not dare to neglect. But later on, Song Qiang found him and bought him over. Therefore, the days of Yu Mengli and the rest became worse day after day. As time passed, second elder was in seclusion all year round, the attention paid to this area naturally lessened. Even though he already had Louis take care of Lier and the rest, Louis himself also had to cultivate. Being able to come once every few years was already pretty good. In the course of time, Zhou Wei's courage also gradually grew. Zhou Wei swaggered into the hall and said with a cold smile, I came to tell you guys this. According to the City Lord Manor's rules, starting from today, each of you has to pay a tax of 500,000 Divine Essence Stones every year. If you can't hand it over, then get out of the inner city for me as soon as possible. Our inner city doesn't support idle people. One person 500,000, this was not a small sum. Even though Yi Yuan left behind quite a bit of Divine Essence Stones for them, paying according to this figure, they could not last for long at all. The moment White Light heard, he was greatly enraged and howled, Zhou Wei, don't bully people too far. Us staying here with second elder arranging it personally, you dare to treat us like this. Zhou Wei chuckled and said, It's important to know your own limitations. If I were you guys, I would have long gotten lost from the inner city myself. Staying here will only bring disgrace on yourselves. Second elder? Second elder attends to a myriad of problems every day. So how could he care about you all? These few minor characters. The few of you are merely ants living under Yi Yuan's wings. Without Yi Yuan, you guys are nothing. Zhou Wei's words struck the heart one by one, deeply provoking the few people's self-esteem. Especially White Light, his anger rushed to his head with a whoosh. A scholar prefers death to humiliation. This little lord, I, will risk everything and fight it out with you today. White Light's figure flashed, transforming into a fierce tiger, and rushed over toward Zhou Wei. A hint of an imperceptible smile flashed across the corners of Zhou Wei's mouth, and he suddenly smacked a palm out. White Light only felt a burst of power that was strong until it made people despair surround him from all directions. Poo work. White Light sprayed out a mouthful of fresh blood, feeling like the bones in his body cracked. Yu Mengli's expression changed, hurriedly catching him. But the immense force directly knocked her flying out too. Divine Lord Realm powerhouses were too strong. Zhou Wei looked at this scene coldly and said coolly, "Do you see that? Can't even receive a single palm from me, and you still dare to say that you all aren't ants? If not because you all are staying here, you guys would already be dead people now. However, you all can't stay too long." Yu Mengli looked at Zhou Wei and said in a cold voice, "Treating us like this? Aren't you afraid of Second Elder finding out?" Zhou Wei laughed loudly and said, "Second Elder is currently in seclusion, and his few disciples that are close to Yi Yuan are also all busy right now. When you all are chased out of the inner city and die outside, do you think that Second Elder will kill a protector for a dead man?" Yu Mengli's expression changed, and she said in a cold voice, "Looks like Head Elder that side finally can't control the situation any longer." Zhou Wei smiled and said, "Therefore, want to live, earn divine essence stones desperately then. Now, hand over our divine essence stones. There are a total of 5 of you. According to the rules, you have to pay 2.5 million divine essence stones." White Light gritted his teeth, wanting to stand up, but he could not do it at all. Yu Mengli's gaze was cold, and she looked at Zhou Wei and said, "We'll pay." As she said, Yu Mengli took out a storage ring and threw it to Zhou Wei. By the side, Long Zhan clenched his teeth and said, "Miss Lier, I'll leave the city today. You all don't need to pay so many divine essence stones for me." Yu Mengli said, "Stop. If you go out of the city now, do you think that you can see tomorrow's sun?" Long Zhan could not help choking and gritted his teeth and said, "Long Zhan is merely a lowly life. It was His Excellency who gave me the chance to be reborn. Today, what does it matter if I return my life to His Excellency?" Yu Mengli's eyes were firm as she said, "We came together, so wanting to go, we naturally go together too. This kind of word, don't say any more in the future." Zhou Wei looked at this group of people and said with an amused look, "Looks like each and every one of you is still harboring hopes of getting lucky in your hearts. Those who enter the spatial inheritance. I've yet to hear of any who return alive. You guys, just give up on the idea forever." Haha. Zhou Wei left with a loud laugh. Everyone was angry until their faces were livid. But just as Zhou Wei said, leaving Yu Yuan, they were really powerless to contend with these Divine Lord Realm powerhouses. Actually, when Yi Yuan left, he left them hundreds of millions of divine essence stones. But after 100 years, 5 people's cultivation expenditure was not small. Originally, with Second Elder's support, they could still barely manage to maintain. But these few years, they were exploited by Zhou Wei. The remaining divine essence stones on hand right now were also merely 4 to 5 million. And today, more than half was gone all at once. The next time Zhou Wei came again, they could not afford it. Originally thought that Zhou Wei would come again after a year, who knew that he came again after a few days. "Zhou Wei, the tax that you want us to pay, we've already paid. What do you still want?" Leah's good temper also could not quite hold back from erupting anymore. Zhou Wei smiled and said, "Who told you all that the Heavenly Eagle Imperial Cities tax is just one kind? The one collected last time was headcount tax, but the one collected this time is spiritual energy tax. The inner city's spiritual energy is 10 times of the outer city. You all staying here, your cultivation speed is several times faster than others. Could it be that you shouldn't pay a bit of tax?" Lear's face changed and she said, "How much do you want again this time?" Zhou Wei smiled and said, "Not a lot. Not a lot, 2 million will suffice." 2 million. Why don't you go and rob us? Lear said, denouncing him. Zhou Wei said coolly, this is all the city lord Manor's rules. If you don't pay, then sorry, you all might have to move out of the inner city. Yu Mengli's expression flickered incessantly. She really could not take out that many divine essence stones anymore. She drew a deep breath, seemingly making a very big resolve, and said, fine, we'll move out. No way. Sister-in-law, you stay, we'll go. White Light said. Elder sister Lear, you can't go. Luer also said. Lear said, you guys don't need to say any more. My mind is made up. Everyone pack up, we'll leave right now. Zhou Wei had a smug look and said, hoo-hoo, that's more like it. Ants like you guys are only fit to go stay in the outer city or capital cities. An inch of land in the inner city is like an inch of hold. You all staying here is simply a waste. Facing Zhou Wei's reproving, the few people just endured it, packing up for a while, and then the few people were just about to head out when suddenly, a burst of powerful aura surged to the sky from the Marshall Tower's direction. The entire Imperial City's spiritual energy swarmed over frenziedly in the direction of the Marshall Tower. At this time, the spiritual energy in that direction seemed to be drained by a pump. The other direction's spiritual energy poured over there crazily. Amen? What's going on? Someone is breaking through, White Light said in surprise. Who's breaking through? To actually be able to create such a terrifying effect. Long Zhan also revealed a shocked expression. Zhou Wei's expression also changed slightly, but he snorted coldly and said, whoever breaks through is none of your business. Could it be that it's Yi Yuan breaking through? Heh, this commotion even a divine lord realm powerhouse likely can't match up to. Quickly get lost. This place isn't a place that you all should stay. At this moment, the entire Imperial City was startled. This breakthrough was like an enormous pump, frenziedly plunging the spiritual energy in all directions. What's going on? Could it be some elder who broke through? This commotion, even 4th or 5th layered Heaven Divine Lord probably can't match up to, right? Just who is breaking through? This is also too crazy, right? So much spiritual energy entering the body, even Divine Lord realm powerhouses will burst too. Countless martial artists were swarming in the direction of the Marshall Tower, wanting to see who it was, causing such a terrifying commotion when breaking through. Seeing Yu Mengli stalling and not moving, Zhou Wei's brows furrowed and he said in a solemn voice, you guys are not leaving yet. Could it be that you want this protector to personally send you all out? Yu Mengli still did not move. She suddenly opened her mouth and said, it's Big Brother Yuan. It's Big Brother Yuan breaking through. He came back. Zhou Wei's expression changed and he scolded angrily, what nonsense are you saying? Yi Yuan already died in the spatial inheritance, so how can he possibly be breaking through? Moreover, can this commotion be an origin deity realm martial artist breaking through? Yu Mengli turned and gave Zhou Wei a glance and said coolly, Zhou Wei, if it's really Big Brother Yuan who came back and you still dare to chase us out, you should know the outcome. Zhou Wei's face changed, and his heart involuntarily started racing. Up high in the sky, spiritual energy surged, forming an enormous vortex. The terrifying spiritual energy undulation gave people a feeling of heart palpitation. More and more martial artists gathered here, wanting to see who caused such a big commotion. I sent that Elder Yi? Elder Yi? Which Elder Yi? Which Elder Yi can there be? It's that Elder Yi who refined the Void Spirit Divine Grade Vast Sun Universe pill 100 years ago. It really is. He. Didn't he die inside the inheritance space? Why did he come out now? Are you dumb? For him to be able to walk out of the Marshall Tower, it clearly shows that he has already obtained the spatial inheritance. You look at him, even though he's still at the origin deity realm, he can already fly in the air. Hiss! He is really terrifying. 100 years passed, everyone virtually forgot his existence. Most likely, no one would have thought that he actually came back. He's the first to come out of the spatial inheritance. When the people recognized that it was Yi Yuan, all of them were extremely surprised. Ever since that predecessor left behind the spatial inheritance, nobody came out from inside before. However, when everyone thought that Yi Yuan already died inside, he suddenly charged back. The moment he took the stage, it was heaven-shocking. It was not that Yi Yuan deliberately caused such a huge commotion, but his law comprehensions improved too much in these 100 years. As the saying went, water brimmed only to overflow. The spatial inheritance inside the spatial inheritance was too thin. Yi Yuan did not break through at all in these 100 years. It was equivalent to severely suppressing his realm. But now, the moment he came out, under the stimulation of the abundant spiritual energy of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's inner city, he could not control it any longer. He started to directly break through crazily. Yi Yuan's divine sea was like a lake that had dried to the extreme already, thirsting to the extreme. Seeing spiritual energy at this time, it was akin to a good rain after a long drought and started to absorb water frantically. If it were others, such frenzied absorption of spiritual energy, the meridians within their bodies would have long burst apart. But Yi Yuan even complained that the spiritual energy was not strong enough, not turbulent enough. This bit of spiritual energy was not even enough to fill the crevices between his teeth. Very soon, the Pill Towers and Marshall Towers' upper echelons were alarmed. Ruosu looked at that figure in the sky, his expression ugly to the extreme. How can it be? How is it possible? He clearly already died inside the spatial inheritance. Why would he show up here? Why? Ruosu shouted frantically in his heart. News of Yi Yuan's return was absolutely like a thunderclap from a clear sky to him. An alchemy Dao powerhouse who could refine void spirit divine grade, replacing him in the future was virtually a sure thing. He did not wish for this kind of thing to happen to him. Not far away, the elders were incomparably amazed. It's really Elder Yi. He came out of the Marshall Tower. Could it be that he has already understood spatial laws? This talent is a little too monstrous, right? Isn't that so? His alchemy Dao talent is already formidable until it makes people despair in the first place. Didn't expect that his martial arts talent is actually so terrifying too. The inheritance of spatial laws is what nobody has ever successfully comprehended before. He actually succeeded, truly inconceivable. Amen? Who is that? So unfamiliar. Suddenly an elder noticed a black-robed person below the Marshall Tower. The black-robed person had his gaze fixed on the Yi Yuan in the sky, his gaze flicking incessantly. No one could guess what he was thinking. Suddenly, someone came forward and berated. Who are you? Don't you know that this place is the Marshall Tower's restricted area? Arbitrarily barging into the Marshall Tower's restricted area. Do you know what crime that is? Coldfeather's brows furrowed and suddenly threw a slap out like lightning. That person laughed coldly and was just about to make a move to block when Coldfeather's slap disappeared bizarrely. Slap. This slap directly sent the other party flying. Who the hell do you think you are, to also dare shout and wrangle at this seat? Coldfeather said in a cold voice. Lin Dong held half of his face, his eyes filled with fear. Originally, when he saw Yi Yuan returning, he was incomparably irritated in his heart. At this time, he just happened to see Coldfeather, this person whose background was unknown. Hence, he wanted to find the other party to vent his frustration. He reckoned that his strength was about the same as the other party. If really getting into a fight, it might be able to interrupt Yi Yuan's breakthrough. But he never dreamed that the other party's strength was actually so formidable, sending him flying with one slap. Lin Dong was incomparably astonished in his heart. That slap just now was absolutely spatial laws. Why did this person of unknown origins also know spatial laws? You made a move in the Marshall Tower. Today, you can forget about walking out of the Marshall Tower, Lin Dong said furiously. The commotion here drew the attention of quite a few powerhouses. An old man's gaze turned intent and he carefully sized Coldfeather up. He kept feeling that this face was rather familiar. Coldfeather gave Lin Dong a glance and could not even be bothered with him. That old man's face suddenly changed and he walked over to this side. Lin Dong seemed to have detected the old man's movements and could not help being overjoyed. Looking at Coldfeather, he said with a cold smile, Who asked you to be wild? Now, even Head Elder is startled. I see how you die. Coldfeather's gaze also looked over towards that old man, his face revealing a ruminating look. Lin Dong hurriedly went up to greet, bowing to that old man and said, "Head elder, this fellow's origin is unknown and he actually even dared to attack and injure people, having no respect for our martial tower at all." This old man was none other than precisely the martial tower's head elder, Xianxia. Xianxia waved his hand at Lin Dong, indicating for him to not be wordy. Then he gave a bow to Coldfeather and said, "Dare I ask, could your esteemed self be Coldfeather, Grandmaster Coldfeather?" Coldfeather was rather surprised as he said, "Amen? You know me?" When Xianxia saw the other party acknowledged it, he could not help being overjoyed and bowed down deeply towards Coldfeather and said, "I didn't expect that it's really Grandmaster Coldfeather. I am Grand Pupil Xianxia, my master is Wu Xingtang." Coldfeather revealed a look of surprise and said in amazement, "You're Xingtang's disciple? Looking at your strength, you're currently the martial tower's head elder." Xianxia hurriedly said, "Grand Pupil is incapable and shamelessly being the martial tower's head elder." Coldfeather nodded his head and said with a sigh, "Xingtang, this boy is pretty good. It's also considered to have developed our lineage to greater heights. You're already the head elder. Then where is he now?" Xianxia was crestfallen as he said, "Several tens of thousands of years ago, Master died in a mystic realm." Coldfeather looked dejected and immediately let out a sigh and said, "It's a pity. Xingtang was the disciple I was most proud of. I didn't expect that us master and disciple, two people, had limited luck." Lin Dong listened by the side until he nearly bit his own tongue. His entire mind completely blanked. Head elder actually called this old man as his grandmaster. Grandmaster. Lin Dong completely did not expect that this old man who popped out from God knows where. His seniority was actually high until it was frightening. What did he do just now? But Coldfeather, two people were immersed in grief and did not have time to go and pay attention to him at all. Xianxia was careful as he asked, "Grandmaster Coldfeather took the risk and entered the inheritance space back then. Master even thought that you fell inside the spatial inheritance. He wouldn't expect that your elderly self is actually still alive. Master's spirit in heaven must be very relieved." Coldfeather gave a self-mocking laugh and said, "Didn't die, but also not much difference from dead. If not for encountering Yi Yuan, I can only stay inside the spatial inheritance all my life and be a person who is not dead and yet not alive." Up in the sky, not only the violent spiritual energy did not diminish, it had signs of becoming increasingly fiercer instead. His aura was also rising steadily and burst through the middle-stage origin deity bottleneck very soon, breaking through to late-stage origin deity realm. Yi Yuan was like a bottomless hole, devouring the spiritual energy from all directions frenziedly. These 100 years of deficient spiritual energy made him thirsty to the extreme, absorbing to his heart's content in one shot. When Xianxia saw this scene, his expression flickered repeatedly and he said in surprise, "Grandmaster, this Yi Yuan, could he?" Coldfeather slowly nodded and said, "If not for seeing with my own eyes, I also wouldn't dare to believe in my dreams that someone can comprehend two-layered heaven spatial laws within 100 years. No idea what kind of cultivation method this kid cultivates either to actually be able to withstand such terrifying spatial laws. TSK, all in all, this kid is leaking strangeness everywhere on his body." Coldfeather said it flatly, but monstrous waves surged in Xianxia's heart. The two supreme laws were what everyone was dreaming after. But apart from that predecessor of the martial tower, nobody was able to comprehend it anymore. So many years had passed, to say that Xianxia was not moved, that would be false. But he did not have the courage to go and try his luck. Over 100,000 years ago, Coldfeather was known as the #1 genius whose accomplishments surpassed ancient and modern times. Even he died inside the spatial inheritance, so who else dared to go and attempt? Nobody would have thought that Yi Yuan actually succeeded. Zhou Wei's current emotions were in a jumbled mess. It was really bitter to the extreme. The reason why he dared to treat Yumengli, White Light, and the rest this way was because he was certain that Yi Yuan already died inside the spatial inheritance. But reality gave him a resounding slap. This is impossible. Didn't he die inside the spatial inheritance? Why would he show up here? Zhou Wei's entire person was flustered. The moment he laid eyes on Yi Yuan, he knew that he was finished. 100 years ago, Yi Yuan was already extremely domineering, even defeating head elder Ruosu. Now, Yi Yuan actually comprehended spatial laws and returned domineeringly. Yi Yuan, who was exceptional in alchemy and martial arts, would bound to be scalding hot to one's touch in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. If he were to blame someone for something, nobody would be able to save the person. Ha, indeed worthy of being my big brother. Zhou Wei, didn't you say that my big brother died inside? Open your dog eyes wide and see who that person is, White Light said with a loud laugh. These few years, they were brutally bullied by Zhou Wei. Now, seeing his soft-shelled, turtle-like appearance, he was incomparably liberated in his heart. Zhou Wei's face revealed a smile that was even uglier than crying. Kneeling down with a thud, he hugged White Light's calves and cried bitterly as he said, Lord White, it was all this lowly one who had eyes but couldn't see. This lowly one was bewitched by others. That's why I would do this kind of foolish thing. Lord White, please raise your hand high up in mercy and let me off. Humanly and the rest all looked at Zhou Wei with scorn. This guy was a typical snobbish, despicable person, bullying the kind and fearing the wicked, grass on top of a wall that swayed wherever the wind blew. When Yi Yuan was not around, he created all kinds of difficulties. Now that Yi Yuan returned, he immediately became a grandson. This kind of person, others looked down on them from the bottom of their hearts. No to ask your Lord White to raise his hand high in mercy now? Already missed the chance. But it's also useless for you to beg me now. This matter better let Big Brother make a final decision. White Light said with a cold smile. If you had long known this day would come, why act like that in the past? You and Song Qiang acted in collusion, but you wait and watch properly. I want to see whether or not Song Qiang will come and plead on your behalf. Yu Mengli said with a cold snort. Zhou Wei regretted it in his heart. He really did not expect it. One should leave a ray of hope when conducting oneself in any action, but he pushed Yu Mengli and the rest to extermination. I was wrong. Grand. I really know that I was wrong. I had eyes but couldn't see. I was blinded by obsession. Zhou Wei said, as he slapped himself viciously. The strange gazes that others cast over, he could not care anymore as well. He knew that if he could not get these people's forgiveness, then his life would be ruined. With his status offending an elder, that was no different from seeking death. Furthermore, with the talent that Yi Yuan displayed, his status in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, probably even head elder would find it hard to hold a candle to. Zhou Wei jabbered a whole bunch, slapping his own mouth as he spoke, making it loud and clear. In front of so many people, he, a dignified divine lord realm powerhouse, was also considered to have utterly lost face all the way back to his granny's house. Isn't that Protector Zhou Wei? Why would he kowtow frantically toward a bunch of Heaven Glimpse realm martial artists? Those few people look like Elder Ye's close kin. Zhou Wei, this person is the most snobbish. These few years everybody all thought that Elder Ye died. He definitely offended them to the core. Nobody could have ever thought that the spatial inheritance which no one succeeded before, Elder Yi actually succeeded. Yeah, when a man attains the Tao, his fowls and dogs ascend to heaven too. Even if his kin is just at the Heaven Glimpse realm, who dares to offend them? Bystanders discussed animatedly. But when it landed in Lier's and the others' ears, it was rather grating on the ear. A strange emotion spread out in everyone's heart. White Light was greatly enraged and said coldly, You get lost for me, I don't want to see you now. If you still pester endlessly, I'll make Big Brother mess you to death. Do you believe it or not? Zhou Wei jumped in fright and hurriedly said, Yes, I'll get lost. I'll get lost. Finished talking, he scrambled and ran away. No one would have thought that Yi Yuan's breakthrough was for 10 days and 10 nights. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's martial artists even felt that the spiritual energy around them was much thinner. Spiritual energies were all absorbed clean by Yi Yuan. Even though everyone was cultivating normally, that was all a step-by-step process. Even though the spiritual energy around was plenty, they could not suck it in at all. How could it be like Yi Yuan? This was completely disregarding one's life. And Yi Yuan's realm was also rising crazily. Elder Ye's breakthrough is simply too crazy. These few days, he actually directly cultivated to peak late-stage origin deity from middle-stage origin deity. Looking at this, he isn't going to directly break through to grand completion origin deity, right? Very likely. You look, he broke through. Really broke through. My God. Turns out that you can cultivate like this. Yi Yuan's breakthrough gave people an extremely strong sense of impact. Origin Deity Realm was not like when at the mortal realms back then. Each breakthrough of a minor realm, the spiritual energy required was an extremely horrifying number. Even a more prodigious martial artist, even if the cultivation method they cultivated was of a higher level, it was also unheard of to break through 2 minor realms in a row within a few days. But Yi Yuan did it. At this time, Yi Yuan's aura rose sharply, breaking through the bottleneck of late-stage origin deity in one stroke, reaching the grand completion realm of origin deity. When Xianxia saw this scene, he was incomparably shocked in his heart. But Cold Feather smiled and said, "This boy wants to make up for all of these 100 years of delayed cultivation. Looks like he's ending soon. It's also this old man's turn now. TSK, if this old man can also break through like him, how good would it be?" Yi Yuan's realm rose all the way until it reached the point that it just could not breach the next realm any longer. By then, he already stopped devouring spiritual energy. Finally, his realm also reached peak grand completion origin deity realm. He was only a step away from the Divine Lord realm. Seeing Yi Yuan finally stop breaking through, the others let out a sigh in relief. My goodness, it finally stopped. I was even wondering what if he keeps on breaking through all the way like that. Elder Yi is really a freak. It's still my first time hearing that someone can break through like this within the origin deity realm. What the hell do you guys know? Elder Yi is unleashing his vast accumulation over the years. With his talent, how could it be possible to not break through for 100 years? He accumulated things for 100 years. That's why there was this magnificent feat today. Makes sense. But 100 years' time, breaking through from the middle stage origin deity to the peak grand completion origin deity, this is also very heaven-defying. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's spiritual energy finally returned to tranquility. The spirit-gathering formations were also slowly recovering the inner city's spiritual energy. During these few days, Yi Yuan had devoured no idea how much spiritual energy. Even the spirit-gathering formations practically could not quite catch up to his speed of devouring already. His breakthrough this time was really eating a fat piece of meat in one mouthful. Even if those Divine Lord realm powerhouses were breaking through, they could not be compared with his speed of absorbing spiritual energy. Ha ha ha! Congratulations, Elder Yi, for attaining the Tao and returning back. Elder Yi is truly a peerless genius to actually only use 100 years and fully understood spatial laws. Congratulations, Elder Yi. The group of elders all came forward to greet, congratulating Yi Yuan. They knew that with Yi Yuan returning domineeringly this time, the momentum of his ascension was already unstoppable by anyone. Moreover, he even brought a great deity back. They heard with their own ears that the Martial Tower's head elder, Xianxia, actually called that old man as his grandmaster. At this time, Xianxia also brought Cold Feather and walked over. He directly clasped his hands at Yi Yuan and said, "Elder Yi, recovering Grandmaster Cold Feather who went missing for over 100,000 years. This Zhang is endlessly gratefully." Yi Yuan's brows raised up and revealed a hint of surprise and said with amazement, "Brother Cold, Senior Cold Feather is actually Head Elder's Grandmaster?" The moment he opened his mouth, Yi Yuan discovered that something was not quite right. The Martial Tower's head elder called him as Grandmaster Cold Feather, but Yi Yuan called him as Brother Cold Feather. Wasn't this clearly taking advantage of everyone? It still did not matter inside the spatial inheritance, but returning to the Imperial City and learning of Cold Feather's seniority, he naturally could not simply call him casually anymore. Even though Yi Yuan had his pride, it did not mean that he did not understand the ways of the world. If he called like this, even though others would not say anything on account of Cold Feather's face, they would definitely be very unhappy in their hearts. After all, he was just an origin deity realm martial artist. Although Yi Yuan did not fear to make enemies, provoking enemies unnecessarily like this was clearly not a wise move. Yi Yuan was having a headache on how to address him. But who knew that Cold Feather was totally unconcerned and said, "Kid, you don't need to be courteous with me. Let's each do our own thing. In the future, you still call me Brother Cold Feather. As for the rest, they go about as they should." This old man was trapped for over 100,000 years, so why would I still care about such trivial formalities? Xianxia is the apprentice of the disciple that I was most proud of. I also didn't expect that over 100,000 years passed. He actually became the Martial Tower's head elder. Coldfeather did not care, but the faces of Xianxia and the other elders were rather awkward. Your elderly self already said so. How could we dare to say anything more? Yi Yuan was not a bashful person either. He also smiled and said, "Looks like Brother Coldfeather's lineage is indeed all talented people, even though I and Head Elder don't interact much. I've also long heard that his martial prowess is unmatched, a sea-stabilizing divine needle of heavenly eagle imperial city." The moment Coldfeather heard, he could not help saying angrily, "Let you, younger brother," had a laugh. "What do you call this? I, as the Grandmaster, am only third-layered Heaven Divine Lord, while he, the Grand Pupil, is already ninth-layered Heaven Divine Lord." Each sentence that Coldfeather said, Xianxia's expression would be a shade more looking embarrassed. But this kind of phenomenon indeed made people rather speechless. Not that situations of surpassing one's predecessors did not happen, but it was just that Coldfeather's talent back then had amazed the entire imperial city. Who knew that the affairs of the world were inconstant? Over 130,000 years passed. He only cultivated to third-layered Heaven Divine Lord. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Coldfeather doesn't need to be like this. With your current realm comprehensions, breaking through to become a ninth-layered Heaven Divine Lord is merely a matter of time. Misfortune may be an actual blessing. Perhaps you can unleash your accumulations and break through to the celestial deity realm." Coldfeather chuckled and said, "That's true. If this old man wasn't trapped inside the spatial inheritance back then, I might really have a possibility of breaking through the fetters now and assault the celestial deity realm." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Coldfeather, you and I are also considered fated. When I break through to the Divine Lord realm, I'll help you refine medicinal pills and aid you to break through realms as soon as possible." Coldfeather froze, only then, recalling that Yi Yuan's identity seemed to be a Pill Tower's elder and not Martial Tower's elder. He was rather curious on what basis Yi Yuan could become the Pill Tower's elder. Seeing Coldfeather wondering, Xianxia said, "Looks like Grandmaster still doesn't know about Elder Ye's freakish aspect. 100 years ago, he refined a void spirit divine-grade vast sun universe pill. It rocked the imperial city for some time back then." Coldfeather's pupils constricted and he exclaimed, "Void spirit divine grade? Vast sun universe pill? You aren't joking with me, right?" Xianxia smiled and said, "How can Xianxia dare to crack jokes with Grandmaster? This matter, all of the elders present are witnesses." Coldfeather drew a cold breath and pointed at Yi Yuan as he said speechlessly, "You, kid, are truly a freak." This old man was known as Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's #1 genius whose accomplishments surpassed ancient and modern times back then. But in front of you, it's simply not worth mentioning. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Merely luck. Oh right, Head Elder, the Martial Tower's spatial inheritance. I've already improved it. In the future, if somebody wants to go in and comprehend spatial laws, it wouldn't be so dangerous anymore. That senior who left behind the inheritance is too extreme. Although the method of inheritance is very profound, it's also too dangerous." Yi Yuan did not wish to entangle on this topic and could only change topics. Xianxia's entire body trembled and he said in disbelief, "Is Elder you serious?" "It can't be joked around. Not just Xianxia, all of the elders and deacons by the side, even the protectors a little further away. After hearing this news, each and every one of them was incomparably excited. To say that they were not moved by spatial laws, this large bread cake placed in their house, that was false. But this large bread cake was poisonous. Eat one bite and you would be dead. Who dared to eat? Back then, including Coldfeather, didn't they all enter the spatial inheritance because of spatial laws, the supreme law? In the end, apart from Coldfeather being trapped inside, none of the rest came out. But now Yi Yuan said that he improved the spatial inheritance. How could this not drive them crazy? Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "Head Elder, this kind of major thing, how can this ye dare to joke around? However, after this he improved it. Although the spatial inheritance is much more gentler, the difficulty of comprehension also greatly increased. With this Yi's current realm, I can only do it to this step. But Xianxia did not care, and said with an excited look, Elder Yi truly did a great thing that benefits the martial tower for generations to come. At the Yi Manor, a young man gave Yi Yuan a bow respectfully and said, Elder Yi, Zhou Wei has already been banished to Jianggu City. His cultivation was sealed and to be enslaved for 300 years. As for Song Qiyang, head elder did his utmost to protect him. However, head elder made him kneel for a month in the Pill Towers Plaza, so as to appease Elder Ye's fury. After Yi Yuan listened, he said coolly, Ruosu, that old punk making concessions in order to gain advantages. However, kneeling for a month is also a considerable punishment to Song Qiyang. You've worked hard, Tianping. The young man bowed and said, sharing Elder Ye's worries isn't hard. Yi Yuan glanced at him and said with a smile, Tianping, actually, with your talent, you don't need to become my follower. Why do you have to put yourself at a great inconvenience? This young man was called Ning Tianping, the Ning family young generation's #1 person. Even Ning Fangrong also could not match up to Ning Tianping's talent. Back then, Ning Lixiao spent a price of 3.5 billion and won the Vast Sun Universe pill. It was to give it to him. After consuming that Vast Sun Universe pill, Ning Tianping realized the extraordinariness of this medicinal pill very quickly. He was still just a grand completion origin deity at that time, but he comprehended things very quickly, directly crossing over half-step Divine Lord, this threshold, and then he became a first-layered Heaven Divine Lord powerhouse. After breaking through, his cultivation was like turning on a hack, his strength advancing by leaps and bounds. In a short less than 100 years' time, he already cultivated to become a peak second-layered Heaven Divine Lord. Such cultivation speed was simply outrageous to hear. Ning Tianping realized very quickly that this was the Vast Sun Universe pill's effect. He originally wanted to thank Yi Yuan, but hearing that Yi Yuan died inside the spatial inheritance, he was even upset for quite a while. But this time, Yi Yuan returning domineering shook the entire imperial city. When Ning Tianping heard that they were going to find another follower for Yi Yuan, he took the initiative to request for the assignment. Originally, with his identity, there were only others being his attendants. Where was there him being other people's attendant, this sort of thing? Even those elders did not dare to use Ning Tianping as an attendant too. But the Ning family held a supportive attitude toward this matter and even helped Ning Tianping campaign in many ways, making him stand out from among the numerous protectors. Now, wanting to become Yi Yuan's follower was not that easy of a matter anymore. In the past, Yi Yuan was merely a heaven-defyingly talent to them. Yi Yuan could only refine rank 3 divine pills, which was of no use to them at all. But now Yi Yuan was only a step away from becoming a 4-star alchemy god. Once he successfully broke through, that significance was totally different. With the benefits of a favorable position, whoever could become Elder Ye's follower, the benefits obtained would naturally be unimaginable too. Hence, arranging for Yi Yuan a follower this time could be said that everyone had long racked their brains over it already. It was a shame that Lin Dong could only sigh at home like a little wife now. A massive opportunity was once placed in front of him. He did not go and cherish it. Losing it now, it could only be too late to repent. He did not put in much effort with Yi Yuan. It was more or less because Yi Yuan was a 3-star alchemy god just due to this reason. But he never dreamed that this day came so quickly. In a short 100 years, Yi Yuan broke through to the peak grand completion origin deity from the middle stage origin deity. Wanting to turn back now was already impossible. Moreover, when Yi Yuan was trapped in the spatial inheritance back then, he even reproved Lier they all before. Ning Tianping smiled and said, 100 years ago, our Ning family won the bid for Elder Ye's Vast Sun Universe pill. Everybody said that the Ning family was using divine essence stones to repay your grace. Actually, I also thought so at that time. But when I consumed the Vast Sun Universe pill and broke through to the Divine Lord realm in one stroke, I knew that it was actually our Ning family who took advantage of Elder Yi. That medicinal pill's value simply cannot be measured using divine essence stones. Yi Yuan also smiled and said, So, you're here to repay the kindness? But Ning Tianping shook his head and said, I know that Elder Yi doesn't need repaying of gratitude. There's also nothing to hide here. Right now, in the entire Imperial City, who doesn't hope to come join as Elder Ye's followers? As long as they follow you, there will be limitless possibilities in the future. Putting it bluntly, everyone actually wants to benefit from your light. Yi Yuan looked at Ning Tianping rather surprisedly, not expecting that he would actually be so honest. Knowing was one thing, saying it in front of his face was another. At the very least, Ning Tianping's forthright personality made Yi Yuan admire greatly still. If Ning Tianping said some ostentatious and pretentious words to brush him off, his impression of the other party would naturally be much worse. Toward him, he naturally would not trust him so much anymore as well. Toward people he was unfamiliar with, Yi Yuan naturally had to observe and study them a bit. Just like Lin Dong helped him deal with Qin Shao. But Lin Dong was filled with misgivings and fear when encountering Song Qiang, so Yi Yuan would not give him another chance. Regarding Ning Tianping, even though he was a member of the Ning family, if he could not pass his test, he similarly would not do. The two people were currently talking when Yumengli and White Light few people suddenly came over. When Yi Yuan saw these few people's battle array, he could not help getting a fright. "What's with you guys?" Yi Yuan said curiously. Ning Tianping was very sensible. Seeing this scene, he immediately took his leave and left. This made Yi Yuan's impression of him become much better again. The few people bore down menacingly, but when they arrived in front of Yi Yuan, they suddenly collectively went mute. They looked at each other, exchanging glances, and actually did not know how to start talking. This appearance made Yi Yuan become more curious. "Sister-in-law, better for you to say," White Light said. Yu Mengli thought about it and suddenly mustered up her courage and said, "Big brother Yuan, actually, coming to find you. We want to tell you that we want to go out and train by ourselves." Yi Yuan's expression changed when he heard that and said in a solemn voice, "No way." Powerhouses were abundant like clouds in the heavenspan world. Yu Mengli their bit of strength. Going out alone to train was simply no different from seeking death. One should not look at how the heavenspan world was very well ordered. Actually, dangers were everywhere. Just take Coal Feather, their generation of powerhouses, how many were truly able to live more than 100,000 years? Lear, the few of them, if something were to happen to one of them, he could not forgive himself for life. Yi Yuan's attitude was clearly long within Yu Mengli's expectations. "Big brother Yuan, Lear knows that you have our interest at heart. But being under your protection all along, we can forever only look at you from behind. With your talent, the disparity between us will get greater and greater. All the way until the end, we are no longer able to keep up with your footsteps. I know how much hardships you suffered for elder sister Lingxue these few years, how much pressure you endured. We don't hope to forever only be able to quietly watch you from behind and not be able to do anything. We hope that one day, we can fight side by side with you and not just be nervous with worry behind you," Yu Mengli said. White Light also spoke up at this time and said, "Big brother, back then we rampaged in all directions in the Immortal Grove world. At that time I could still keep up with your footsteps. But now I can only cheer you on at one side. Do you know how torturous it is for me? When at the Immortal Grove world, when that heavenly sin heretic god appeared, you don't know how powerless and in despair I felt. I don't hope to forever only be able to pray for you to appear when I encounter danger. You can save us once, save us twice, but in the future." Yi Yuan looked at them, opened his mouth, but he did not know what he should say. Yi Yuan had first experienced the pain of losing his father. Later, he experienced the premature death of Mu Lingxue, so he was even more sensitive about the protection of those around him. He absolutely did not allow the people around him to suffer any bit of harm. Hence, when he returned to the Immortal Grove region and encountered Heavenly Sin Heretic God, he dealt with the latter with that kind of nauseating method. For so many years, he had always been doing his best to protect the people around him, but had never thought about the feelings of those around him. Seems like his way of doing things made Yu Mengli, White Light, and even Luer all live in a stifling atmosphere. Very clearly, regardless of Yu Mengli, White Light, or Luer, they were all people with extremely strong pride. Putting Yi Yuan aside, they were all first-rate genius martial artists. Even when placed in the heavenspan world, their talents were still stronger than the vast majority of martial artists. But Yi Yuan's way of doing things stifled their talent. It seemed like this period of time in his absence, It finally made the pride of the people around him being challenged to the limit. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "Lier, white light. Sorry. Looks like I've neglected your feelings." White light blurted, "Big brother, what are you saying? The things that you do for us we can all understand. Furthermore, you indeed have that capability too. But we likewise also know how much you endured these few years. Us wanting to become strong isn't only not wanting to become your burden, but to be able to let you advance forward without scruples." Yu Mengli also said, "Big brother Yuan, I just want to offer a bit of my meager strength for elder sister Lingxue." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "All right, I got it. Every person has their own path. These few years it was indeed me who was too nervous, wiping out your talent instead. You guys go then, but let's set an agreement of 500 years. 500 years later, no matter where we are, we have to return to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City." The moment everyone heard, they could not help being overjoyed. There was naturally no reason to refuse. Yi Yuan understood these few people too well. Since they decided to come to find him, that meant that they already made a decision. Disregarding white light, Leah seemed to have a gentle temperament, but actually she had her strong side too. Otherwise, she also would not directly escape to the lower realms back then and meet Yi Yuan. Among the few people, the one Yi Yuan was most worried about was naturally Luer. Luer's thoughts were simple and had not experienced worldly affairs. In the complicated and disorderly world of martial artists, it was hard to guarantee that she would not suffer a loss. For this, Yi Yuan handed Gue Yun to Luer and had him protect Luer's safety along the way. Apart from this, Yi Yuan gave each of them several Divine Lord Mystic treasures. With Divine Lord Mystic treasures, they could jump realms and battle. Their ability to survive naturally increased greatly. On the day they left, Yi Yuan did not go and send them off. Although you escort a person 1,000 miles, there was bound to be a parting at last. Weal and woe were hard to predict with this trip. Yi Yuan really did not have the courage to face it. Hiding in the Yi Manor, Yi Yuan was depressed by himself. "Senior, I'm still not strong enough." Yi Yuan gave a long sigh and said to Dustless. Dustless was silent for a moment and opened his mouth and said, "You've already done very well. Life is like the moon, waning and waxing. People have sorrow and parting. Tao ancestors seem to stand at the summit of the world, but the life and death partings they experienced, how many are able to understand it? In the end, deity realm powerhouses are not true deities." Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "I understand all the logic, but when it really comes to this day, I still can't let it go. I have to become strong as soon as possible. Powerful until Lear, they all don't need to worry about me. Powerful until nobody dares to roll their eyes at them again." Dustless consoled him and said, "I've never doubted that before." Lear and the rest departing stirred up even stronger determination in Yi Yuan instead. From then on, he threw himself into even more frenzied cultivation. These few days, Yi Yuan had been constantly hiding inside the world-suppressing steel space, wanting to comprehend the Chaos Heavenspan Canon's 4th-level cultivation method. But reality did not accord with hopes. He comprehended for more than 10 years inside the world-suppressing steel space and could not find the slightest clue either. Origin Deity Realm to Divine Lord Realm was a massive threshold to all martial artists. A heaven's darling like Ning Tianping was after all just a minority existence. No idea how many martial artists were blocked outside the door of Divine Lord Realm all their lives. Yi Yuan's cultivation encountered a huge bottleneck for the first time. "Senior, why do I feel that there's an extremely contradictory feeling? All of the Divine Lord Realm powerhouses open up the inner world, achieving the position of a sovereign. That's how one corroborates their Tao as a Divine Lord Realm. But why is it that, according to my deductions in these 10 over years, this path wouldn't work at all? Just where did I go wrong? Could it be that I was wrong right from the start?" Not progressing for a long time, Yi Yuan was abnormally irritable in his heart and had to get some words out of his system. Over the past 10 years, Yi Yuan had done countless deductions in front of the lesser Heavenspan Mountain, wanting to find the method to open up an inner world. However, no matter how he deduced, there was only one outcome: this path was closed. Corroborating one's Tao as a Divine Lord, opening an inner world, and becoming the sovereign of a world. This was the path that must be taken for all heaven-span world powerhouses. But Yi Yuan did not know why, continuing according to the first 3 levels in his cultivation method, this path was actually completely wrong. He had attempted to forcefully break through before as well, but without exception it all failed. For the first time in his life, Yi Yuan doubted his own path. Yi Yuan's situation, Dustless naturally took it into his sights. But honestly speaking, he did not have the faintest idea too. Dustless could only sigh and said, "Right from the start, I told you that this path is extremely arduous. It's a path that no one has ever walked before. Without a doubt, the first 3 levels in your cultivation method are extremely strong. This old man has followed Immortal Grove and roamed unobstructed for millions of years in the heavenspan world, and has never seen before such a powerful cultivation method. But this cultivation method has clearly reached a watershed now. If you cross over, it will be a smooth road ahead. If you don't step over it, you can only stop using this cultivation method and recultivate anew." Yi Yuan's expression flickered incessantly. This result was clearly not what he wanted. He was very clear with his talent. Even if abolishing the Chaos Heavenspan canon and cultivating Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's cultivation method anew, he could also cultivate to an extremely high boundary. But this also signified that he might never be able to save Mu Lingxue in this life anymore. This result was not what he wanted. If he could not save Mu Lingxue, then what was the point of his many years of struggle? Even if he could become a transcendent heavenly emperor in the future and laugh proudly across the entire heavenspan world, what was the use? If you were not around, why do I want this world for? Now it reached the biggest fork in the road in Yi Yuan's life. Dustless gave Yi Yuan a glance and said, "Yi Yuan, actually, rationally speaking, I feel that you should abandon this path. This path's uncertainty is too great." Yi Yuan gave Dustless a glance and quietly waited for him to continue. He knew that this was not the meaning that Dustless really wanted to express. Sure enough, Dustless paused for a bit and said with a bitter smile, "This old man, as an artifact spirit, has lived to this ripe old age and has never been crazy before. But this time, I'll gift you a sentence. Believe in yourself." Actually, Dustless also did not know whether this path would work or not. He only knew that this was an unprecedented path. For Yi Yuan to be able to have his current accomplishments in the heavenspan world, a very large degree was derived from this cultivation method. He understood Yi Yuan's mind. Giving up now for Yi Yuan was an unbearable outcome. Since that was the case, then walk the path until it was dark. Even if knocked until his head was broken and bleeding, it was also better than just being able to feel depressed in the end. The confusion in Yi Yuan's eyes was swept clean. What replaced it was a firm look. He calmed his heart down and returned in front of the lesser heavenspan mountain again, and started comprehending Tao. However, this did not bring him good luck. In a twinkle, another decade passed. The 4th level cultivation method still did not make the least bit of progress. Looks like drawing up plans behind closed doors won't cut it. I have to go out and walk around, see if I can find the opportunity to break through. Yi Yuan sighed and said, "MN, going out for a walk is good too. Your deduction is indeed hard to believe. At this rate, it won't have any benefits to your cultivation." Dustless agreed. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "This is really an inconceivable thing. If the next realm isn't Divine Lord Realm, then what is it? Can this path really work?" These 20 over years, Yi Yuan had experienced no idea how many deductions. But the final results were all entirely contrary to the already mature cultivation system. Before this, Yi Yuan had never thought that the Chaos Heavenspan canon would walk to this current step. It seemed to have entered a dead end. Presently, the Heavenspan world's cultivation system was already mature until it could not be any more mature than this. After Origin Deity Realm, it was opening up an inner world, evolving the power of the world for one's own use, obtaining powerful, unmatched strength from there. But no matter how Yi Yuan deduced, it seemed to go against this realm. Dustless smiled and said, "Time will prove everything. Go out and take a look, maybe one day you'll suddenly see the whole thing in a clear light." Yi Yuan nodded his head and no longer hesitated, directly exiting seclusion. The moment Yi Yuan came out of seclusion, Ning Tianping came to find hastily. "Elder Yi, you finally exited seclusion. Right now, the Imperial City is in an utter mess. Ning Tianping said anxiously. Yi Yuan was rather surprised as he said, "Why? Could it be that there's still someone who demolished Heavenly Eagle Imperial City?" Even though over 20 years had already passed inside the world suppressing Steel's space, merely 2 years plus had passed in the outside world. This was not a very long time. No sudden turn of events should occur. Ning Tianping said, "Not demolished, but it's also pretty much there. Our Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's face is already utterly lost." Only after hearing Ning Tianping's report did Yi Yuan know what had happened. Turned out that some time back, River Eternal Imperial City's head elder brought several disciples and came to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, saying that there were important matters to discuss. This was originally not a big deal, but among their group there was a genius disciple called Gu Han. The moment they arrived at Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, he challenged the Pill Tower and Marshall Tower's disciples everywhere. Not to mention, this Gu Han was really a rare genius that appeared once every 10,000 years. In this 1 month, he practically challenged the Pill Tower and Marshall Tower's famous disciples without any defeat. This Gu Han was merely a half-step divine lord, but among the same rank martial artists, no one was his match at all. The most terrifying thing was that this Gu Han was skilled in both alchemy and martial arts. Not only was his talent in martial arts exceedingly high, but he also turned his nose up at everyone in alchemy. Ning Xiu was indignant and went to find Gu Han to challenge. In the end, she was also defeated. After Song Qiyang broke through to Divine Lord Realm, becoming a 4-star alchemy god, Ning Xiu was practically the #1 person among 3-star alchemy god disciples already. Even she was defeated at Gu Han's hands. Where would Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's face be put? Most importantly, Gu Han alone challenged all of the Pill Tower and Marshall Tower's experts. Hence, that was why Ning Tianping said that the Imperial City was akin to being demolished. Speaking of this, Ning Tianping said indignantly, "I only hate that I broke through too early. Otherwise, I'll definitely teach that punk a brutal lesson. Elder Yi, you really don't know how unbridled that punk is." When Yi Yuan heard that even Ning Xiu was defeated at Gu Han's hands, he could not help being rather surprised. Ning Xiu's current alchemy Dao strength, he had a score in his heart. It was not that she was already invincible among 3-star alchemy gods, but the 3-star alchemy gods able to win her were really already very few. One had to know, even Song Qiang was defeated at her hands. Even though Song Qiang's strength was not worth mentioning in front of Yi Yuan, his strength was very formidable. This left no room for doubt. What was even more terrifying was that this kid was skilled in alchemy and martial arts. Not only was his alchemy powerful, but his martial arts also overwhelmed everyone, even defeating the rank 1 disciple of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's origin deity realms. But hearing finish, Yi Yuan was rather curious as he said, "Since he already defeated Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's young generation, then shouldn't this matter already be over? What are you so anxious about?" Ning Tianping said gloomily, "How can it be over so easily? That punk is currently challenging Song Qiyang right now. In martial arts, he's unable to jump realms and battle. But this doesn't hinder him in defeating 4-star alchemy gods in alchemy." Presently, over 100 years had gone by. With Song Qiyang's talent, breaking through to Divine Lord Realm was naturally not a difficult matter. At present, he was already the Pill Tower's low-level protector, a 4-star alchemy god. With his strength, he was also considered as a very formidable existence among initial-rank 4-star alchemy gods. Defeating him was equivalent to smacking the faces of the Pill Tower's 4-star protectors once more. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself when he heard and said, "This kid is really vicious enough." Indeed, alchemy competition was different from martial arts. The competition of martial arts, origin deity realms could not contend with Divine Lord realms at all. But alchemy was different. Even 4-star alchemy gods could not possibly refine all of the rank 3 divine pills too. Even if one refined them, the grade refined was also hard to say. Ning Tianping said indignantly, "Isn't that so? You don't know how the martial artists in the city are all talking about our Pill Tower and Marshall Tower. It's really losing face all the way back to our grandmother's house." Yi Yuan patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Bring me to go take a look." In the plaza of the Pill Tower, Song Qiyang was sweating profusely and had long cussed Gu Han's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. This kid is too despicable to actually pick an extremely difficult medicinal pill. Right now, refining it was exceptionally strenuous and might fail at any time. After breaking through to 4-star alchemy god realm, one's understanding of alchemy Dao would become more profound along with the increase in realm. Hence, refining rank 3 divine pills actually held an advantage. But even so, he still struggled a lot. The medicinal pill that they were refining was called Unbosom Immortal Cloud Pill, belonging to the extremely difficult kind among rank 3 divine pills. The refining difficulty of medicinal pills was not easy to grade, because each medicinal pill's refining difficulty was different. If insisting on dividing into levels, dividing according to level 1 to level 9, Gale Celestial Stone Pill, Crimson Thunder Heavenly Spirit Pill, they should belong to level 5, while the Unbosom Immortal Cloud Pill pretty much belongs to level 6. As for the Vast Sun Universe Pill this kind, it should belong to peak level 9. After Song Qiang broke through to 4-star Alchemy God, he could barely manage to refine level 6 difficulty rank 3 divine pills. Therefore, his current refinement was very strained. Expending a Herculean effort, Song Qiang finally refined the Unbosom Immortal Cloud Pill. He secretly heaved a sigh in relief, wiped the sweat on his forehead, and lamented in his heart. So freaking tired. Disregarding the level, the refining difficulty of the Unbosom Immortal Cloud Pill was already not less than some low difficulty rank 4 divine pills. But right at this time, a mocking voice entered his ears. Look at you refining a rank 3 divine pill, why is it like you're having a constipation? I'm even somewhat doubting now, are you really a 4-star alchemy god? They all said that you're once the Pill Tower's 3-star alchemy god's #1 person. I think this standard is also just SOSO. Guhan's mockery seemed particularly grating on the ears. Clearly, he had long finished the refinement. Watching Song Qiang refine with an amused expression by the side. Song Qiang was angered until his face was livid and he said furiously, "Punk, don't get too cocky. Flash out your medicinal pill for everybody to see. Then be rampant with me." Guhan shrugged his shoulders and said, "See then see, am I scared of you? After I finished refining it just now, I observed by the side for a while. Regarding winning a rookie like you, I still have confidence." Finished talking, Guhan directly opened the furnace. When everyone saw Guhan's medicinal pill, each and every one of their faces revealed a look of despair. Why? Why that kid can actually refine a high-grade Unbosom Immortal Cloud Pill? The disparity is too great. With Song Qiang's pill refinement situation, it's at most also middle or low grade. Sigh, could it be that my Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, nobody can come out and take care of this punk? Each and every one of these people sighed incessantly. These few days, they were triggered badly by Guhan. It was just that none of them thought of Yi Yuan at all, because the current Yi Yuan would not be included in the junior group long ago. Yi Yuan was a Pill Tower elder that was in existence with extremely high status. How could it be possible to get involved in this level of competition? But if not counting Yi Yuan, there really wasn't someone capable of withstanding Guhan's genius now. He already made the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City lose all of its face. Song Qiang's expression was incomparably ugly. People are aware of their own affairs. He reckoned that his medicinal pill was most likely just low-grade. This medicinal pill he struggled greatly to refine. Guhan's face revealed mockery as he said, "Why? Don't dare to open? Or is it that you already know that you lost? Doesn't matter, according to our agreement previously, the one who loses bow 3 times to the victor, then say 3 times, I'm a rookie who greatly admires Lord Guhan, and this matter will be considered over." Song Qiang's face turned red, standing there being at loss. In a corner building, River Eternal Imperial City's head elder had a regretful look. He said with a smile, "Brother Ruasu, looks like your Heavenly Eagle Imperial City really has no successor. I heard that this is the disciple that you're most proud of? He actually only has this bit of capability." Ruasu's face turned as black as the bottom of a wok and said, "Ling Zikuan, you merely hit the jackpot and ran into a good apprentice. Being smug for what?" Ling Zikuan smiled and said, "Brother Ruasu, don't get angry. Junior's sparring a bit. Why are you so angry? You look at when Xian Yu's female disciple lost that day, she was much calmer than you." Ruasu said with a cold snort, "Ling Zikuan, Did you come to my heavenly eagle imperial city to assume great airs? Or do you really have important matters? If there aren't important matters, please go. Ling Zikuan smiled and said, Look at what you're saying. This old man naturally came here because I have important matters. But this matter isn't urgent for the time being, so I stopped for a longer period of time here. While I'm at it, let the little fellows spar a bit. It's also considered getting acquainted. Humph. Ruosu gave a cold snort and stopped speaking. In the crowd, in an inconspicuous corner, Yuan asked Ning Tianping next to him in a low voice, The others all did this? Ning Tianping nodded and said, Otherwise? This punk is too cocky, but nobody can do anything to him. That's why he's arrogant until now. In that case, Ning Xiu also bowed to Gu Han. Yi Yuan did not have overtly angry emotions. This kind of small squabbles was just like children fighting to the current him. His horizons and state of mind were far from what Gu Han, this kind of kid, could understand. It was just that Ning Xiu was also considered half his disciple. Being defeated by a little brat, he still felt ashamed. Why? Senior apprentice brother Song is the disciple that head elder Ruosu values the most. It wouldn't be can't bear a loss and want to repudiate your debt, right? Gu Han said with a smile that was not a smile. Song Qiang's face turned into the color of pig's liver, making him a 4-star alchemy god, bow to a 3-star alchemy god, and even had to call the other person Lord. This was simply even more uncomfortable than eating a fly. But in front of so many people, if he went back on his word, then what he disgraced wouldn't just be him alone. There was also the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's people. Goddamn, what kind of world is this? Why are there so many freakish existences? Song Qiang cussed in his heart, resolved his heart, and was just about to bow, but had their collar held by someone from behind. Turning around to look, he could not help opening his mouth wide. When the onlookers saw this young man who suddenly appeared, each and every one of them became incomparably excited, virtually almost shouted out. Yi Yuan did a hush hand gesture, signaling everyone to be quiet. Those people immediately understood and instantly quieted down. But that look of anticipation on their faces could not be concealed no matter what. Gu Han looked at everyone's reaction. His face revealed a suspicious look. Who was this? Why did everyone have this kind of expression? Seemed like the moment this kid came, he could overcome the raging tides. The other party was clearly just a grand completion origin deity. In terms of realm, he was not even as high as him. This kind of rookie wanted to beat him? Dream on. Didn't he see that this 4-star alchemy god in front of him already lost to him? Yi. Song Qiang was just about to speak but was interrupted by Yi Yuan. He said coolly, All right, leave it to me here. You go to one side and watch. Seeing Yi Yuan say so, Song Qiang was akin to being granted amnesty and heaved a long sigh of relief in his heart. He never dreamed that Yi Yuan would actually come forward at this time. One had to know. His past with Yi Yuan was rather unpleasant. If it were him, he might also want to watch Yi Yuan lose face on the stage, then go up and send this hateful punk packing. Thinking this way, Song Qiang could not help being somewhat moved in his heart. He discovered that compared to Yi Yuan, he was simply a despicable person. He repaid ingratitude with kindness, letting him leave casually at this time. It could be said to save his face to the greatest limit. For the first time, Song Qiang somewhat regretted opposing Yi Yuan. Halt! Senior apprentice brother Song, are you going to go back on your word here? If you do so, where you want head elder Ruosu's face to go? Gu Han did not take Yi Yuan seriously at all, and said in a solemn voice. Song Qiang's figure froze, and sure enough, stopped moving. Yi Yuan waved his hand at him, indicating for him to go down, and said coolly to Gu Han he didn't renege. His bet with you, I'll take it over. Gu Han sized Yi Yuan up and down with a glance and said with a snicker, You? A mere 3-star alchemy god. What right do you have to help a 4-star alchemy god take over? Your face isn't that big yet. Regarding Gu Han's contempt, Yi Yuan thought nothing of it. Isn't Lord Gu Han known as River Eternal Imperial City's #1 genius? Why? You don't even dare to accept a challenge from me. A mere 3-star alchemy god. Yi Yuan said with a light smile. Gu Han had a proud look as he said, "Not just any random Tom, Dick, and Harry can challenge me. Who I challenged were all Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's first-rate young geniuses. So who the hell do you think you are?" This Gu Han was arrogant at heart and haughty in manner. The targets that he challenged were not randomly selected but only challenged after careful inquiry. It was just that nobody told him that Heavenly Eagle Imperial City still had a terrifying existence. This existence was already not on the same level as a so-called genius like this. The moment Gu Han's words came out, immediately a strange atmosphere spread out through the crowd. Yi Yuan gently made a gesture, signaling everyone to calm down. Everyone immediately understood and quieted down very quickly. They already saw through that Yi Yuan was deliberately here to slap faces and that he intentionally gestured to them to not divulge his identity. Everyone was incomparably depressed these few days. Their geniuses suffered a crushing defeat. Now, even the 4-star alchemy god Song Qiang was defeated. More importantly, if they lost, they lost. But the one who lost even had to bow 3 times to him and even had to say that kind of nauseating words. Gu Han's actions already aroused everyone's feelings of being filled with a common hatred for the enemy. Yi Yuan taking the initiative now to come out and take care of Gu Han, how could they not be happy? Hence, they became very cooperative. They all thought very playfully in their hearts that the expression on Gu Han's face in a while would definitely be extremely wonderful. "You're a genius? You are unmatched under the heavens? Her. When you witness Elder Ye's means, you'll know that your pride is simply a joke." Yi Yuan was not angry either and said with a light smile, "Whether I have the qualifications to challenge you or not, you ask them and you'll know." "You guys, do I have the qualifications to challenge him?" Yi Yuan said it to the crowd of onlookers. They were also very cooperative when they heard. "Yi Yuan is our Imperial City's youngest genius. He naturally has the qualifications to challenge you. If even Yi Yuan doesn't have the qualifications, then nobody has this qualification. Not daring to accept the challenge, you wouldn't be afraid of losing, right?" Everyone clamored to get a word in, but nobody revealed Elder Yi Yuan's identity. If not saying it out personally, Gu Han wouldn't believe even if he was beaten to death that Yi Yuan was actually an elder-class figure. In the corner building, Ling Zikuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "Brother Ruasu, your Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's junior disciples already can't send people out? Even a 4-star alchemy god was defeated, but to send out a 3-star alchemy god over, isn't it simply asking for humiliation?" Ruasu's face revealed an extremely strange expression. He did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually come forward at this time. He even thought that Yi Yuan had no interest in this kind of struggle between juniors. He knew that with Yi Yuan's realm, this level of fighting was merely small squabbles. But very clearly, Yi Yuan stepping up at this time was the most suitable. "Ling Zikuan, you don't get cocky too early. This young man is different from the rest." How shrewd was Ruasu? How could he reveal Yi Yuan's identity? This Ling Zikuan postured in front of him every day, so he had already had enough of that attitude. Now that Yi Yuan took the initiative to step forward and slap faces, how could he not help him achieve success? His conflict with Yi Yuan was also just internal conflict no matter what. But now people were bullying his own side, so how could he help outsiders? Sure enough, Ling Zikuan had an indifferent look and could not help laughing as he said, "Different from the rest? How different can he be? Among 3-star alchemy gods, it's impossible for there to be someone who's Gu Han's match. His strength, you saw it too. What are the chances of winning do you think this unknown kid has?" Ruasu gave a cold snort and stopped speaking. But he was secretly thrilled in his heart. "Even I am Yi Yuan's vanquished opponent. But this dogfart apprentice of yours also want to win against Yi Yuan? You aren't even qualified to kneel and lick his shoes." Seeing everyone's words, combining with the looks when everyone saw Yi Yuan previously, Gu Han already determined that Yi Yuan was likely a rising star in the city. Except, why did no one tell him that there was still such a young powerhouse after he inquired for so many days? Could it be that this guy in front of him was the strongest person among the young generation? However, who cares? Any young genius could only kneel and lick him too. "All right, I'll give you this opportunity. Same rules, you lose. Together with him," Gu Han said proudly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Done, no problem." Gu Han gave Yi Yuan a glance and said coolly, "Don't say that I'm bullying you. You pick the medicinal pill. Just pick that one that you're best at because it doesn't matter to me. Yi Yuan pointed at the unbosom immortal cloud pill and said with a smile, this then. Guhan was taken aback. He even thought that Yi Yuan wanted to pick some easier medicinal pills. He did not expect that this kid actually dared to challenge the unbosom immortal cloud pill. After being dazed, Guhan laughed in spite of himself and said, Kid, do you really know how to refine pills? Could it be that you're blind? Even your senior apprentice brother Song, a dignified 4-star alchemy god, nearly failed just now. You, a 3-star alchemy god, actually want to compete in the unbosom immortal cloud pill with me? Song Qiang did not leave, being said so by Guhan. His entire person blushed red with embarrassment. He wished to rush up to the stage and peel this punk's skin off. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Just the unbosom immortal cloud pill. It's nothing much. Guhan knew that he was very arrogant, but he suddenly discovered that this guy in front of him was even more arrogant than him. You, what high-sounding sentiments. Then I want to see whether or not your strength can match your tone. Guhan could not help laughing as he said. The competition started. The moment Yi Yuan made a move, Ling Zikuan's expression changed. That kind of great Tao melody that skilled to the extreme pill refining technique was not on the same level as Guhan at all. With Yi Yuan's current strength, refining the unbosom immortal cloud pill was too easy. He only used 20% to 30% strength and it was sufficient to insta-kill Guhan. But in Ling Zikuan's view, it was completely not the case. Could it be that this young man is your disciple? Brother Ruosu, you concealed so deeply. Ling Zikuan's words revealed astonishment and helplessness. He did not expect that Ruosu actually saved his ace in the hole till the end. Only several dozen breaths passed and Ling Zikuan knew that Guhan did not have any chance of winning at all. Not even a scrap. Seeing Ling Zikuan's deflated expression, it was Ruosu's first time laughing so happily in this 1 month. Ruosu laughed and said, Heh. This old man doesn't have that blessing and also doesn't have that strength. Ling Zikuan said in surprise, could it be? An apprentice of one of those few people. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, the strongest were naturally not Ruosu and Zheng Qi. The truly powerful existences normally could not be seen at all. Hence, Ling Zikuan thought of those few straight away. Ruosu smiled and said nothing. He did not answer Ling Zikuan. Merely less than 1 hour and Yi Yuan was done. When Guhan finished refining, he discovered that Yi Yuan was currently looking at him with a look of amusement. That expression was the exact same as how he looked at Song Qiang before. Yi Yuan opened the furnace very leisurely, retrieved the pill. Naturally, Guhan was shocked, not daring to believe it. Divine grade. How is this possible? Guhan said in shock. Why can't it be possible? Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Guhan pointed at Yi Yuan's medicinal pill and said, You're just a 3-star alchemy god. So how can it be possible to refine a divine-grade unbosom immortal cloud pill? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Since it's a rank 3 divine pill, why can't a 3-star alchemy god refine divine grade? You can't do it. It's just because your cultivation is lacking. Guhan was rendered speechless. His expression flickered nonstop and he gritted his teeth and said, I don't accept it. Let's compete again. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said coolly, All right. Your turn to choose this time then. Guhan gritted his teeth and said, I want to compete in the Mystic Moon Chi condensing pill with you. Mystic Moon Chi condensing pill was Guhan's current maximum ability. If categorizing it according to difficulty, it should belong to peak level 6. With Guhan's present ability, even refining low grade was only through brute force and with difficulty. But at this time he already could not care. Compared to other geniuses, Guhan's age was already considered very young. Till this date, he was also merely 500 to 600 years old. But today, he was completely defeated by someone at the same rank who was less than 300 years old. He could not endure this grievance. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I even thought that you'd pick some level 7 difficulty. I didn't expect that choosing here and there, it's still level 6. Forget it, don't need you to refine either. You just watch by the side. When I finish refining, if you feel that you can surpass me, then it's not too late to make a move then. Guhan was so angry. He had never been underestimated by someone like this before since he became famous in River Eternal Imperial City until now. Yi Yuan's words were clearly despising that his pill refinement speed was slow. A sense of humiliation rose in Gu Han's heart. These few days, he virtually swept across all the way, sweeping away Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's young geniuses. Now it was his turn. But before waiting for him to agree, Yi Yuan already started refining the pill. The more Gu Han watched at one side, the more alarmed he got. He was utterly dumbfounded by Yi Yuan's alchemy skills. A 3-star alchemy god could really do it to this extent? The dull and boring pill refinement actually became beautiful in Yi Yuan's hands, making people have the jubilation of comprehending great Tao. There was actually still this kind of performance? Gu Han finally understood it. He was not in the same order of magnitude with Yi Yuan at all. An hour passed in a flash. When Yi Yuan successfully condensed the pill, Gu Han could not even quite dare to believe his own eyes. A peak level 6 difficulty medicinal pill, he actually only needed an hour and it was done? How in the world did this guy do it? Yi Yuan was not long-winded, directly opening the furnace. Gu Han looked at the divine-grade mystic moon chi condensing pill, his eyeballs almost popping out. Well, if you can refine a void spirit divine-grade mystic moon chi condensing pill, I'll admit defeat, Yi Yuan said with a smile. When Gu Han heard, the corners of his mouth could not refrain from twitching heavily. Void spirit divine-grade? You're messing with me, right? Ha, my lord Gu Han, weren't you very cocky just now? Continue being cocky then. My lord Gu Han, didn't you claim that my Heavenly Eagle Imperial City has no one? My lord Gu Han, now you're defeated. Who will your River Eternal Imperial City be sending over? Hey, you lost. Quickly bow to our elder Yi. What genius! What undefeatable in the same rank. In front of elder Yi, all are trash. The onlookers eating melon seeds had long been unable to hold it in, all erupting at this time. They called my lord Gu Han again and again, speaking sarcastically to the extreme. Holding back for a month, they could finally hold their heads up high now. Originally, comparing notes and sparring among young geniuses, this was no big deal. But this Gu Han was too tyrannical. People lost and they still had to bow, and even call him Lord Gu Han. Him acting like that, it would be weird if the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's people could be happy. At this time, if they did not give Gu Han hell, then when would they wait until? Yi Yuan looked at Gu Han and said with a smile, "What's the meaning of not talking? Is this not admitting defeat? River Eternal Imperial City's young genius is merely thus." Gu Han's entire person was dazed at this time and had yet to react to Yi Yuan's identity of elder. There was not only Gu Han alone present, but there were also still several of his senior apprentice brothers. At this time, a youth holding a sword slowly walked out of the crowd, his gaze scorching as he looked at Yi Yuan and said, "This brother, I wonder what they are calling you elder Yi for?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Calling me elder is naturally because I'm a pill tower elder." The faces of the youth holding the sword and Gu Han changed, their eyes full of shock. In front of so many people, it was naturally impossible for Yi Yuan to lie. Then, this young man before their eyes was actually really an elder of the Pill Tower? Too ridiculous, right? After the shock, the youth holding the sword gave a bow to Yi Yuan and said, "Since you're a Pill Tower elder, coming forward to deal with my junior apprentice brother now seems to be somewhat bullying the weak as the strong, right?" Yi Yuan looked at the youth grasping the sword and said coolly, "If your junior apprentice brother has my strength, he can naturally become an elder too. The crux isn't my identity but strength. Didn't he say that he wanted to challenge Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's geniuses? This Yi is untalented. Touching my heart and examining my conscience, I should be considered of the same age as your junior apprentice brother. Our realms are similar too, so it shouldn't be bullying the weak as the strong, right?" Yi Yuan's words made the two people choke. Yeah, Yi Yuan relied on his strength to become an elder. But in reality, Yi Yuan was just the same age as them, even younger than them. Him coming to accept the challenge, nobody could say any complaint. The sword-grasping youth said in a solemn voice, "No matter what, Elder Ye's status is also put there and originally shouldn't join in our junior generation sparring." Yi Yuan's gaze was scorching as he said, "Then your meaning is, only you guys are allowed to win. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City isn't allowed to win?" The sword-grasping youth had an embarrassed look. He discovered that this elder Yi did not seem easy to deal with. However, Gu Han was young and aggressive. Yi Yuan's words deeply triggered him. His head heated up and he said in a clear voice, "Elder Yi, is it? I admit that you're of the same age as me. I also admit that I can't match up to your alchemy Dao. But I'm still unconvinced. To me, alchemy Dao is merely auxiliary, while martial Dao is the right path." "Elder Yi, this Gu is untalented and wants to challenge Elder Yi. I wonder if you dare to accept the challenge." The moment these words came out, everyone's faces revealed odd looks. If it were before, they naturally felt that Yi Yuan could not beat Gu Han. But now, Yi Yuan was known as the Martial Tower's #1 person. 2 years ago, he became the one and only martial artist capable of coming out of the spatial inheritance. Such monstrous talent, who could compare? This Gu Han, really giving up until he reached the Yellow River, not shedding tears until he saw the coffin. The sword-grasping youth also said coolly, "Elder Yi, a so-called genius should be exceptional in both alchemy and martial arts. Since you're Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's elder, I presume that you also have some achievements in martial arts. If you can defeat my junior apprentice brother in martial arts too, we'll naturally be wholeheartedly convinced." Gu Han said, "Elder Yi, if you can best me in martial arts too, I'll kowtow to you 3 times. Yi Yuan gave these 2 people a glance and said helplessly, "Since you guys said so, then this elder will accept deferentially than to decline courteously." Ling Zikuan's expression was very ugly. He looked at Ruosu and said in a solemn voice, "Brother Ruosu, are you messing with me? Making an elder go and deal with my disciple, what is this if not bullying the weak as the strong?" Actually, Ling Zikuan knew that he was quibbling. Yi Yuan's age was even much younger than Gu Han, so this argument could not hold water at all. If want to say, he could only say that Gu Han's talent was much worse than Yi Yuan's. For a 3-star alchemy god to possess such terrifying talent, it truly made people be in despair. These few years, he had always felt smug because of taking in Gu Han, this disciple, and also liked to bring Gu Han along to challenge everywhere. During these recent few years, Gu Han had seen few defeats. But today, they really kicked an iron plate. Yi Yuan looked to be merely a little kid. But this little kid was already an honorable elder. How could Ruosu be that easy to bluff? It was only to see him chuckled and said, "Brother Zikuan, Elder Yi is my Pill Tower's elder. This old man doesn't have that authority to direct him to go and teach your disciple a lesson. Moreover, even though Elder Yi is a Pill Tower's elder, his age is even much younger than Gu Han. To talk about my Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's real strongest young genius, it should be him. You saying these words is a baseless false accusation." Ruosu was refreshed in his heart. For the first time, he had gratitude, this emotion, toward Yi Yuan. In this 1 month, he had suffered quite a bit of loss. In front of Ling Zikuan, he never raised his head before. Ling Zikuan's face was black as the bottom of a pot as he said in a solemn voice, resorting to sophistry and self-justification, "No matter what, he's an elder. How can he go and compete with this old man's disciple?" Ruosu gave him a glance and said with a smile, "Elder Yi is really disdainful to take action against your disciple. You aren't aware, back then he casually taught Ning Xiyu that lasts for a few days and she defeated my disciple. If my conjectures are right, he's here to stand up for Ning Xiyu, that girl." Ling Zikuan's expression flickered incessantly, and he said in a solemn voice, "Humph! So what? My disciple is skilled in alchemy and martial arts. When he beats your Elder Yi, then your Heavenly Eagle Imperial City will utterly lose its face." But when Ruosu heard, he did not refute it. That meaningful smile made Ling Zikuan's heart palpitate. Could it be that this Elder Yi was even a martial art expert? Impossible. This Elder Yi was so young. His alchemy Dao had already reached sublimity. So how could his martial Dao possibly be stronger than Gu Han? But what was with Ruosu's expression? Eldest senior brother. This Elder Ye's alchemy talent is too terrifying. But in martial arts, he definitely can't match up to little junior brother. The sword-grasping youth nodded and said, "Little junior brother fused the law of wind and law of fire. Furthermore, the 2 powers of laws are comprehended extremely highly. Ordinary same-rank martial artists are not his match at all. Moreover, this elder Ye's realm is not even as high as his. Hoo-hoo, this elder Yu thinks that he's a genius. He's too condescending. Even if it's me, if at the same realm as little junior brother, I'm definitely not his match either. The sword-grasping youth smiled and said, when little junior brother defeats this elder Yi, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City will have utterly lost its face. Guhan looked at Yi Yuan proudly and said with disdain, make your move. My realm is higher than yours, so I'll allow you 3 moves, lest that others say that I am bullying you. With him saying those words, people revealed odd looks again. Elder Yi is in existence who comprehended spatial laws and you allow him 3 moves? This? How fearless is this punk? Sure enough, Yi Yuan smiled and said, I, as an elder, could it be that I can still take advantage of you, a junior? Want to allow, it's also me who allows it. How about this? Feel free to make your move and I won't retaliate. As long as you can touch the corners of my sleeves, consider it my loss. Guhan seemed to have the funniest joke in the world. He wondered if this elder Ye's head had a problem? Could it be that Yi Yuan did not hear that he had already swept across the martial tower? Could it be that Yi Yuan did not know that he fused the law of wind and law of fire? Yes, he must not know of it. Posturing, huh? Want face because of your identity as an elder? You're just a pill tower elder, not martial tower elder. Guhan's senior apprentice brothers also froze when they heard it, and they immediately exchanged glances and smiled. The sword-grasping youth smiled and said, this elder Yi is also an interesting person. Guhan laughed in spite of himself and said, my elder Yi, this is what you said. When you lose in a while, you'll bow to me 6 times all the same. Yi Yuan said coolly, of course, I'm as good as my word. When Guhan heard that, his face fell and a powerful aura spread out. The battle previously, Guhan did not even attack with his full strength. But this time he decided to go all out. This man in front of him made him somewhat jealous. He, being a genius, it was his first time being challenged by others. He was truly unable to imagine it, that a young man who was so much younger than him actually already became the Pill Tower's elder. This was a disgrace to me. Wind, fire, setting sun. 2 powers of law blended in perfect harmony. 2 kinds of terrifying spiritual energy displayed unrivaled power under the turbulence of the power of law. When everyone saw this scene, each and every one of their faces revealed shock. Only now did they know how great Guhan's talent was. It turned out that when he dealt with the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's geniuses, he actually did not do his best. At this time, the fire borrowed the wind's momentum, the wind helped the fire to blaze. The powerful attack came down onto Yi Yuan overwhelmingly. This power gave people a feeling of palpitation. However, Yi Yuan was composed, not moving a muscle. It was as if he did not have the intention of evading at all. Seeing this scene, Guhan could not resist laughing coldly, courting death. He was very confident in his attack. Yi Yuan actually did not dodge or evade. What was this if not seeking death? But in the next instant, Guhan's eyeballs nearly popped out. Impossible. How? How can it be like this? Guhan said with a look of disbelief. Guhan's attack suddenly disappeared several dozen feet in front of Yi Yuan. When it appeared again, it already passed through Yi Yuan, directly arriving behind him. Boom! The Grand Array shook violently. This attack blasted onto the protective Grand Array solidly. Eldest senior brother, what happened? That elder Yi didn't move at all. Why did little junior brother's attack pass right through him? The sword-grasping man's expression changed drastically and he cried out in shock, spatial laws. My eyesight isn't failing, right? How is this possible? The sword-grasping man's junior brother said in disbelief, spatial laws? Eldest senior brother, are you mistaken? How can there possibly be someone who comprehended spatial laws while being at the origin deity realm? The sword-grasping man had shock written all over his face as he said, it's absolutely spatial laws, no mistake. Furthermore, his spatial laws comprehension is already very high. Little junior brother has lost. He doesn't have any chance. No wonder Elder Yi dared to utter such brave words. Turns out that he actually comprehended spatial laws. Guhan's expression was ugly to the extreme. Gritting his teeth, he said, I don't believe that I can't take care of you. Done talking, Guhan's figure moved, dashing over toward Yi Yuan like lightning. Hugh. Guhan panted heavily for air. His divine essence was already close to being exhausted, and he was tired until he was virtually collapsing from exhaustion. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not touch the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves. The surroundings were dead silent. Their breathings were virtually about to stop. All along, they had heard that spatial laws were very powerful, one of the supreme laws. But just how strong spatial laws were, they had not seen it personally. But today, they truly witnessed the might of spatial laws. No one doubted Guhan's strength. Being able to fuse two kinds of laws to this degree, his strength was already extremely daunting. To say that he was undefeatable in the same rank was also not an exaggeration. However, he still could not even touch a sliver of Yi Yuan's sleeves. Everyone understood. If Yi Yuan wanted to kill Guhan, he would not survive within a single breath of time. Too strong. Are these spatial laws? Simply undefeatable. Grasping space, all attacks can't touch the other party at all. How to fight still. No wonder it's called a supreme law. This level of strength. It's impossible for anyone to be Elder Ye's match beneath the Divine Lord realm. People came back to their senses, but now they had a clearer understanding of Yi Yuan's might. This level of strength, probably only the Divine Lord realm's world power could resolve it. I lost. Sniff, sniff. I lost. Guhan finally shed unwilling tears and conceded. Yes, he cried. Today it was his most agonizing failure in several hundred years. There had never been an opponent who made him so powerless before. This made his self-esteem had an intense sense of setback. Alchemy Dao, crushed until he was badly battered and bruised. Martial Dao could not even touch the corners of his sleeves. Genius? This was simply a joke. When people saw this scene, each and every one of them was stunned. They did not expect that Guhan was actually brutalized to tears. But thinking about it, they felt that it made sense too. Peers encountering Yi Yuan was really a tragedy. From the beginning, this was a mistake. If not for this case, on what basis could Yi Yuan sit on the throne of elders? At this moment, people actually inexplicably had an additional trace of favorable impression toward this arrogant Guhan. MN also sympathy. In this 1 month, the impression that Guhan gave people was very impetuous and arrogant, very overbearing. The feeling that it gave people was very uncomfortable. But looking at it now, he was merely still a child. Even though Guhan's age was much younger than Yi Yuan, he clearly did not have Yi Yuan's legendary experiences. He naturally could not possibly remain indifferent when granted favors or be subjected to humiliation like Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan also did not expect that Guhan actually did something like this. After being momentarily dazed, he went up to pat his shoulder and said coolly, "Victory and defeat are common for soldiers. You only lost for a period of time, so it's no big deal." Guhan slapped Yi Yuan's hand away and said with tears in his eyes, "I don't need your pity. Are you trying to use the attitude of the victor to humiliate me right now? Dream on." This sentence made the hint of favorable impression that just appeared in everyone immediately vanish like soap bubbles. But Yi Yuan did not get angry and said coolly, "Do you think that I have that need?" Guhan could not help choking when he heard that. He looked at Yi Yuan and opened his mouth, but he could not speak. Yeah, Yi Yuan was not someone in the same world as him at all. His bit of pride was worth nothing in Yi Yuan's eyes. He was the Pill Tower's elder and apex figure of the Imperial City. While he indeed had a lot of potential and might become River Eternal Imperial City's apex figure in the future too. But that was many, many years later. His gap with Yi Yuan would only grow bigger and bigger along with the passage of time, and not shrink. Yi Yuan looked at his expression and said with a smile, "You only saw my strength, but you don't know what I've experienced. Strength never comes out of thin air. For me to be able to defeat you, it's not just winning you in terms of talent. I admit that you're indeed extraordinarily talented, but thousands and tens of thousands of years later, you might not be stronger than our Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's disciples. Therefore, if you come to compare notes, we welcome it. But you were too overbearing when doing things, so we don't welcome you." Only when Guhan heard this did he know why Yi Yuan took action. He suddenly realized it. Had he gone too overboard? Winning one's opponent and even deliberately humiliating the opponent, this kind of thing happening to anyone, they would not be happy either. I was wrong, Guhan said in a low voice. The sword-grasping man suspected whether he heard wrongly or not. Little junior brother actually admitted his fault to others. Someone as proud as little junior brother actually admitted fault to others. Everyone exchanged glances, all dumbfounded. This stubborn and unruly young man actually admitted his fault to Elder Yi. Too awesome. Yi Yuan looked at Guhan and said with a smile, even if you win against all of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's genius disciples, I can't be bothered to care about you either. But you won and even wanted to humiliate your opponent. I can't put up with that. You're slapping the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's face. I, as a Pill Tower's elder, naturally have to make a move to teach you a lesson. Leave then, with your talent, your future prospects will be limitless. But if you keep on putting on airs and looking down on people like this, you'll suffer a big loss sooner or later. Today, I only made a move to teach you a lesson, but your enemy probably won't let you off easily. Guhan gritted his teeth and said, Many thanks for Elder Ye's teachings. Finished talking. Guhan bowed 3 times to Yi Yuan respectfully, turned around, and left. The sword-grasping man and the rest were scared of Guhan meeting with a mishap and hurriedly followed after. A senior apprentice brother said, Little junior brother, you don't have to take it to heart. Victory and defeat are common fare for soldiers. Next time, let's just win back. Guhan gave him a glance and said, Senior apprentice brother, do you think that I have a chance to win him? That senior apprentice brother choked when he heard that. He very much wanted to say can. But he knew that if nothing too unexpected happened, Guhan probably could not catch up to Yi Yuan for the rest of his life. The disparity between them was not what hard work could make up for at all. Guhan suddenly turned around and said to the sword-grasping man, eldest senior brother, the precious treasure coming into being this time, I want to go too. The sword-grasping man was not too surprised and said with a smile, I have no objections, but it still requires master's approval. Guhan nodded his head, turned around, and left. Tsk tisk. Elder Yi is Elder Yi. Really too impressive. Yeah, that kid has been showing off these few days. Not only did Elder Yi brutalize him to tears, he even made him admit his fault obediently. Such means, I'm convinced. Whatever kind of genius, once they meet Elder Yi, that's a tragedy. Haha. Elder Yi is simply a genius killer. In the past, Song Qiang was like this. Now, this Guhan was also like this. The news of Yi Yuan brutalizing Guhan to tears made everyone talk with great gusto. Ravaging Guhan was within everyone's expectations. But they never thought that Guhan actually took the initiative to admit fault in the end. His attitude sincere. Such a stubborn and unruly genius. This simply made people's jaws drop. In the corner building, Ling Zikuan finally heaved a long sigh and said to Ruasu, Oh Ruasu, it's almost time. We should also talk about business. Elders, I believe that the news of Ling Zikuan's arrival, everyone already knows about it. Actually, his real objective of coming this time is to seek help from us. Ruo Su spoke with confidence and composure, introducing the true objective of Ling Zikuan coming this time, making all of the elders visibly moved. It turned out that River Eternal Imperial City had a sudden phenomenon. It was very likely that a precious treasure was about to be born. But the place where the phenomenon occurred was at the borders with eminent Orchid Imperial City. This phenomenon clearly could not hide from the eyes and ears of the fiend race. A precise treasure capable of causing a heaven and earth phenomenon. The fiend race would naturally covet it too. Now, there were already large groups of experts gathering at the place where the phenomenon occurred. River Eternal Imperial City was worried that a single log could not prop up a tottering building. Hence, they sought assistance from the surrounding imperial cities. Ling Zikuan's party precisely came to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to ask for help. The two imperial cities were adjacent neighbors. If River Eternal Imperial City wanted to seek help, they naturally had to look for the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Elder Xianxia, this matter still needs your martial tower to take action. What do you think? Ruo Su asked Xianxia. Xianxia mused for a moment and said, This matter concerns the fiend race, we naturally have to help. It's just that, if there is only one precious treasure, what should be done about the final ownership? Ruo Su said, This matter. I've already asked Ling Zikuan. He said that precious treasures are obtained by the fated. As long as it doesn't land in the hands of the fiend race, that will do. But hearing Ling Zikuan's meaning, this precious treasure is likely extraordinary. It might attract fiend race celestial deity realm powerhouses. The moment these words came out, everyone's face suddenly changed. Once celestial deity realm powerhouses stepped in, this matter would become very tricky. Zhang Qi thought about it and said, "This matter, best for this old man to personally take action. With the others going, they probably can't control the scene. Disregarding fiend race powerhouses, just that land where precious treasure would be born will likely be quite dangerous too." "No way. Head Elder Zhang, you're the Martial Tower's leader. How can you take the risk personally?" "Yeah, Head Elder Zhang, you're the strongest person in the Martial Tower. If you were to meet with any mishap, what would we do?" The moment Zhang Qi said that he wanted to go, many elders directly expressed objection. But Zhang Qi waved his hand and said, "It's precisely because this old man is the strongest that I have to personally go there. Supporting River Eternal Imperial City is one thing, seeing if there's a chance to seize the precious treasure is another. More importantly, I have to bring the people who go back. This matter, there's no need to say anything. This old man's mind is made up." At this time, the Pill Tower and Martial Tower's elders were all present. The Martial Tower was going on an expedition, so the Pill Tower naturally had to refine a batch of medicinal pills too. Yi Yuan looked at Zhang Qi, his gaze revealing admiration. Anyone knew that this trip was dangerous. Even celestial deity realm powerhouses might be alarmed. Seizing treasure, this sort of thing, it was probably not that easy. Even if Zhang Qi went personally, it was also not certain that he could return safe and sound. Clearly, Zhang Qi knew that this trip was perilous. That was why he would so personally, only to hope to bring some more people back. This undertaking filled Yi Yuan with deep veneration. At this time, he could casually appoint an elder to go, and presumably no one would dare to say a word. Ruo Su also did not expect that Zhang Qi was actually so decisive. He opened his mouth and said, "Old brother, have you really decided on this?" Zhang Qi nodded and said, "Brother Ruo Su, those few are in close seclusion all year round. When this old man isn't around, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City will be entrusted to you." Ruo Su sighed and said, "All right. This matter, this old man can't help much either. These few days, this old man will urge the Pill Tower's elders to refine more batches of medicinal pills." Zhang Qi cupped his fists and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Brother Ruo Su." Afterward, Zhang Qi picked out another 10 or so Martial Tower elders, deacons, and protectors. These people had to follow him. Even Head Elder was personally going. They naturally had no reason to refuse. Moreover, this kind of thing, if it happened to anyone, they would have the mentality of leaving things to luck. What if the precious treasure was obtained by them? "All right, this matter is decided. All disperse then," Ruo Su said. At this time, the Yi Yuan who had been silent all along suddenly spoke up, "Head Elder Zheng, I'm going too." Ruo Su's brows furrowed and he berated, "Elder Yi, what are you messing around for?" The moment Zhang Qi heard, he also shook his head and said, "Elder Yi, this trip is too dangerous. Even this old man doesn't have the confidence to get out unscathed. You'd best not go. You're our Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's future hope. Nothing must happen to you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Everyone, calm down. Listen to me until the end." As he said, he looked at Ruo Su and asked, "Head Elder Ruo Su, did Ling Zikuan tell you what the precious treasure coming into being this time is?" Ruo Su was stunned and shook his head and said, "The precious treasure hasn't been born yet. How would he know?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If my guesses are right, the venue where the precious treasure is being born this time should be the fiend calling Ridge's natural chasm, right?" Ruo Su was surprised as he said, "How did you know?" The specifics of the location was not disclosed previously, but Yi Yuan actually knew the location of the birth of the precious treasure. How could this not surprise him? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I've been to the fiend calling Ridge before and also went down the natural chasm before, so I'm still rather familiar with that place. I know that you all are worried that my realm is lacking. But going this time, even if a person's realm being high, it will likely be useless." When the group of elders heard Yi Yuan's words, they were incredibly shocked. They also did not expect that Yi Yuan actually went to River Eternal Imperial City before and even went down Fiend Calling Ridge's natural chasm before. Zhang Qi's brows knitted together, and he said to Yi Yuan, "Elder Yi, you continue speaking." He realized that Ling Zikuan probably held something back, afraid that they would not go, so he did not say. Yi Yuan nodded his head and continued saying. Actually, when Yi Yuan returned from the fiend race back then, he went down the natural chasm once more. He could sense that natural chasm's extraordinariness and harbored a curious mindset. That was why he went down to investigate. Of course, others could also feel it. It was just that they did not have the ability to go down. Even Divine Lord Realm powerhouses got to be careful going down too. A single misstep and it was the outcome of being smashed to pieces. One had to know, the further down that natural chasm, the stronger the force field. When Yi Yuan just broke through to Origin Deity Realm back then, he could just happen to go down and temper the Origin Magnetism Spirit wood and explore it along the way. At that time, Yi Yuan sunk down close to 10,000 meters and still did not reach the bottom. But at that time, a strong uneasiness came from below, making Yi Yuan not dare to go deeper anymore. But Yi Yuan also felt that there seemed to faintly be a powerful aura transmitting out from below. It was as if there was some treasure currently gestating. This kind of magical place giving birth to whatever treasure was also a very normal thing. Hearing Ruo Su's introduction earlier, Yi Yuan immediately connected it to this natural chasm. If my conjectures are right, the precious treasure coming into being this time might be an innate Divine Lord mystic treasure, or might even be an innate celestial deity mystic treasure. Yi Yuan words hellbent on shocking people to death, igniting the elders' meeting all at once. What? Innate Divine Lord mystic treasure? My God! Don't talk about innate celestial deity mystic treasure, even innate celestial deity mystic treasure, celestial deity powerhouses can't hold back either. This Ling Zikuan wouldn't be scamming us, right? All the elders revealed fervent looks, clearly extremely moved by this innate Divine Lord mystic treasure. Ruo Su and Zhengqi both had astonished expressions. Innate Divine Lord mystic treasure, this term deeply shocked them. Yi Yuan only heard Dustless mention this thing when he dove down the natural chasm too. Dustless told Yi Yuan at that time, the origin magnetic field at this place was so strong. An innate Divine Lord mystic treasure might be born deep at the bottom. Innate Divine Lord mystic treasure and Divine Lord mystic treasures refined postnatal, that level was completely different. Although Divine Lord mystic treasures were rare, reaching Ruo Su's and Zheng Qi's level having one was not a problem. But innate Divine Lord mystic treasure was so rare that hearing it made one's hair stand on end. The reason why it was called innate Divine Lord mystic treasure was naturally because it was gestated naturally. It was just that the conditions for forming were extremely harsh. Only in some very special places could it inoculate successfully. Innate Divine Lord mystic treasures, its power overwhelmed same rank postnatal Divine Lord mystic treasures. Not just so, the most precious aspect of innate Divine Lord mystic treasures was that it was conceived naturally. Within it contained heavenly Tao laws. Once martial artists refined an innate Divine Lord mystic treasure, they could fuse with this portion of heavenly Tao strength, letting themselves break through the shackles from there. To a Divine Lord realm powerhouse, the chances of breaking through to celestial deity realm would also greatly increase. How could this kind of treasure not move people? If the thing being born this time was an innate celestial deity mystic treasure, that value was immeasurable. Celestial deity realm powerhouses would definitely go into action without delay. Elder Yi, this matter is of utmost importance, you can't make any jokes. Xianxia sucked in a cold breath and said to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "How can this Yi joke about this matter? But what's there below that natural chasm, this you can't say for sure as well. But it's definitely very dangerous. Furthermore, the further down that natural chasm, the stronger the force field. One's realm will also be suppressed drastically. The higher the realm, the higher the suppression. If head elder, you go, I reckon that at most, you can only unleash the strength of third-layered heaven Divine Lord." Hearing this, everyone's faces turned slightly fearful. Zheng Qi's expression could not help becoming serious. This news that Yi Yuan brought was very useful to him. This news, knowing in advance and preparing for it, was God knows how many times better than last-minute fumbling blinding when the time came. Realm suppression was not targeted at them only but targeting everyone. Once they were prepared, that was taking the initiative. At that time, fighting for the innate divine Lord mystic treasure was not impossible. Elder Yi, if it's really as you say, we still have to give this matter further thought and confer at length. But you still can't go. The ones going this time are definitely all divine Lord realm powerhouses. Even if their realms are suppressed, they are also not what you can deal with. Moreover, there are still celestial deity powerhouses raring to go. Xianxia said. Ruo Su also said, Elder Yi, old brother Xianxia is also worried about your safety. You best not go and join in the fun. Ever since after Ling Zikuan's incident, Ruo Su's impression of Yi Yuan improved significantly. Thinking about it, for Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to have such a genius, there only seemed to be advantages and no disadvantage. Furthermore, Yi Yuan repaid in gratitude with kindness, preserving Song Qiang's face, and also let him vent his grievance. This made him much more pleased in his heart. In the past, he was under an obsession, seemingly taking unnecessary pains to split hairs, opposing Yi Yuan in every way. It seemed to be somewhat too much. Ruo Su knew that his hate had extended on account of another because of Xianyu and because he feared Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan said, Two head elders. Recently, I encountered some bottleneck in cultivation and it's hard to resolve. This time I can just go out and take a walk. You all rest assured, this Yi still has some means, protecting myself should be an issue. Moreover, at the fiend calling ridge there, I think nobody is more familiar and more used to it than I am. When Xianxia saw Yi Yuan's composed appearance, he could not help being secretly alarmed. Hearing the meaning in Yi Yuan's words, he still had a considerable trump card on him. Xianxia ruminated for a moment and finally said, All right, since Elder Yi insists on going, then go along. But once there's something amiss, you must escape right away. You mustn't seek to outshine others. Coming to the fiend calling ridge once more, Yi Yuan was also dumbstruck with amazement by the scenery before his eyes. Countless brilliant rays of sunlight shone out from inside the 100,000-foot abyss, spectacular to behold. From very far away, Yi Yuan sensed the extremely strong origin magnetic field. Slight, weaker divine lord realm powerhouses could not even fly. At this time, Fiend Calling Ridge's two shores already had large numbers of powerhouses gathered. They were practically all divine lord realm and above powerhouses. Disregarding the fiend race's side, just the human race's side, the divine lord realm powerhouses that came were no less than 100 people. Among them had the reinforcements which River Eternal Imperial City invited, and also reclusive powerhouses who were drawn over. How is it, Yi Yuan? Xianxia asked Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan observed for a while and said, This force field is at least 5 times of the original. Furthermore, it's still growing stronger continuously. I didn't expect that in a short 100 years' time, such a massive change actually happened to this place. Then according to your surmises, what kind of treasure will be born this time? Xianxia said. Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said with a solemn expression, It's still hard to say right now, but likely, the grade won't be too low. The two people were currently talking in a low voice when suddenly, a pair walked over this side. Haha, Xianxia, long time no see, you're actually not dead yet. An ear-piercing voice drifted over from a distance. Xianxia's face turned black and he said coldly, Gao Yuan, you're not dead. How can this old man dare to die? The one in the lead was a slightly chubby old man who looked very wretched. But his aura was very powerful. It was actually on par with head elder Xianxia. Gao Yuan laughed loudly when he heard it and said, How can a defeated opponent dare to talk brave words? Heh. Didn't expect that you dared to come personally this time. You mustn't be like that damn master of yours, who died here without any explanation. Xianxia's expression was incomparably ugly. Yi Yuan could clearly feel his fury, but he forcefully reined it in. Gao Yuan, don't you get cocky. Master's grudge, I'll seek it back personally one day, Xianxia said in a cold voice. Upon meeting, swords were drawn and they were ready to jump at each other's throats. Yi Yuan was uncertain and asked an elder by the side, What's going on here? The elder said, Several tens of thousands of years ago, head elder's master perished inside a mystic realm. But it was said that at that time, head elder's master originally wouldn't have fallen. He only died because he fell into a trap dug by this Gao Yuan. In the end, this Gao Yuan escaped safe and sound, while Head Elder's master died inside the mystic realm. Head Elder later cultivated bitterly, and finally broke through to become a ninth-layered heaven divine lord. Hence, he went to find this Gao Yuan to take revenge. Who knew that because of the lucky chance that this Gao Yuan obtained inside the mystic realm that time, he actually touched the threshold of celestial deity realm and stepped into half-step celestial deity realm. Head Elder returned in defeat and was nearly killed by Gao Yuan. If not for City Lord personally taking action, Head Elder would probably have already perished. Yi Yuan did not think that there were actually still so many twists and turns involved. Back then when he brought Coal Feather back after Coal Feather heard the news of Wu Xingtang's demise, he was still dejected for a while. Clearly, he also valued this disciple of his greatly. Haha, why wouldn't I be cocky? The precious treasure being born this time might be the turning point for me to break through to the celestial deity realm. The height that you and that damn master of yours couldn't reach, I reached it. Won't you say I should be pleased with myself? Gao Yuan said smugly. In fact, he was still one generation older than Xianxia. According to his seniority and strength, he shouldn't come to this place personally. Now that he was here, he naturally came for the lucky chance this time. He already had half a foot stepped into celestial deity realm, but he kept failing to break through. Such a lucky chance, he naturally would not let it go easily. Xianxia was angered by him until his face was livid, but there was nothing he could do. Even though he caught up from behind, catching up to Gao Yuan's realm, who could have thought that he relied on the lucky chance he schemed and to harm his master? At the end, he actually had half a foot stepped into the celestial deity realm. Xianxia's talent was also extremely outstanding. But regarding the celestial deity realm, he had the heart, but his strength was lacking. These few years, he practically used everything in his arsenal and was also unable to find the opportunity to break through to celestial deity realm. You naturally have a possibility of obtaining the lucky chance and breakthrough to celestial deity realm. But you also have a likelihood of dying in the fiend-calling ridge, becoming a pile of yellow dirt. Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up. Gao Yuan's face fell. His eyes revealed a murderous light as he looked at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was not afraid and met Gao Yuan's gaze. Where did this pump come from? The seniors are talking. Is there a right for you to interrupt? Nobody would have expected that while talking. Gao Yuan raised his hand and it was a palm. A powerful palm force rushed toward Yi Yuan at lightning speed. This palm was too sudden. There were no signs beforehand at all, resulting in everyone not reacting. Sounds of exclamations could be heard all around. It was as if already seeing the scene of Yi Yuan being smacked into minced meat by a palm. How powerful was the palm of a half-step celestial deity powerhouse? Even just a casual strike was also not what a grand completion origin deity martial artist could resist. But the next scene made everyone's exclamations become stupefaction. Boom! A loud boom. A first-layered heaven divine lord powerhouse beside Gao Yuan directly flew out. That person fell to the ground, his entire person incomparably miserable, and was actually on his dying breath already. Gao Yuan's countenance suddenly changed and he cried out in shock, "Spatial laws!" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Oh, not bad, huh? You have some knowledge." Gao Yuan's expression was ugly to the extreme. Fishing out a medicinal pill, he said to the people beside him in a solemn voice, "Let him take it." The people beside him did not dare to dawdle, hurriedly going to feed the medicinal pill to that unlucky first-layered heaven divine lord powerhouse, who was twisting up in a fluster. Gao Yuan looked at Yi Yuan. A cold light glinted. He was bullying Yi Yuan on the basis that was young just now, determining that he was Xianxia's junior disciple who was brought out this time to see the world. Who could have expected that this young man was actually so troublesome and actually comprehended spatial laws? What kind of visual prowess did Gao Yuan have? He saw through at a glance that Yi Yuan's spatial laws were not that kind of half-baked stuff, but extremely profound comprehensions. That blow earlier looked simple, but in reality Yi Yuan manipulated spatial laws, went through a very complicated spatial shuttling, only then transmitting the attack onto that unfortunate wretch. This level of means was simply inconceivable. Spatial laws? That young man actually knows spatial laws. My God. This kid actually comprehended spatial laws, and he's only just origin deity realm. When did such a freak appear in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City? Hearing spatial laws, cries of exclamations sounded out by the side. This kind of heaven-defying law, who did not wish to comprehend it? Except, let people cultivate bitterly for 10,000 years and they also could not figure out a speck. Even though these divine Lord Realm powerhouses could use a portion of spatial power, regarding spatial laws, they still only knew a bit of superficial knowledge. But Yi Yuan was just origin deity realm and had not even opened up his own small world and actually already comprehended spatial laws. For a moment, jealousy, envy, various emotions suffused in the air. When Gao Yuan attacked just now, Xianxia got a fright too. But Gao Yuan caught him by surprise, making him too late to come to the rescue. No one could have thought that Yi Yuan had long been prepared, giving him a dose of his medicine, crippling a divine Lord Realm powerhouse of the other side. All of the frustrations just now turned into veiled delight. Old punk Gao Yuan, you made an error of judgment this time. Yi Yuan isn't some junior. He's my Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's elder. He still has the qualifications to scold you a bit, Xianxia said with a beam. There was another wave of exclamations around. It was still their first time hearing that an origin deity realm could actually become an imperial city's elder. But just based on the spatial laws, it seemed to be sufficient as well. He nearly one-shot a first-layered heaven divine lord with one move, even though there was suspicion of opportunism if it were others who could do it. Gao Yuan's gaze was icy cold and clearly had killing intent aroused towards Yi Yuan. He said in a cold voice, "Very good. You all are stirring up this old man's wrath here. Then you guys have to be prepared to receive this old man's fury." While talking, a terrifying pressure instantly descended. Those who were slightly weaker practically could not stand on their feet. The pressure of a half-step celestial deity realm was too strong. Xianxia revealed a solemn look, secretly thinking to himself that this old fellow's strength seemed to be much stronger again. But Yi Yuan was composed in the face of a crisis, seemingly not worried at all. At this time, Ling Zikuan suddenly appeared and said, "Dear me, Brother Gao Yuan, on the account of this old man's face, you all put down your individual grievances first, all right? Opposite, the fiend race is glaring like a ravening tiger. If we have internal strife first, who the big lucky chance belongs to this time would be hard to say." Gao Yuan's expression changed, his aura instantly withdrawing. He gave a cold snort and said, "Ling Zikuan, looking on the account of your face today, I'll spare this brat first. But after this matter, this old man will definitely seek justice for the disciple under me." Ling Zikuan hurriedly said, "Brother Gao Yuan, calm down. Brother Gao Yuan, calm down. Oh right, this one is the Yanzai who's garrisoned at Tide Rain City. He's more clear about the situation around here. Let him introduce it first." A middle-aged man flashed out from behind Ling Zikuan, gave a bow to Xianxia, Gao Yuan, and the rest and said, "This lowly one, Yanzai, pays respect to your excellencies." Suddenly, a person behind Yanzai cried out, "Why Yi Yuan? You're Yi Yuan." Yanzai's gaze turned intent and he could not help sweeping over Yi Yuan, immediately feeling somewhat familiar. Suddenly, he also suddenly came to realize the truth and exclaimed, "You're Yi Yuan." Yi Yuan had long recognized these two people. One was the Yanzai who had a chance encounter with him before, the other was an old acquaintance, Ling Feng. He did not expect to actually be able to meet these two people on this kind of occasion. Ling Zikuan's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, "What Yi Yuan? Is Yi Yuan what you guys can call? Got to call Lord Yi Yuan or Elder Yi Yuan." This shock was by no means insignificant. Ling Feng did not understand, but Yanzai understood what being an elder meant. Thinking back then, when he saw Yi Yuan, the other party was still merely a little kid who had just entered Heaven Glimpse realm. Only 100 over years had gone by, but Yi Yuan actually already became an imperial city's elder? This was too fantastical, right? All old friends already, don't need to be like this. Just call me Yi Yuan. Ling Feng, long time no see, you seem to be doing pretty well now, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Ling Feng was incomparably shocked. In just a short 100 over years, Yi Yuan's realm actually already grew from the initial stage Heaven Glimpse back then to the current grand completion origin deity. This cultivation speed was simply inconceivable. Ye elder ye. And not at all. Ling Feng also came back to his senses and immediately realized that Yi Yuan's present identity was extraordinary. How could he still dare to address Yi Yuan as brothers? Yi Yuan smiled and did not force things as well. He knew that there was already an insurmountable gulf between him and Ling Feng. Having him talk on equal footing with him again was likely very difficult. His growth would inevitably be accompanied by this kind of situation happening. Yan Ziyi was similarly incomparably shocked in his heart. Back then, Yi Yuan was still just a little fellow in his eyes. He did not expect that 100 over years of not seeing, he was already an imperial city's elder. This made him rather uncomfortable. But he came back to his senses very quickly and said to Ling Feng, Ling Feng, you understand this area the best. Introduce the situation of fiend calling ridge for the various lords then. Ling Feng bowed and said, Yes, Lord Yan Ziyi. At this time, numerous divine Lord Realm powerhouses gathered around, all of their auras shocking. Facing so many divine Lord Realm powerhouses, Ling Feng's complexion was also rather pale. Fortunately, he had been on the battlefield for many years and was also a person full of vigor and vitality. He could barely manage to calm himself. Hence, he started to speak with fervor and assurance, introducing the terrain and features of fiend calling ridge, the dangers of the natural chasm, as well as the opposite fiend race's forces distribution. Ling Feng had flopped around here for many years and knew these things with great familiarity. While Yan Ziyi was pulled to one side by Ling Zikuan, who asked softly, How did you guys know Yi Yuan? Mentioning this, Yan Zai's expression turned fearful, being filled with great respect for Yi Yuan. Back then, if not for Yi Yuan, Tide Rain City would have long been breached. Now, this place would likely be the fiend race's territory already. He recounted the events back then, making Ling Zikuan incredibly shocked. This kid is indeed a freak. When at Heaven Glimpse Realm he could challenge the fiend race army alone. For him to have such accomplishments now, it's also not unusual anymore, Ling Zikuan said with a sigh. Yan Zi said curiously, Head Elder, this Yi Yuan is merely at the grand completion origin deity realm. No matter how powerful his strength is, it's also limited, right? Why can he become Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's elder? Ling Zikuan chuckled and said, This kid's alchemy Dao strength. Even Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's Pill Tower's head elder is ashamed of his inferiority. Do you think he can become an elder or not? Moreover, he even comprehended spatial laws. He's simply a freak. Yan Zai's eyes opened wide, with a look of disbelief. Even though he guarded the frontier, what Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's Pill Tower's head elder signified, he was very clear. Yi Yuan was just grand completion origin deity and could actually make head elder candidly admit defeat. Such strength was a little too freakish, right? Very soon Ling Feng introduced the general situation on this side. Everybody also had an understanding. Right now, the precious treasure had not come into being yet. After everyone understood the situation, they each found a place to conserve strength and build up energy. But Yi Yuan pulled Ling Feng to one side and talked about the old days with him, and gave him some rank 2 divine pills. Ling Feng's talent was pretty good. He was clearly peak middle stage Heaven Glimpse already. When he saw the medicinal pills Yi Yuan gave, he was shocked until his jaws hit the ground. He realized that as long as he had these medicinal pills, it should not be a problem for him to break through to origin deity realm. What Yi Yuan left for him were all divine-grade medicinal pills. In the following few days, everyone all quietly waited for the day the precious treasure came into being. On this day, light rose to the sky at Fiend Calling Ridge, dazzling to the extreme, giving people a strong sense of shock. What a powerful aura! This is the aura of great Dao laws. The precious treasure is finally born. Just based on this aura, it's absolutely a rare treasure. Too strong. No wonder everyone said that even celestial deity powerhouses will be moved. This treasure, I must acquire it. Sensing the might of the treasure, the people were all unbelievably fervent. Everyone clambered to the edge of the cliff and looked down. The treasure is already born. Everybody, quickly go down. Someone gave a roar and leaped into the natural moat. With the first person taking the lead, Someone immediately followed suit. Quite a number of itinerant cultivators were afraid of people taking the initiative and also jumped down after. Arg! But with this jump, there was immediately someone who discovered something amiss. Those people lost their center of gravity all of a sudden and actually dropped straight down the 100,000-foot abyss. Screams came over, making everyone panic. One had to know, these were all Divine Lord Realm powerhouses, capable of flying in the air. They were actually unable to resist the origin magnetic field within the natural chasm. Someone exclaimed, "Everybody don't jump. This origin magnetic field is too strong. There's simply no way to fly in the air." Their faces revealed looks of despair. Was this going to return empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain? Heavenly Eagle Imperial Cities group also came to the edge of the chasm at this time. Yi Yuan discovered that the origin magnetic field at this time was more than a dozen times stronger than originally. Such a horrifying gravity. Even Divine Lord Realm powerhouses found it difficult to control themselves too. And he knew that the further down, the stronger the force field. Falling down only had the outcome of being smashed into pieces. Yi Yuan this. What to do here? Xianxia could not resist asking. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "We can only each display our magical abilities. According to my estimation, 7th-layered Heaven Divine Lords should be able to go down on their own. 9th-layered Heaven Divine Lords can roughly bring 2 or 3 people down." Xianxia said in surprise, "This force field is actually so strong?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Only strong, not weak. How powerful the force field below is, I can't say for sure as well. Perhaps when 7th-layered Heaven Divine Lords go down, they will also have to suffer a huge loss." Hiss! Heavenly Eagle's people sucked in a cold breath. The strength of this force field was also too great. The crux was that going down did not have any way of resorting to trickery at all. Only by relying on the world power of Divine Lord Realm powerhouses, forcefully breaking free of the constraints of the force field, could one stabilize their figure from there. Everyone also did not think that such a situation would actually occur. Doesn't this mean that only 4 or 5 of us can go down?" Xianxia said helplessly. Everyone had disappointed looks. Not being able to go down meant that they brushed past the lucky chance this time. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That's talking about others. We're naturally all going down." Ling Zikuan suddenly came close and asked Yi Yuan, "That, Elder Yi, you know spatial laws. Are you able to bring people down?" His words immediately attracted many people's attention, scooting over one after another. "Elder Yi, bring us down. Yeah, reaching below, we might be facing the threat of the fiend race. One more person. One more portion of strength. Elder Yi, we should be united against outsiders now, don't you say so?" Those Divine Lord Realm powerhouses all looked at Yi Yuan eagerly, afraid that he would refuse. But at this time, Gao Yuan suddenly snorted coldly and said, "All so submissive and meek for what? If he dares to not agree, that's becoming all humans' common enemy." The moment these words came out, the scene became quiet. But very soon, someone came forward to concur. "Yeah, we're all giving River Eternal Imperial City a helping hand. What right does he have to not bring us down? We're fighting for the human race right now. If he doesn't bring us, that's rising universal condemnation. The fiend race is glaring like a ravening tiger. Every additional person we have, it's an additional portion of strength. If he doesn't bring everybody down because of a little selfish motive, that's too beneath contempt." These people suddenly discovered that Gao Yuan fought for an excellent reason for them. Hence, they started agreeing one by one. At this time, each and every one of them was righteous and awe-inspiring, as if they incarnated to become the messengers of justice, seemingly all becoming the heroes of the human race. They all believed that under this kind of pressure, forget about Yi Yuan, even Heavenly Eagle Imperial City would also put pressure on Yi Yuan and force him to give in. No Imperial City dared to shoulder such a crime. Sure enough, Xianxia's face changed several times. He opened his mouth, but he did not know how to start talking. Rather, there was an elder who could not hold back and said, "Elder Yi, why not just bring them along? This isn't a joke." "Yeah, Elder Yi, this crime, our Heavenly Eagle Imperial City can't bear it." Gao Yuan watched his scene, sneering in his heart to no end. Make him come and beg you yuan? No chance. He was secretly pleased with himself in his heart. I only used a slight trick. At the end, wouldn't you still have to submit obediently? Yi Yuan remained silent the whole time, quietly watching these people perform. They all seemed to be here to help River Eternal Imperial City resist the fiend race. But actually, they were all here to fish in muddy waters. This point Yi Yuan was well aware long ago. These people were in a state of disunity. They were not as united as the fiend race at all. Really encountering the fiend race, they might do something. After a while, when the surrounding voices gradually became quieter, only then Yi Yuan took his time to say, "All done posturing?" Everyone's faces became stifled when they heard this. Then they heard Yi Yuan slowly say, "Amen? Looks like you're done posturing. Then let me say a few words. Firstly, don't take the human race's righteous cause to come and pressure this little lord. The things that this little lord has done for the human race, you all can't even catch up by whipping your horses. Secondly, don't hope to use Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to come and pressure me. My temper isn't too good. If really push me into a corner, I'll withdraw from Heavenly Eagle Imperial City right now. None of you can think about going down." Gao Yuan smiled coldly when he heard that and said, "Without the protection of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, do you think that you can walk out of here?" Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "Old thing, this little lord, I am not bringing your people down today. Come bite me if you have the capabilities." Gao Yuan's face fell and he said, "Kid, you really take it as this old man doesn't dare to touch you?" Yi Yuan did not have the slightest fear and said hatefully, "You feel free to come and give it a try." Ling Zikuan saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly became a mediator. If really fell out, the one suffering a loss would still be them, River Eternal Imperial City. Goodness me, for everybody to be able to come to Fiend Calling Ridge, it's giving my River Eternal Imperial City face. Brother Gao Yuan, younger brother Yi, let's all simmer down first, all right? Ling Zikuan said. Yi Yuan did not care about him either and continued, saying, "Thirdly, this little lord, I can be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. Just now, those who use whatever human race's righteous cause to come and pressure me, each and every one of you, I've remembered it. If you guys want to go down, can? Each person, 1 billion divine essence stones. Not a single one less. Don't tell me that you all can't take it out, and also don't think about bargaining. This little lord isn't a 3-year-old kid. The rest I can bring you guys down for free." Those people who concurred with Gao Yuan earlier immediately felt as uncomfortable as having eaten a fly. The price of one sentence of 1 billion divine essence stones. However, Gao Yuan, Ling Zikuan, Zhang Qi, and the likes were all incomparably shocked in their hearts. They were all high-ranking figures who wield authority. They were the most proficient in this kind of stratagem. They never expected that Yi Yuan actually resolved all of the previous awkwardness with a beautiful Tai Chi push. He threw his temper and also brought the people away and even made a big killing. This was simply mind-blowing. Want to go? Can but pay up. Actually, the people who concurred with Gao Yuan just now were mostly those middle-stage Divine Lord Realm powerhouses. Their strengths were inadequate to go down, but they also wanted face and also wanted to curry favor with Gao Yuan, this half-step celestial deity powerhouse. That was why they would say those kinds of words. While those slightly weaker initial-stage Divine Lord Realm martial artists mostly did not make a sound. Even though Yi Yuan's strength was weak, he was a true blue elder. With their status, they could not afford to offend at all. They naturally did not dare to speak out. At this time, each and every one of them rejoiced greatly. Luckily, they did not throw a rock down the well just now. You stepped on me and still wanted to make me bring you down? How could Yi Yuan let them do as they wished? Not dying, I also have to make you lose a layer of skin. Yi Yuan uttering 1 billion this number, naturally he had a score in his heart. These middle-stage Divine Lord Realm powerhouses, most were some Imperial City's major families' powerhouses, their status extraordinary. They were naturally much wealthier compared to those itinerant cultivators. 1 billion this sum, they could definitely take it out, but it would absolutely make them lose a layer of skin. Why? Nobody wants to go down? Head Elder Ling. Not that I'm not giving face. It's that they themselves don't want to go down. Those who didn't posture earlier all stand on this side. I'll bring you all down right away, Yi Yuan said coolly. The moment his voice faded, a large group of people rushed over to this side, for fear of falling behind. Before long, close to 100 people stood behind Yi Yuan. The ones who spoke up to squeeze Yi Yuan were just the minority after all. At this time, they stood in the wind like lone flowers swaying, lonely to the extreme. While talking, a burst of spatial laws surged. Yi Yuan was really going to directly bring these people down. How could those people still carry on waiting? They immediately loosened up. Elder Yi, 1 billion I pay. Just now. I've offended you just now. I'm truly sorry about it. A 6th-layered Heaven Divine Lord powerhouse ran over in a hurry and stuffed the storage ring holding Divine Essence stones into Yi Yuan's hand. Yi Yuan weighed the storage ring and said with a smile, Amen. Everything can be arranged if there's money. Go to that side then. 1 billion Divine Essence stones to buy a lucky chance you don't lose out. Hoo-hoo. That person was akin to being granted amnesty, hurriedly standing behind Yi Yuan. With someone taking the lead, how could the others still endure it? All handed Divine Essence stones onto Yi Yuan's hands in great haste, afraid of Yi Yuan going back on his words. Xianxia was long already dumbfounded at Yi Yuan's side. In this short while, Yi Yuan already collected over 10 billion Divine Essence stones. This was simply opening a Divine Essence stone mine. Was earning money so easy? Different from Xianxia, Gao Yuan's expression was ugly to the extreme. H-head elder, what should we do? Gao Yuan's subordinates asked weakly. Clearly, they were anxious too. Gao Yuan's expression flickered incessantly. Yi Yuan's move really checkmated him, embarrassing him to the extreme. Now, their utmost peace Imperial City was already being isolated. Gao Yuan gritted his teeth and said, Go! Utmost peace Imperial City's powerhouses were akin to being granted amnesty, heading over to Yi Yuan's side one after another, wanting to pay Divine Essence stones. However, Yi Yuan did not receive it and said coolly to Gao Yuan, Old man Gao, if your men want to go down, can as well. But it's not this price.